tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't wanna see
gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and up, making love.
Hello everybody, we are here to kick off the second weekend of Polaris Split 2. I am joined on the desk by the one and the only So Marcus. So let's get things started. The first question that I want to ask you, Marcus, is of course, how does it feel to be alongside your favorite person in the whole wide world for today's games?
Well, really good actually, because obviously he's standing behind me right now.
Oh, no.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
I didn't, no.
No, and then obviously we have Pitbull on the other side. Then we have you as my third favourite person.
We have
here.
the whole squad,
We
yeah.
do. But no, I forgot about Ed Sheeran actually. I didn't see him.
How dare you?
Sorry.
That's
Sorry, Ed.
gingerphobic.
But yeah, no, I'm super excited to share this with you. Obviously, we did the Red Bull together, so now we get to do this from home.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be lots of jokes and rinsing throughout today's broadcast. I'm sure not just between us two, but of course our casters who we will introduce very, very shortly. But we have two super exciting matchups today. We've got NXT versus Sweet and Sour and Formulation Gaming versus OnlyFins. But of course, we'll go into detail more about those games a little bit later. But I can't wait any longer to introduce our casters for today. Say hello to the one and the only Hazard JC and Cairo. Oh, Cairo's got a shirt on.
Yeah, Hazza told me that like today we've got to wear some nice shirts, but I see he's not followed his own advice. Like I don't know what this is about.
You were rinsing me earlier on already, and speaking of
Yeah.
rinsing, you said it looked like a tablecloth, but at least I can wipe my hands with it.
Yeah, I guess, mate.
I think you both look very dapper, very formal.
Thank you.
I feel a bit underdressed, Marcus. Where are our shirts?
I mean, I've just got a River Island t-shirt on that's way too small for me. I even told
I thought you said you were putting it in the bin.
Yeah, I will after this.
You should have put your new suit on.
Yeah,
Terrible.
I know, I should have done.
I mean, let's sort of recap the week so far because Cairo and Hazza, I feel like you are incredibly knowledgeable and you've been paying attention to this week's game. So, I mean, Cairo, get us started on the recap.
Yeah, Apex Apina were the first game of the week, and coming into it, everybody would have thought that this would be the scoreline. It would be a 2-0, and it would be in a dominant fashion. Last time it was 13-2, 13-3 to Apex last split. This time, though, it really wasn't the case. That wasn't the story of the matchup, because the first match actually went 14-12. And honestly, a lot of the production, a lot of us thought that this was going to be the day that we finally see Apex lose a map.
Yeah, just sort of waiting for the real deal, right, to actually show up. They even had a chance as well with a map point, which Apex had to defend. I mean, when it was 11-11, Apina, sort of chasing the game, they were down to frenzies and they still managed to pull it out of nowhere. So you were thinking that, yeah, everything was finally going their way, but it's going to take something special to take a map off Apex this time, I think.
For sure, very much in Apex's fashion, they did close out Sunset. But then, of course, we had yesterday's games as well, which were Metasport versus Requiem. So kind of let's take a little look at their highlights and give us a rundown of this one, maybe, Hazza.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one to take if you're Metasport, because after pushing playoff team OnlyFins to a 3-mapper yesterday, they couldn't even get a deciding one out of this one. It was a difference of 4 rounds between the two, 13-11, 14-12, and again, just proving that they have the quality to compete in terms of mechanical skill, but some of those finer details not quite going their way, and Requiem able to close this time.
I do think it's actually very nice to see Requiem starting off at least Split 2 now they've joined us in this fashion. Of course, it was a 2-mapper, right? And it's something that you want to see, I think, from a new team coming into Polaris, right? Because we always talk about how Polaris brings in quite good talent, especially when we look at the likes of obviously Apex and even some of the boys on OnlyFins. But just for this team to come in and perform how they did, I think was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think having Ianto back in the IGL role as well make a massive difference, obviously, in comparison to starting out against Apex. And we may even see a bit of that today with Maxim also returning from his internet issues.
Hey, internet issues me. That's all I have to contribute to that beautiful segment of analytical talk. But listen, we're going to leave you for now, Hazard JC and Cairo, to go and scrub up ready for the first matchup today. And as I said earlier, I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave. Get out of here.
Why did you never say it to me?
Well, I don't want you to leave.
No, that's a good one.
That wouldn't be a very nice thing to say.
No, that's a good one.
If you guys don't know, if you are watching at home, Marcus and I, we are an E couple. we do live together, so we're not an e-couple anymore, but we're the internet's favorite e-couple. Anyway, I'm gonna move on before everyone cringes. Let's talk about today's matchups, because of course we have two very, very exciting games on our hands. We have NXT versus Sweet and Sour, and Formulation Gaming versus OnlyFins. Marcus, I know that a couple of these teams are definitely your favorite to watch, so do you sort of talk about today's matchups?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main one that I say the main one. I think both are going to be super interesting. I'm the two main teams that I'm excited to watch are definitely NXT, which is in our first matchup, and then in the second matchup, I'm very excited to actually see the guys of OnlyFins, especially after Arle's performance in week 1 coming in. Obviously, we've seen Arle before and how good he is, right? But to come in and dominate like he did, I think it was in his fashion, right? And I think it was fantastic for him to join the Finnish guys and actually perform as well as he did. But we'll talk about OnlyFins later on, of course. We wanna talk about NXT and Sweet and Sour. I
mean, yeah, because the last time, that we saw NXT play Sweet and Sour, if I'm correct, was week 2 of Split 1. So it's been a little while since we've seen them match up. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how today's games go, because there's been a few sort of role changes, a few sort of switch ups, sort of composition wise. So should we start off with NXT?
For sure. Let's have a talk about NXT, because like you mentioned, the role changes, right? And I think roles are, of course, something that you can mess about with. You can change them. You can find what is right for your team. But in this case, they've done role changes to start the split. They obviously wanted to perform better than they did last split. And so far, from the first week that we saw last week, NXT, they've really, really impressed us. We always look at Devo as an incredible Raze player. We always look at Rex, who was on the flashes, and now it's totally changed around. And last week, we saw Rex going onto the duelist, right? He played Raze and Jet. He dropped 62 kills. And I don't really want to call it a debut, right? Because we know he can play duelist. But for the first week of the role changes for this team, it was a fantastic performance. And then you have Devo backing him up with the KO and the Gecko flashes. It's like these two just go hand in hand, right? They're going to have the chemistry from prior weeks when they were on the opposite roles. But these guys really, really impressed me. And obviously, Raymond did sub in last week on Bind, and it was NXT's map pick. And yes, they lost it. It was an unfortunate performance on Gecko, but look, he's a smart man. This is why he sat back and he's coaching the guys.
Everybody
yes, they
loves
Bind.
Raymond.
Yeah, everyone loves
Do you get the
Raymond.
reference?
No, I don't. No,
okay.
I don't.
I knew you wouldn't. I'm definitely a big fan of the kind of switch up, because I think sometimes having that initiated duelist combo for Devo to be going into that, knowing how a duelist is typically played, and then kind of doing what he would want if he was to play the initiator role for a duelist. You know, he's going into it with that experience too, and I think that obviously sets up amazing plays between the two of them. We can maybe talk a little bit about their last match up last week when they opened Split 2 with a 2-1 win against FMG as well, because like you said, I think already we're seeing these compositions come into effect, these role changes, and they're definitely working so far, although we haven't had many games. It's working in NXT's favor.
Yeah, no, for sure. I also want to point out that at the start of Split 1, NXT did have a very, very slow start, and it looks like they are coming in with some heat for Split 2, starting off. They were our opening match as well. And obviously, we do talk about heat, Sweet and Sour, Meg. They bring some heat to the table as well.
I'm definitely a fan of the sweet and salty combo, and you know, these guys coming into this from Split 1, of course, as those kind of front runners, are definitely coming into this with a bang already.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate, and I do want to make this one clear to everyone watching. There is a big role change on Sweet and Sour, and it is very different to obviously last split and last week. So the IGL, Athan, who is their smokes player, is now no longer playing. He's been swapped out for Hearthbeat. It was all a mutual thing. So Hearthbeat is coming in as the IGL and Smoker, and he is a name that we most certainly do remember from Split 1, because he was the smokes player for Metasport. And obviously Metasport, they dropped their roster and picked up a new one. I do think it's nice for him to come back into Polaris, because out of all the people we've had in Polaris, he was one of those that you remembered his name. You remember some of the plays he did. And I think the standout game was actually against NXT, and that was last split. So look, I think coming into this, I think we're going to have to keep an eye on Hearthbeat. Again, like I mentioned, he is taking over the IGL role. It's not something that he's unfamiliar with. And obviously we have the addition of the player cams as well, so at least we get the full POV of them.
Yeah, I do you know what, I really feel for Hearthbeat, because I know that he has, you know, the experience coming into this, but it's a lot of pressure to kind of come straight into that IGL role, despite him having that experience for a new team. I think it'll be really interesting to see how the chemistry kind of comes across in their gameplay today. But of course, we have plenty of highlights from him already, so we'll see if we get more today. Marcus, I'm going to hand over to you, because I know that there's a couple of players that you definitely want to compare between Sweet and Sour and NXT today.
Yeah, I mean, first off, let's just take a look at Hearthbeat's stats. Let's just take a look.
For some reason, I thought we'd already seen them, because
no. I wanna take one more look at the stats if we can bring them back up. If not, it's fine. We can just look at the highlights, because here we are. We have Hearthbeat, and it's his Omen plays, right? It's the plays on Omen, the TPing behind people, the lurk sort of role sometimes. And I talk about the lurk role, right? His first death percentage is 10%, which sometimes as a smoker isn't the greatest, unless you obviously play double smokes, because then you kind of have a backup. But on the whole, you have to think these stats are all from Split 1 when he played on Metasport, okay? So he played a lot of games, a lot of maps, a lot of rounds, a lot of series. So of course, having higher stats when you play more is still very, very impressive. And we have an ACS of 197, damage per round is fantastic as well, and he has a 20% clutch ratio, which is 1 in 5 for any of those mathematicians at home. You know, I'm good at maths. That's
not me. I got a C in my GCSEs, so
yeah. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about your GCSEs. Don't worry.
Yeah, been and gone. I'm too old now. We've moved on from all of that. But yeah, it will be very, very interesting to see how the matchup is today. But I think it's also important to mention, because of course, Athan is gone. But at least Athan went out with a really good game last week and really kind of proved why they deserve to be on the roster.
61 kills Athan dropped. 61. And this was his departure game. This was his departure game. But look, enough about Athan. Obviously, he was fantastic. We have Hearthbeat now. Let's take a look at the head-to-head, because I kind of wanted to highlight Rex versus Ticey. Obviously, Ticey being a duelist that we have known to pop off, be super, super aggressive. And then we have Rex, who we know can play duelist, but now it is his official role in Split 2. And just take a look at this, right? They are very, very similar in terms of stats. Yes, the first blood percentage on Ticey is a lot better, but I do feel like it's difficult coming onto the duelist role and instantly having some fantastic stats, because in the last series, Rex did go, I think it was something like, it was 14 deaths and 10 first kills, right? So obviously that's -4, but again, you don't have to get that first kill to make space, right, Megan? You know this from ranked. You don't have to get a kill to make space. Even just dashing in, satcheling in to create that gap for your team to follow is super important.
Yeah, I mean, I can't talk from experience here with this kind of duelist gameplay, because for me, it's just hold W and hope for the best. But like you said, sometimes that can work. But I'm sure that we will see those kind of first bloods coming through on that duelist role, and those entries taken much more successfully than definitely I. So yeah, I'm really, really excited to see how they kind of play off against each other. Like you mentioned, Ticey having that experience on the duelist role, and whether that's going to kind of then trump Rex, who is a very talented player, but is much newer to that duelist role.
Yeah, no, 100%. And obviously with the map vetoes coming up, I'm kind of interested to see what these teams go for. I in my notes, I kind of popped down the NXT. Yes, they picked Bind last series, but obviously they used their coach. So is their Bind pick now going to be kind of tarnished, or do you think they obviously know their mistakes and they know what went wrong, besides the fact that they did have their coach? And instantly we see a breeze ban, by the way, which is a very good map for Sweet and Sour. They're actually,
I was gonna say,
yeah,
I'm not shocked
3-0.
that they're kind of banning that one.
Yeah, 3-0 they went last split. Sweet and Sour did. The thing is, I never felt like they picked it as much as I wanted them to. But there we are. NXT's first pick is Split.
I feel like they definitely dip kind of comfortably into that split map, and I do think that they will be strong coming into this. But it'll be very interesting because, of course, although it is their map pick, Sweet and Sour, they do pick defense side starting. So who knows how this will go.
Yeah, NXT did actually play Lotus in their last series. They didn't play Split, but they did play Lotus, and they won. They actually did beat Formulation Gaming on that 13-8. So it's a kind of a solid map for them in terms of performance that we saw last week, and it will be very interesting to see the chemistry again between Rex and Devo. I presume they're gonna go Gecko Raze again. I can only hope. And then obviously the final map, it's not Polaris if we don't have an Icebox, because Icebox is, for some unfortunate reason, it seems to be our most picked map by a landslide in this league.
The only thing I will say is that I feel like this is going to be such an exciting sort of 3 maps. I do hope that it goes all the way, because I know Hazard JC and Cairo will definitely be very excited to cast over these ones. Can you talk to us a little bit more about Icebox? Like, who do you think will kind of prevail on that map out of the 2 of them if we do see it?
Do you know what I miss about Icebox? I miss teams going Jet and Reyna, like the double duelist comp, because you saw some teams do that. Well, I think it was 2022, maybe 23, and for sure these guys, like when you have 2 incredible duelists, it was always the Reynas and the Jet that would carry the game. But again, obviously you have the Sages and the Harbors. I think right now that's the toss-up. It's, do you have the Sage and do you have the Harbor? Which one?
For sure. I mean, well, times have changed, so we'll see if we do have a double duelist pick come through. But in the meantime, we're going to throw to a break whilst we cook up the game in the background. We'll see you very shortly.
I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, nobody knows, no. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I
Welcome back, everybody. We are now gearing up, ready for the first matchup of the day between NXT and Sweet and Sour. Marcus, I mean, before we kind of get into Agent Select, what are your predictions for the first map?
Can I cheat and say that, you know, I've looked at the agents, or would you like me not to cheat, and would you like me now to lie?
Lie to me.
I'm gonna lie. Okay. I think potentially we will see a Raze, a Sky. Oh, wait 1 second. We have a. Can I just point this out? They are on attack first, so they no longer have a Viper. Obviously, because of the changes, they've gone attack side first, but they've chosen to opt into Cypher and Deadlock.
This is wild. I mean, of course, we know that Bully has been kind of going on to those controller roles, but to see Maxim on this Deadlock, I think that's bold, and it could pay off because, you know, expect the unexpected, but I don't know if Sweet and Sour will be expecting this one.
I feel like Maxim is the one that always gets given the odd agent, right? Because we've seen him touch on the Omen, we've now seen him on the Deadlock, and then obviously we saw him on the Yoru as well. I think that was on Sunset, I believe, when he played Yoru. So I feel like he's just like, okay, what cool agent can we chuck into the team? It doesn't matter who's playing it, let's think of the agent first. Right, I don't know, bang, Deadlock. Maxim, it's you.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's not long until we find out how this Deadlock is played and if they are used successfully. I'm going to hand you over to our favourite casters, Hazard JC and Cairo.
Oh, you've gone from second favourite to favourite. We're moving up in the world, Cairo, and we're heading on into this first map between an NXT, which are hopefully trying to do the same. They have made one change to the lineup that they previously used in Split 1. However, it's a Deadlock coming in the place of a Viper, and I don't know how you feel about that.
I mean, it's a bit of a, I don't want to call it too strange because we see Deadlock resurfacing or surfacing in the meta hazard, but all in all, it's pretty strange because there's no real precedent for a Viper to be switched out for a Deadlock. Usually it would be the Cypher that does that role, the lurking role traditionally of a Viper.
Yeah, I feel like we do see a bit of the overlap in terms of that A scaling utility that we typically get, and I'm wondering how exactly those pieces fall into place, because it typically was Bully before that we saw playing the Viper and actually doing that for them. So yeah, it's a change of pace. Again, I agree with what Marcus said, and if you actually listen to the interview which we had from Bully last week, he was saying that it's usually between Maxime and Raymond that these kinds of compositional differences do get cooked up, so he likes to put himself in these positions. It's not just that he's forced onto it, and actually it's the rest of the team that are usually confused as to what exactly these choices mean for them.
Yeah, and I can imagine it'll all fall into place for them. This isn't just like off a whim or whatever. There'll be clear plans. But the thing is though, Hazard, the one thing that I've got to say, we saw Sweet and Sour play Split last week, and we've seen them play it all of Split 1. This is a great map for Sweet and Sour. So will this be a mistake for NXT to pick into it?
Yeah, the big talking point about this one is that Heartbeat will be coming in place of Affen now for Sweet and Sour, and I said it yesterday when it was formally announced, I couldn't think of a player who sets up and organizes their teams any different stylistically than what we saw from Sweet and Sour last time. You know, in the interview that I had with him, he said that they just love to create chaos and he's more of a controlled kind of guy. So we'll have to see how exactly this one pans out. Two early front runners facing again in the second match week of the regular season. Both have started strong this time around, but both have also made changes. Sweet and Sour continuing their split under new leadership as they begin life now without their old IGL.
Yeah, but is this role changes enough for NXT to really push themselves towards the playoff spots? The first two get direct qualification to that, or will Sweet and Sour continue the form?
You have to remember NXT with a 4-2 record since these last faced against one another in the regular season. 5-4 for Sweet and Sour. It's been a little more of a bumpy road, playoffs included, and that's how exactly this one's going to start. Rex on the duel list this time, opening up the B site.
You can already see the Deadlock utility being used. There was a lineup for Heaven, and now they're using the barrier mesh to block out in towards CT. This is going to be a real issue for the Pistols to try and break out.
Sweet and Sour did struggle with their retakes against Apina. One of the issues there cited was the composition they were up against. Already you're seeing that Deadlock utility have value. And in terms of coming back through, it's the Skies which are denying most of it. Bully finds the kill onto Tempo, but there's still a smoke up in the site, and Maximin, with the rest of his team dealing with that threat, it finishes flawless.
It's a great way to start out. It's obviously, starting on the attack as a split can be notoriously difficult to break out of that. And already you see the implementation of the deadlock and how strong these post plants actually are.
I mean, even combined with the Cypher as well, we've gone from double controller to double sentinel. Not something which you see all too often. Again, I already spoke about Apina. Their Sunset comp also does function the same way. NXT finding that important pistol round though. Attack side, of course, more difficult to try and make work. Heartbeat not revealed and still has the smoke to play around with here.
NXT just playing the patient game. They know that Sweet and Sour can easily catch themselves off guard. Especially since you've got Heartbeat holding up close with a shorty.
You saw Transformer as well place that first cage outside of A, intermittently checking the cam, seeing if anyone's getting aggressive on that side of the map. But Sweet and Sour very passive here. It's actually Famzam through middle that goes down first. Transformer elsewhere. And, well, this should be information towards Sweet and Sour that the A side of the map, more often than not, is going to be vacant when the Cypher is elsewhere.
Time ticking away, focusing themselves now towards mid and maybe through one of the other extremities of the map. Heartbeat still has that shorty, and the players of NXT head towards Heaven on A.
Yeah, you're seeing Transformer get back into position here as well, has the cam for all the clearing. It's on Devo to ensure that Rex can get into position here. The Sky Flash clearing out ramp. Tempo on the opposite side and still uncleared.
Oh no, he's just unlucky. There's still a player on site though. It is Ticey with a bucket. He just can't quite get the kill that he was looking for to finish this off. Now stuck between a really tough spot and will get taken out. Spike finally going down. And the rest of the players trying to get close in towards site. The shorty not working up at that range, and now it's up to Creamy on a classic. And it would have to be something really special. It was to be a win of a round. It is just going to be a couple of kills as a consequence of what happened.
Yeah, 3 rifles making it through into the next. No real complaints if you're NXT about how this one has started. And again, those role spots seem to be working pretty well. Detail which I had failed to notice when Maxim was absent from that first map is that not only have they changed over some of these roles from, you know, what we saw in Split 1 to last week and their debut performance against, you know, comic rivals formulation, is that he's now the IGL of this team as well. Transformer's taken a step back, you know, in many senses, is now playing the Cypher instead. Devo off the duel list. And in the year and a month that you've seen these guys together, he's always been in that role. You know, even back to the very beginning of Human Tripwires.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, Hazza. It's like, it feels like a real breath of fresh air, you know. We're starting to see a new look for them, and it's working, right? Like, when you start to see the successes come off the back of it, this is what we expect NXT to be like, a lot more dominant. First 2 rounds have been fairly easy, fair enough they lost 2 on the last one, but other than that, I mean, nobody was mistaken or believed that Sweet and Sour would be able to come back into this one.
Either Heartbeat is laser focused back in his first official, or the cam's frozen up. It's one of the two. I'm liking that Transformer has literally just taped the jersey to his wall as well. It's nice to sort of look around some of these rooms and what the vibe is.
Yeah.
Rex in a different part of the kitchen to what we saw last time. We can't see the Liquid Open trophy behind him, of course, in the off-season. I think that's really what got us to expect NXT's slash Human Tripwires to come into this season with, you know, a bit better of a performance than what we ended up getting, which was them missing out on playoffs.
I mean, the expectation for this roster was to be second place through both the splits and being our play-ins candidate for Ascension. Not only that though, I think this is because it's been a long time coming, right? Like, you look towards the last year when NXT or ex-E-Masters, oh my god, there's so many names this roster's been under. But like at that moment in time, like they challenged Apex towards the end of the split. They had good showings from game to game. Could never quite get the kind of reach the finish line. So you're now starting to think like, was this NXT's chance missed? I mean, obviously the missed points and how the playoffs work, there is still a chance for them to make those Ascension play-ins.
It's a real serious chance too, because you only need the play-in for playoffs to make the playoffs to make the play-ins. It's the way that it works. Yeah, they should still have enough, considering the fact that they ended up 6th out of 8. Decent enough points tally, keep yourself in the conversation. And again, the top 2 teams from the second split automatically qualify anyway, so discounting Apex, yeah, you would hope to be in that position, and beating a sweet and sour type will certainly send you on your way.
I think I was going to say, I think historically 3 wins is enough to get you in towards at least the 6th spot.
Yeah. And again, like, if you can double up on that, I think they'll be in a good enough position. It is actually the former frontman Devo that we are just waiting for right now. Couple of PC issues, NXT plagued by them again, and not really the situation you want to be in either after you've just won 2 rounds, because they would have been hoping to channel some of that momentum. At the same time, it works both ways. Sweet and sour yet to pick up a round. And to go back and speak about the organizations which have taken over the tripwires on several occasions, you know, since joining NXT, they've only lost 2 officials, Cairo, which is crazy to me. And it's not just from the organizational perspective that we see the motivation for these guys. I mean, again, Bully was saying it last week. They've been working longer days, putting in more effort, more hours, just to get the results that they wanted, because they weren't happy with the performance last time. And I think that's a fair assessment of their split. I mean, even him personally saying we shouldn't be losing to teams like Apina. And when you actually consider the experience that they have in comparison, yeah, I really think they should be.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard, that's the thing though, like, NXT's expectations and what they're able to achieve, like, they're going to have to be putting in those longer hours, those more frequent days, you know? Like, you have to, if you feel as if you're at a loss, so you need to do more to try and wrangle that back. Anyway, back to it. The first rifle round for Sweet and Sour. Not only that though, Hazard, you've got to look at NXT's bonus here, and it's a fairly healthy one.
Yeah, it is. 3 of those rifles make their way through a 4th purchase. NXT leaning more towards the left-hand side of the map, but Sweet and Sour will be there to greet them in garage.
TV's either side. It's Heartbeat to win out against Bully. That's the first engagement between the 2. NXT immediately are pivoting towards mid, but Tempo on the other side of the map has got his opposite number, Hazard. It's kind of falling apart.
They've read that there's a huge gap here towards middle because of those players on main side, tower left open, and the nade to just keep Tempo held in place as they dig out the rest of the site. Will be a 5 versus 3, so NXT need to find some kind of proactivity here, and it should come through Devo in heaven.
I think they have just seen Devo off the back of Creamy's dog. At the same time, though, there's a little disconnect between the site players and Devo playing out on main, which is something S&S can try and manipulate.
Yeah, both deadlock sensors are up, so the choke being held. Devo still free to roam, but Paranoia invested, ramp taken, and backpedaling straight in towards the trapwire means that he, the human trapwire, is gone himself. The head of the snake now lost, and the IGL elect Maxime can only take 1 kill with him before falling out of the round as well. So Sweet and Sour recover quite nicely after the break-in play. It's 4 players left standing as they get their first on the board.
Yeah, Chanformer caught out on the luck. You also see the really aggressive Heartbeat, which you don't tend to see too often. Maybe just filtering into the Sweet and Sour play still, you know?
Yeah.
But not only that, though, like, it was a nice retake. They composed themselves. They reset before they hit the retake, and you could see the priorities. They knew that there was a player out on ramp and immediately looked to try and pick him up.
They've stolen Heartbeat away, tied him down, and injected him with the S&S serum. He was known for flashy plays before, but in moderation, as all good things are.
Yeah, and usually supported.
was in that situation as well. 2 players behind him. This time it's isolated fights in mid taken. Devil with a quick trade. FamZam gone for what feels like a 3rd round in a row.
Tessie just smoked off, couldn't help out his teammate. NXT again, they love to play this slow game. And you can see them already looking to go back towards more of a default, seeing if there's any reaction from Sweet and Sour, and there is. It's actually dogging out main and Heartbeat's following it.
Yeah, I was a little harsh on FamZam there. He has lost that mid-duel a couple of times though, and it was left completely open last time. So the main point is that NXT have managed to make this early dent. It's what they do with it here, though. They've still got the numbers. It's a 4 versus 4, and Sweet and Sour starting to re-clear towards Garage. And again, it's Heartbeat, the tip of this spear.
Yeah, she was. They never broke the Cypher cam on A, so they know that they can gamble towards this side of the map.
30 seconds
NXT
left.
do not know that they're walking into a trap here, Hazard. Bully's the only one towards main.
And the B-hole does live and die on the shoulders of Garage. Bully sending the paranoia in. The rest of the team already so far ahead of the curve. Maxim with the annihilation. We haven't seen too much value from Deadlock Ult so
10
far in the
seconds left.
split. As a trend which may very well continue. It's missed the mark, but Bully has managed to find both players towards main side on Ticey and Tempo to pull this one apart in the 2 versus 2.
Chan's just been chipped up, a 2v2. Bully so low after taking that double duel. It's all about this next engagement. Who can get the first one off the mark? Tempo still holding down Heaven and being patient.
Sweet and Sour trying to play this one together. As I said earlier, the big highlight was they failed to convert these kinds of situations in the retake. With a spike down, Ticey goes flying in. It's another kill from him to make it a triple back turn, and Bully will stab him between the shoulder blades. NXT sinking in a 3rd and sinking their teeth into this series.
Ticey not even thinking about where Bully could be, thinking that he's wrapped and gone back towards Heaven. Unfortunate for him, but well played from Bully, and the biggest key point in that round, Hazza, has to be his double kill on main. As you said, this push lives and dies by the Garage. And it is Bully that wins it out in the end. A disaster from Heartbeat.
Unfortunate as well, because it felt like Sweet and Sour had the right idea on how to react, when to take that space. NXT again begin this round by looking towards mid. It's been a safe haven for them so far. A happy hunting ground, and FamZam will be hoping for better luck this time. He's called for the additional support of Creamy alongside Ticey.
This time you're actually seeing Chanformer really scale up on the A side. Tempo just looking on the cam and might have just caught the foots of his opposing number, but the rest of NXT are here, and so is Sweet and Sour. That's at least 4 here.
It's going to be difficult to collapse towards that box position where Chanformer currently sits. The screen will be up, but he's continuing to take space away behind it. Joined alongside the rest of his team, Maxim holds the torch. The rest of them follow along. 4 players to come out behind the flash here, and 3 peak in unison. It's perfect. Creamy tries to volley one back.
Tempo.
A flank coming through from Tempo. He should be revealed. It's Maxim instead to get another, a 3-on-2. They continue rolling with the punches, NXT, and the A site is open for the taking at long last.
I mean, the fights were good, the idea's great, but it's a Cypher Neuro Theft that undoes it all. Heartbeat now in the clutch, has 1 smoke to work with and 2 TPs, but no flash most importantly.
Oh, just about crosses the angle before Chanformer can get a look at it. So 2 players made redundant towards tower if Heartbeat can navigate this one successfully. Instead, he walks straight into the waiting open arms of his counterpart. Bully with a shutdown and a 4th round on the board for NXT.
Keeping themselves rolling with the punches. I know I said historically Split has been defender-sided, but the current trend amongst all teams is Split starting to head more towards the attacker side. I mean, obviously, like, it's been in a map pool a long time. People are now understanding how to properly default, how to play the map. And obviously the Viper nerfs will help that.
And you can see Heartbeat bringing that controlled yet protagonistic style of play to this defender's side. Grouping up round after round with his duelist, with Creamy. Trying to instigate. With only 1 rifle in their hands, it's quickly lost, and Chanformer lays waste to the entirety of this defense. He bags them up, and sends them off into the next.
I feel as if with Transformer as well, his skill, his mechanical ability has been really lost and not appreciated enough when he's been in that IGL role. He's been really shining since he's moved into the solo Sentinel. Tempo getting a good look at how many people are there and dipping away, not wanting to stay around much longer, but now that his teammate is here to support him, he will do so. Bamzam trying to get the stinger to work, but it will not work out. A flawless round in the end.
Yeah, as clean as you like from NXT. Everything shepherded towards Transformer's direction. And I think it's important that you mention it there as well, because you can easily forget how good he is in isolation, as well as a player like Bully. So with them now both freed up onto different roles, Maxim can, you know, be that third player who can also run controller, but, you know, more of a flex this time, really. So many individuals that can lock down areas of the map.
And I think as well, this is something that NXT have posted about before, their flexibility on roles, their capability as well. And their capability to take this site. It's been fairly clean. Sweet and Sour want to play full retake.
We'll get back to that one in a bit. But as you say, so many different ways they can look to try and play it with all of the Deadlock utility here. They have the numbers this time. Previously, it was the opening 2 picks that they were missing out on, but a level playing field does somewhat feel like the scales are tilted in direction of NXT, and it's Bully first under task.
Yeah, I know, straight away, trying to get out. It's not worked out, and his Sonic Sensors has actually caught the Tempo trying to get out. CT here has it's just turned into a full assault. It's battles left, right and centre. The Annihilation finally catches one, Bamzam catching another, and it's Ticey all alone out in main trying to duel Transformer. Finally he'll get that kill, but he's in a 1 versus 1. With the time so low, you will not win this out. It's another NXT round.
NXT building so much early momentum here. You start to wonder, when will Sweet and Sour call a pause? Because they continue to be without a coach. The introduction of Hearthbeat means that, yeah, even they know that their time has been somewhat lost in the start of this game.
Yeah, I think as well, Hazza, when you see how the rounds have been playing out, how the post plants look here for NXT, you've got to be considering the prowess that they have and the kind of Sentinel department, right? You've got double Sentinel, and like you're seeing Sweet and Sour, for instance, in that last round, playing full retake, not wanting to burn utility. And that's just allowing NXT to have such a much more powerful post plant. Your Deadlock utilities ringing off. You've got Cypher trips that dogs and stuff are being caught in. It's such a difficult problem for Sweet and Sour to try and manoeuvre.
The setup has been brilliant, like you say. And that's one of the reasons why we've seen Sweet and Sour at the start of some of these rounds try and take some space early and win outright. You know, it was Transformer under duress, but he easily dealt with that one. And to come back onto what I was saying before, even when this roster had Dutchy in it, there was so much flexibility. You know, he was the one constantly being shifted onto different roles. And we thought that Maxim would be, you know, the de facto controller player. And actually, instead, it's looking a lot better when he's, you know, on a Yoru, on a Deadlock, on whatever he pleases, to be honest. So,
yeah, and it's a player
comfortability looking good so far.
Well, we're seeing a lot more aggressive this time. Transformer knows that 3 players are towards this side of the map, and that's exactly why NXT have pressed the go button. They're hitting towards B, the Seeker's being used to clear out the site.
Oh, corralled straight into the Cypher setup. Famsam only on a Sheriff. But Tempo with a Judge inside a cage and still 2 trips yet to be crossed. It's a nice opening pick to walk away with. Sweet and Sour looking a little bit weaker towards the A side of the map after that opening engagement. Tice even throwing out the nade to try and get out of harm's way.
This is good mid-round info for the Sweet and Sour. They know that 2 players are in mid and 1 at either extremity, so they're now starting to look to see if they can find that pick onto Transformer. The Viper's pit being used to dissuade NXT from going any further up mid.
2 ultimates invested as well. It's the Neural Theft to confirm positioning and a consolidation with the pit, like you said. NXT will be grouping up for another A play, but Tempo can still hold up the B side. You can even call in a rotation as well here. They're happy to just levy the numbers against NXT when given the opportunity.
And the health is not bad here. There's half armor on most of the players and a second rifle after being picked up on Rex. And 4 players for Sweet and Sour here.
Look at the time, 15 seconds, Cairo. This one has just ticked all the way down, unbeknownst to any of the guys in the server, and it could all fall onto Tyce's shoulders to deny this one. Spike needs to be planted. Devo must commit, but he's out in the open, and he's gone, as is FamZam. Heading for the hills, knowing that the thrifty round will flash up on his screen, making for a second Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, but it's Sweet and Sour that dictate the pace early doors with that triple push. Well, it was a double push with it supported by the Sky, right? You saw Heartbeat and Ticey sending it towards A main. NXT, they immediately and correctly start to head towards B. That should be where less of the players are, but you're heading into the Cypher setup. Rex gets caught disconnected from the rest of the team, picked up easily, and from there on in, S&S invest the ultimates correctly and get the round.
NXT perhaps thinking the Cypher setup would be elsewhere. Rex this time, clear skies ahead for him to send in the showstopper. Available on both sides. Ticey will be thinking about this in the retake, but again, NXT given time to set up in post.
That's the issue. Will they clear out main? This is where Bully got a couple from last time. You can see FamZam's just noting that and holding the smoke in case he tries to burst out.
With a dark cover up, he could be either side of it. It's a difficult clear. Ticey straight up in the air. 2 kills, the rest are blind. This could be huge, and it will. Sweet and Sour bring the house down onto NXT, and Bully estranged from the rest of his squad. Means that they will double up and continue to close that gap.
Has a Sweet and Sour are such a powder keg of a roster. I mean, we spoke about it so often, the mechanical ability, their ability to just claw rounds out of nowhere, but they had that set up. They knew that Ticey was going to be able to do that. The paranoia sets it up beautifully. Like, look at this replay. The flash just comes in perfectly. Ticey's able to get one more, and the rest of the roster's there to support him. It's absolutely unreal.
A much better retake from Sweet and Sour. You see the supportive utility of Heartbeat in there as well. Again, the trifecta of players will be taking Garage early, and FamZam happy to drop back towards Vents. Doesn't want to lose his life here early.
One thing I'll say as well, has a Sweet and Sour, for the most part, the reads have been excellent, right? They look so much more coordinated. You can definitely see Heartbeat's style so far being implemented with this roster.
Yeah, it is FamZam lost again towards Vents though. Didn't have the support of anyone else. It was a fight against Rex solo. He seemed to be thriving off of those recently. In terms of opening duels, he did go -2, or -4, sorry, 10 and 14 overall last time, so a bit of a struggle point for him. Neural Theft isn't going to come in at just the right time. Bully may have missed out. What is that? Bully 2 taps, taking the Mickey and the B site.
So that's not the first time we've seen Bully do this. I mean, how long were we talking about the Bully coming into Polaris last season, how good he actually was, and he's blooming thriving here. And Sweet and Sour have called it quits.
Oh man. Just little moments like that which can really shift around, and you're seeing NXT playing on confidence as well. A shockwave sent to Sweet and Sour. The rest of the team have just got to go ahead and save. NXT haven't got too much money of their own to be chasing. Can maybe afford to give up a couple of rifles here. Cam being checked, tempo known about, footsteps heard, but he'll get both. And that's where you've got to give up the ghost here if you're NXT. No more hunting to be done. Actually puts tempo 1 away from his Neural Theft as well. So still a couple of tools which Sweet and Sour will have at their disposal coming into these last couple of rounds. But again as well, I think just the way that Bully is playing this controller is kind of like the Sentinel that we had from him before. He's hanging away from everyone else, but knows that those smokes can still go up.
I think as well he's been a lot more like disciplined in the way that he's taken these fights. A couple of times before when he was on the Sentinel trying to play his timings, he would get caught off guard, but a lot of the time he's coming out with at least 2 before being traded.
Yeah, he was the Cypher in this comp before. Now Transformer, each of them have shared the Viper role as well. So much overlap. Again, But Rex on the duel list is certainly a new sight for the viewer. And again, it's been a bit hit or miss. Ticey will take him out in this round. But it doesn't feel like NXT have needed much more than just a pick or two to get in, get access. You know, there's no real follow-up, no capitalization from these early fights.
Another thing, Hazard, again, it's NXT setting up this post plan once again.
Cover going out.
Again, it's going to be difficult to come through. You can't take your time, you can't walk through, or else you'll be a sitting duck to get picked up, and that's exactly the case if you get picked up by the Sonic Sensor as well.
Yeah, stun fans across all of backside, and NXT do exactly what is asked of them. I think a big complaint that we had of them last split as well, just casting my mind back to some of the splits that they played, the one against OnlyFins, for example, they just couldn't keep things clean in those eco rounds where people, you know, would make haymaker plays, fly in your face, make life difficult. But here, just the micro, another big issue that they had. The trade potential is always there. And even though Ticey gets one, he's tied down by the net. And actually, looking at the score sheets, he's 1 in a million. The rest not quite finding their form here in the start of Split.
The initiation from Deadlock, GrabNet being used a few times to try and get players on. We've even seen it last round, finding Ticey.
It's a fun combo with that TP towards Garage as well, because usually you see the combination with the Sky Flash. Now that it doesn't regenerate, I mean, sure, the GrabNet doesn't either, but it fully condemns anyone taking that early peak, which we've seen Sweet and Sour do a couple of times.
Bliss's cam's been used a few times by Transformer all across this half. It's the traditional one usually looks out towards screens here, Hazard, but this time round it's been used to actually watch up towards ramp, and Heartbeat has found it, destroyed it, and denied that information for Transformer.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour making the key adaptation though, adding this trap in towards mid as well. Really difficult to break. Maxim finally gets it. Rex Satchel didn't arm in time to detonate.
I've got your trail.
Sweet and Sour do now finally have the info that this area is compromised, and it's going to be a split in through B again. Bully away from the rest of his team, and well, there's nobody main this time. They are fighting on spot.
Annihilation's missed. Seekers does have the information, but they're fighting through smoke, fighting through heaven, and Tempo left all alone on site will be all supported, I guess, by FamZam and the spectator screen. Rex is continuing the tirade, and it's all up to Creamy and Heartbeat. With time so low, the spike will go down pretty easily. No worries there, but the worry for Sweet and Sour is getting back in a 4 versus 2 with all that Deadlock utility.
I mean, NXT leave it so late, but they're equally as diligent to make sure that there's absolutely no troubles. Heartbeat with a couple, but Rex finding 4. And as the half closes, the scoreline is 9-3 in favor of NXT. This has been an absolute whitewash on their own map pick, on the attack side with 2 Sentinels, no less.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're moving on towards your defensive side with 2 Sentinels. Hazard. You think about how strong a Viper and KG setup usually is on Lotus. We'll think about how strong a Deadlock and Cypher utility combo will be on Split. Again, I have to reiterate this, the chokes are so hard to break out of sometimes. This is where we're going to see Heartbeat though. This is where we're going to see his real strengths come to light. NXT were really good at mid-rounding, destroying the utility that Sweet and Sour were trying to set up. What can Sweet and Sour do?
Yeah, NXT are going to be trying to offset this balance as much as possible. Just stop Sweet and Sour from getting comfortable on this attack side whatsoever. And look, the pistol may be enough. So barrier mesh here from Maxim. Catches a quick one to the shoulder.
He did only see the Cypher though, Hazard. That's one thing to note. So like maybe just thinks it's a luck, but Creamy is still hanging out there.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour haven't really taken much space at the same time, though. You've got FamZam slowly making his way through Garage. Only just now are they going to regroup in middle. Trailblazers clearing out A side. That's caught the attention of both Rex and Debo, but that's when the peak is taken. The timing is perfect for Tempo.
Hooley's just taking a solo and Ticey's just rolling off the back of it. You've also had FamZam that's been holding on towards Garage. It's allowed all the players through. Rex being caught on the rotate. Devil's not really helping just yet. And it's buying time for this spike to go down.
Yeah, Creamy can fade into obscurity here. That shot to the back of the dome of Rex has already done enough. And Sweet and Sour pulling NXT right into their claws. In terms of the post plant, it's a lot less utility they've got to work with here, but Tempo blinded up, found 3 kills! Back to back to back! And I don't know how, but that could just be the spark which starts this attacking side.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to light a fire and set a blaze for the rest of these rounds, because there's a large gap to try and cross here. It's 9-4 now, still 5 rounds away from their opponents. Although anti-eco, he'll be able to run through them and hopefully get on towards site a lot quicker.
Yeah. I mean, again, calling to the past, NXT have made improvements.
Wait there. There's pings going out towards shop here. A trap play in mid. Are they going to send a paranoia and just send it down to try and get a player?
In terms of utility, you do have the net. The nade obviously comes up for Rex. I don't really know what the contact is to pull the pin on this one. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because Sweet and Sour should just walk into A and take full control. Something which NXT were very good at doing on the last half. But in terms of my criticisms, as we do have a little bit of time here, Chanformer losing his life on B, is that yeah, they would get an advantage like this and then just struggle to close out. And now I want to know if they've got the tenacity to do it this time, because it's not going to be easy on the defender's side either. And it may just take a round to get them up to double digits and move forward.
NXT do have 2 timeouts though if they really want to go for it to stall the momentum with Sweet and Sour. This is
it's not like they needed to make any kind of big adaptation or anything in the first half, right? Like it was very clear cut, very clearly decided.
Yeah.
As was the series the last time these two played. It was a 2-0 for Sweet and Sour. We only saw a couple of maps.
Yeah. I think NXT though will probably go to try and burn the ultimate orbs. You can already see Sweet and Sour being so progressive in how they want to hold this. Trying to pick up those ulti orbs, trying to get themselves closer to their ultimates and push themselves closer and closer to finding that gap.
I mean, Ticey should be on the hunt. The nade here could be nasty. There's nothing to really follow it up with, so instead they'll just hear these players scatter. They run into Famzam. And I was just trying to look, you know, what players does Sweet and Sour have here to try and build up some ults? It just seems to be all Ticey. He's going to take 3. Puts him well on his way to the showstopper and shouting at the screen. They can't hear you, mate, but they certainly feel that one.
By the way, while it's 9-5 and a 9-3 half, Ticey is 17-10. 18-year-old who's been towards the top echelons of the ACS, the kills department. He's such a talented young guy.
Yeah. You know who he reminds me of a little bit?
Who?
Like a Paul Gascoigne. Like, if he just focuses on the game, then...
Don't make me dislike him, man, please.
Oh, I don't know. I think the keep calm and carry on poster's doing it for me. Yeah. That has to be the mentality of here for Sweet and Sour in the second half. Running into Chanformer. He'll get no damage from the setup and the first trap is gone. Starts to make this Viper Wall a bit of an issue because they can create pressure there, and Rex is going to move a little more forth-facing towards tower as well.
I like this. Tempo's called a couple of players over because the barrier mesh has actually decided to break. Now Famzam's creating a bit of pressure on B main.
Yeah.
NXT haven't really reacted off the back of that though.
You can see what the posture is here. Pressure towards A, using Ticey and Creamy's utility, and then start to wrap back around through middle. The spike is already gearing up in Garage.
Look at the
You've
map.
got Tempo right in the middle as well, and it's starting to work because NXT are calling those players over, and it's only Chanformer left to his own devices.
Yeah, there is still the Cypher set up though, so he's getting the information and the players are coming back now. Tempo in a 1v2 on heaven, and it's just not worked out at all. All the rifles, all the players are being fought and being won by NXT, and again Maxime will just run and gun. Spike being attempted, 15 seconds. This is going to be difficult as all the players of NXT start to circle and start to kill. It will be flawless in the end.
Yeah, just flooding the site, circling their prey. And the killing blow is instinctive, flawless. in the first gun round to reach double digits. And, you know, no real sweat off the brow here for NXT. So, again, another test passed with flying colours. And that's what you've got to ask of these guys. Because, again, if we do see them as being one of the front runners in the competition, you need to put in performances against Sweet and Sour. And the inverse is, if they want to separate themselves from the chasing pack, Sweet and Sour, you need to start delivering more consistent performances. Because again, since these two played each other last, the record for them is 5-4. It was towards the latter stages of the regular season they struggled last time. Losses in the early season here could make matters worse, and Bully's already found the first.
That spike as well. Ticey's trying to get the spike, has done so, and actually supported by Halfbeat. Tempo on the other hand, this is such a nice timing.
They have no idea about tempo.
Or do they?
Starting to guess it now, and the adjustment from Rex is perfect. The kill which could make all of the difference in this round of all rounds when the rifles are still up. Creamy sidestepping, the Boombot, the Trailblazer, not quite clearing the tuck, but they'll know about it now. He's gone wide, and the shots won't land either. Ticey with a questionable transfer. Still, not going to be enough for them here, and NXT on the warpath to closing out their own pick.
Yes, and I think the saving grace for Sweet and Sour here is this was NXT's pick, right? They might have saw something from last week that they thought, right, splits our map, let's go and take it to Sweet and Sour. And it's just been levels, to be honest, with NXT and Sweet and Sour.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing for Sweet and Sour, right? Like you said, the callback to the Apina game, they won that 13-6. You would have felt confident here. Same composition that they're playing as well, no changes made, but all the easier for NXT to read into. They were speaking about how involved Raymond has been as well with preparing them. You know, even last week against Formulation, going into a map which the Norwegian Org hadn't lost in 13 recent appearances, they said, yeah, okay, we know how to beat them. We actually feel confident to play this one. So they're sticking to their strengths. Bully even bringing out the op here. It's a missed shot, but he can get away scot-free.
I think the other aspect towards this has it. It's just Sweet and Sour. Are they starting to maybe not have enough prac with Halfbeat? Is there maybe some disconnected? It doesn't seem so. A lot of the timings and stuff has been great, but perhaps there just isn't that full cohesion within the roster. Ticey, though, has put a key into the lock and turned it, but NXT look to close the door in their faces. It's up to Transformer, though, in a 1v3. They won't even get the first.
No chance for Transformer, and no reaction from Sweet and Sour. Not much to be celebrating at this point in time. It is a hill to climb. 5 rounds which separate the two teams. And a big round for them to win as well. When you actually look at the money, it wasn't a full investment. You didn't have the best weapons to be attacking that with, but another double kill from Ticey's Showstopper makes all of the difference for them here. Into that retake, the players that he can drop, the missing utility from Maxim.
This is a nice spot.
Available this time. Not triggered by the Trailblazer either, it's shot out early.
Yeah. Ticey somehow gets that pick even though the sonic sensor goes off, but they've traded Famzam for Maxim. Pretty impactful because that's the Viper off the board. That wall will be able to stay down and allow NXT to have a lot more safety, that there is no luck coming out being made.
A lot of players A side of the map. Rex moving over after using the rocket, and yeah, actually as well, decent time for Devo to invest the Seekers, get a better idea of what exactly is going on. They know of the mid presence now. Only one of the possessed cabbages heads in that direction, but there's 3 players backing this up, and Halfbeat with his ult as well can afford to stay towards A.
Players now looking to head towards Transformer, and is actually trying to find a way to head in and hide out towards Garden. Tempo's not looked, and the trigger discipline's great from Transformer. 3 now, and it's a 1v2 now for Creamy Dreamy with 20 seconds left. Trying to bait out a peek, uses up the paranoia, and now we're into 1v1 against Bully.
Spike planted.
Oh, he had Bully's own smoke to use, but sidestepped for himself. 3 kills go Creamy's way. And the gap continues to close between these teams. Ticey involved. Smiles on the faces. Timeout NXT. Finally realizing that something needed to be done. And hey, I thought here Transformer had done more than enough. But
yeah,
1 versus 3 for Creamy. Not a problem.
But again, it's the patience from Creamy. Tapping the spike. You see the paranoia comes through, so he's waiting to have the next peak of the first player. Collects that, and then straight away gets the spike down, waiting for Bully to try and come to him. All in all, but I think like NXT just missed the mark entirely.
Yeah, the swing and a miss. Last couple of rounds have been a real difficulty, but now a little bit more of a chance to stabilize. With Raymond involved, of course, he was in the server last time out. And again, a key part of the puzzle when you look at how they're setting up through this deadlock as well. Maybe trying to get Maxim a little bit more involved in this defense, because you saw the utility get triggered towards mid. They tried to play off the back of it, but Sweet and Sour just kept away in corners, and it didn't really turn out as they would have hoped. This round,
I could use a drop.
a free hit, not much to go off of. Just pistols.
Can try something crazy, look to expose a weakness. It looks like Sweet and Sour know that something could be up. Heartbeat already tipping away, but no, it fancies his chances, and what shot from Devil.
Hey, NXT are probably one of the best Sheriff teams that we have in this region. Second, I say, only to Sweet and Sour, and we'll have to see if they can give them a taste of their own medicine here. Devo's already got the first Rex reloading. Tempo taking all the names. Ticey smells blood in the water. He wants a chance at it as well. Transformer getting one of his own. That's going to be it. Still 3 players knocked down by NXT. Won't be enough to convert the round.
Yeah, but it's only, while it's a decent amount and you're doing damage to Sweet and Sour's economy, there's still plenty in the pockets for them to keep going, right? So what did they realistically get off the back of that? What information did we get in terms of Sweet and Sour's setup across the map? They identified that maybe attacking mid could be a weakness, but they're not going to go for it this time round. Leaning heavier towards A with a deadlock utility.
That's a play that must have been cooked up. You have to be thinking about what your win conditions here are in the end game. Creamy kept at arm's length. Ult coming in, it's going to snag Tempo. Util combo off the back of it. Creamy just on the edge, but Bully finishing off what Maxim started.
Yeah,
they call it the B play for this.
Yeah, exactly, because there's so many players towards the A side. Has a Transformer, does have the op and will miss out, and you're still missing out. Creamy Dreamy towards the A side of the map. Everyone from NXT is here though.
Sweet and Sour have just frozen. They're looking for any kind of an advantage, but also hoping that they can bake in the idea to NXT. There are players elsewhere. It is a facade which will swiftly lower. Sure, Famzam gets 2, but it's another Creamy 1 versus 3 required. No spike on his back this time. Well aware of how disciplined can NXT be in this position. Well, it's not going to matter because Bully and Rex have taken him down quickly and removed any opportunity from the equation.
Guaranteed overtime has it. If we do get to that point, but Sweet and Sour, they just get caught off guard so badly by the utility combos. What was that? You had the barrier mesh combined with the annihilation, combined with the kind of grab net and raise nade. It was beautiful, man. It was actually so gorgeous.
I mean, look, the dog couldn't go anywhere, so the players were stuck, and it's more importantly, Bully peeking off the back of it to actually just lock in that first kill. force the reaction out from Sweet and Sour. Much more direct this time. Pace change towards the tower. An eviction notice posted NXT's way, and well, that's not going to stop anyone but Slenderman, and he's not in the server right now.
Here's Maxime, mate. He's been taken out straight away. Viper's pit to stop anyone getting towards Heaven. A difficult retake from NXT, even though they'd have lost 2 players.
Loving this pit towards Heaven as well. It doesn't spread too far towards the site itself or anything of the sort, but it'll be enough to show NXT out. Sweet and Sour proving that they can, you know, just shift how they are setting up in a matter of moments, which is exactly what NXT did to them in the previous round. Again, of the 3 chances that they've got left now, it's not going to take much to be that difference, and I think that's the big thing that we've got to be thinking about here. Sweet and Sour pick up 1.
I think this is what Sweet and Sour are so good at, though, is the pace switch-ups. How many times do you see them defaulting, taking their time across the map, and then like they just flick a switch and they're in front of you? Ticey's double satchels have been so consistent throughout this full year. Just getting in people's faces, making them uncomfortable, and then you've got the rest of the team to back them up.
Yeah, something else which has looked good for Ticey, which we're only just getting now, is his operator. Even on the attack side, shouldn't expect to see him satcheling in with that one in his hands. So I'm wondering how it factors into how Sweet and Sour play here, because you have to remember, he was also IGL, so you'll probably see him calling a lot of these quicker rounds, and it'll be Heartbeat leading the slower pace ones, the defaults, how exactly those are going to set up. Because we remember, even when Affan was in the team, you had like 2-3 players making decisions, and while Ticey this time is incisive. Bully's gone from B. Maxim left to pick up the pieces solo.
Yeah, you pick up the pick there, Hazard. The reaction now to walk down mid. Creamy's the only one there. Oh, Heartbeat's actually down in sewers holding the cross.
Couple of angles to think about. Crossfire established. Rex removing the first. Devo clipped away at his heels, but no damage taken. No love lost between the two in this fiery affair.
I was going to say, you can see NXT really worried about the Viper wall and the lurk off the back of it. It's wasted 2 pieces of utility just by going up. That's the dog and the barrier mesh now. NXT still heavier towards B, but they look to hit in towards the Cypher setup.
Yeah, 2 players towards mid spotted. Tempo having the cross from vents. Rotation coming spawn side, however. Players getting revealed by Chanformer's trapwires. Rex able to get that pick onto Tempo. So yeah, the ramp control is now lost. Not unless Creamy can do something about it. He's wrapping back around, but you've got Chanformer on site. Ticey with a showstopper. 2 players walk into it again. Another explosive addition. Maxim clambering back, and nothing can be said of it. 12-10. Heart-wrenching stuff. Famzam feels it, as do all of Sweet and Sour, because they're still in this game.
Hazard, they're in by the skin of their teeth, though. I mean, I would love to see replays of just Ticey's showstopper. I think that's 3 or 4 times now that he's got at least
3
2.
times.
It's crazy,
3 times
man.
He's got a double kill. It's ridiculous, the conversion rate that he's getting. And here, even with that first pick, Sweet and Sour losing numbers early in quite a number of these rounds, but finding ways to get back into it on site. The trades have looked a little better than NXT. A major asset of their first half.
Back towards a slow round for Sweet and Sour. You can see NXT maybe just a bit scared of peeking into Ticey's op.
Yeah.
Already, Rex just saw the gun barrel and is dipping away towards A Heaven.
He's already spotted the shoulder of the mirror matchup. Operator brought this time. Tempo trying to fake with the cage, but NXT have 2 players in front. Now he's got to make a decision, opting not to find that fight for himself. Sweet and Sour already with the whole of mid under their control.
Yeah, and the setup so far from NXT is not to even encounter mid, it's just about holding the exits from it. And that's exactly here when you see so many players towards Heaven. It's a nice flash, but Heartbeat will get the trade.
Yeah, it's Rex that goes as well. One of those rifles is lost. Chanformer able to pick it back up, but immediately goes down next. It's the Sheriffs that are doing the heavy lifting. Dead
One
weight.
enemy remaining.
NXT put Sweet and Sour on their back, as Creamy will need to with another 1 versus 3. It's the A site. Familiar territory for him with the spike going down. And a single flash left to try and use.
Something I'm going to say though, Hazard. We've seen Creamy Dreamy on an A site before. One of the biggest highlight clips, fair enough, it was with a sheriff. The Seeker's being returned, and they're all known about for Creamy, so he can reposition where he wants.
Devo's got the dog here too, and even Bully the ultimate. Make sure there's nobody on the site. Creamy takes the timing. Huge capitalization. There's no real util you can use here. You just got to peek him dry. And with the face coming in, NXT face their opponents and they get their revenge in this first map of the series. And with a thrifty round, no less, they will be locking in Split.
Yeah, I think that's a disappointing one for Sweet and Sour in the end. All in all, like, it was a great map. It was probably the most classic Split map you could have seen because it was all one-sided on either side of the half. You can see Raymond just debriefing the boys, just telling them, like, look, good job, but some of that was a bit dodgy. Epilay TPing in. Ticey's actually topped that leaderboard as well, 27 kills.
Yeah, but I mean, you look on the flip side, 20 for Bully, 18 Maxim, 16 then Rex just behind them as well. And you can see with the changes made, NXT certainly having improved on their performance last split. From the maps that we had last time, the closest was a 13-10, but they were on the receiving end. And that was a second map when they'd had a chance to really get themselves into gear. Sweet and Sour need to do the same this time because they are the ones which trail. And to start off the season, the split in this kind of fashion, to have to go to a deciding map to win either series with, what, Apina last week taking one off them as well, it's not quite the look that we were hoping to see from them. What can they do? We'll have to find out with the analysts breaking it all down after this brief intermission.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was a lucky one, but I was just fooling myself, fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So if it's gonna take all night, don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat, shit.
Welcome back to Polaris. Of course, we were graced with a fantastic first game and NXT have come out on top. Marcus, we were very much enjoying a lot of that gameplay here behind the scenes. We made so many notes because so much happened that we want to run down and talk a little bit more about. But yeah, how did you find that game?
Yeah, I mean, the game was super exciting. I'll be honest, I didn't think it was going to go, you know, to the full extremes. And then also, when you look at both of the teams, there were so many highlights from many of the players. Obviously, we will talk about them in depth a bit later, but we have Ticey with all the results. Again, we have Famzan with a couple of 2Ks like that. And then we also have Bully. He was fantastic in B main, just like kind of holding the extremities, not being able to, you know, B push and give up B main. And then obviously we also had Creamy with, you know, it was a nice clutch. Obviously we thought Rex maybe made a mistake by walking out quite early, but looking at the scoreboard like this, Bully, I think he deserves to be at the top meg from some of the plays he made from B main.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not the first to kind of make this pun, but Bully was definitely bullying B main, and I think, you know, he did so well to maintain the control of B main in the first half, especially avoiding those pinches on the retakes with that 2K. I think it was on round 4, and of course not allowing them to take that space and that map control in B main was definitely a really good part of NXT's first half.
But obviously we talk about NXT, and yes, they won, but you can't forget about Ticey, right? And we do have his highlights to show you guys, and he dropped, what, 27 kills? We'll show his stats very soon, but it was plays like this. Look at that. It was nearly, well, I mean, obviously it was a beautiful Omen flash behind screen, but it was nearly a beautiful 4K, and you have to give credit where credit is due, right? And I say this so many times, if Ticey doesn't perform, Tempo is always there to back him up, and if it's usually the other way around, if Tempo's not performing, Ticey's there. And look, Ticey, he was there that game, 330 ACS, and still lost the game. I mean, we see people have some phenomenal games made, even in the VCT level, and yet they still lose. It just goes to show that Valorant is more than just if one person pops off, you win.
Yeah, and I think, you know, of course, adding up Ticey's results, there were 3 2Ks. He found at least 2 off the back of his results, and I think he really showed us how well that he does play on that duelist role, especially Raze on Split. And it's so funny that you kind of talk about Tempo as well, that if Ticey is maybe not performing, then Tempo steps in, but they did both show up, and it's, you know, quite surprising that despite them both coming through and performing really well, that S&S didn't quite, you know, find their feet soon enough to come back a little bit sooner, maybe take a few more rounds on the defensive half to stop NXT kind of finding that lead early on.
Yeah, and also I know we hyped up Halfbeat as well before the game and how he has some, you know, some shoes to fill. It wasn't the greatest performance from him, I'm not going to lie. It wasn't. Obviously, he's IGLing. It's a new team. We don't know how long he's been practicing. We don't know how quick that they knew Aethon was going to be leaving. And look, it was his warm-up, right? It was kind of his warm-up with this team, and potentially going into their map pick, it might be a little bit better. But enough about Sweet and Sour. Let's have a quick look, okay, at round 7, because a lot of this game evolved around retakes, and obviously you mentioned how quick some of the retakes were, but we'll just look at this. This is a very quick retake from Sweet and Sour, right? But this is when Maxim uses Deadlock to the best he ever could. You have the ult to delay. He's then just, again, look, it's all about delay, right? Chan was delaying in main. Maxim finds 3 on site, and it's super simple for him. As long as you trap someone in that ult, and then you have a 1v1 with the other person, as long as you win that 1v1, you're probably going to win the round.
really honestly props to Maxim, because I think a lot of the time in gameplay on Split, when you see them take that A site, you kind of want them to reposition and have a lot more than just A site to work with. And S&S was so quick on those retakes that sometimes NXT didn't have the time to reposition. So you would kind of sit there and think, are they going to get pinched here? Are they going to get pushed and not win out that retake? But they were so good at still isolating those fights. And a lot of that did come down to Maxim for me, kind of using that deadlock utility. And I did mention to Marcus as well, with the deadlock role, I feel like because it's not favored, maybe Sweet and Sour didn't necessarily know how to deal with that deadlock utility. But also, I think Maxim had something to prove. I think he kind of wanted to go into this and be like, you know what? You all don't think that deadlock is the right pick here. I'm going to prove you wrong. And I think with that extra confidence coming in to this, to kind of prove everyone wrong, Maxim did indeed prove us all wrong.
Yeah, and we'll keep on the topic of retakes. We also have round 9 retake, which is another one from the side of Sweet and Sour. And again, I want to mention, like you told me while we were watching that, these retakes are so fast. I think for NXT, it's difficult for them to kind of process what they want to do, and it was this Ticey replay, right? You have the incredible Omen blind behind the electrical screen. Ticey finds pretty much 4, it gets stolen, and then he finds the 5th as well like this, because they know that there's usually always 1 playing in main, right? And if you kill 4 on site, it's most likely going to be a main player last alive. It's, again, just such a beautiful retake from them, and I'm still surprised that they didn't get more than 10 rounds, because there were so many good highlights from Sweet and Sour, and it just seems that obviously, yes, 2 or 3 of them kind of didn't really show up.
Yeah, I do think NXT, they didn't really start to show those mistakes until the second half.
Yeah.
You know, I did speak to you as well about how kind of like Devo and Rex, they clung to each other like glue, and those trades in the first half, you know, Rex would kind of find one on site and then get insta traded out. And I think in the second half was really when we saw the pressure kind of start to hit NXT, and we saw a couple of times that despite them being together, they would push in solo through a smoke or just jump out of heaven. But yeah, we have still so much to come, and of course we are heading to Lotus, which is map number 2, so we're going to be heading over there next, and it will be really interesting to see because NXT have played this, they played this last week, if they kind of again are successful on it, and I'm intrigued to see what Sweet and Sour kind of go for, because they haven't played it since Split 1, so it will be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they played it last week, right, against Formulation Gaming, and it was the opening to Split 2, and it was 13-8 to NXT, and again, it's interesting because it being their first week on the role changes, and also they're on the back foot of this series last week because they were down 0-1 after using their coach, and it was their map pick they lost. But Devo had a fantastic game on Gecko. He went 21-13, and as a potentially, I
knew you were going to talk about yourself.
But I was
like, he's itching to say he's a Gecko main.
It's more a Gecko and not myself, right? It's nice to see Gecko being played to a high level, right? And whenever I see Gecko utility, I'm always like hawk-eyed about it. Like, how are they throwing it? What are some of the lineups? And especially the ult. That's something I'm kind of looking forward to. Going into this next one, I just want to see how people actually maneuver Thrash around the map, because there are so many cool things you can do. So many. Well,
let's take a little look at Agent Select, because I think NXT are matching what they played last week, going into it with that Cypher, Raze, Omen, Fade, and Gecko. However, the last time we saw Sweet and Sour play this was against Apex in the Grand Finals. So they are, I think they're as well doing the exact same that they played last time, despite their loss against Apex.
Yeah, it looks very similar, obviously, apart from the fact that it's half beat on the Omen rather than Aethan. Still the same role is in-game leading. I do feel like Sweet and Sour could have the advantage here though, Meg, because I feel like playing up against the Titans that are Apex, I think it's like
you have the experience,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. You have enough information, you have enough VODs to be able to go back and look at your mistakes, right? And I think part of learning and becoming a better team is sitting there watching the game together and actually looking at what mistakes did we make. And going up against a team like Apex, there's probably going to be a few mistakes that they force you to make.
Definitely. And I mean, NXT are coming into this map with the higher win rate on Lotus. But like you said, Sweet and Sour, we know that they are capable. We know that they are strong, and they proved themselves in Split 1. So here we go. Let's throw to Hazard JC and Cairo and get Lotus started.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is the first Lotus that we're going to be getting out of Sweet and Sour so far this split. And in terms of composition, well, they're going to match NXT for any firepower that they have.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that we saw Sweet and Sour on this map, they had a really good performance against Apex. Fair enough, that was in the grand finals, as Megan Marcus have already talked about, but it's all about how can they bring that into this split, right? There's been a little time off, has there been anything else cooked up, something different, or is this going to be another easy anti-strat for NXT?
That's something that we're going to have to find out. They began their comeback here, of course, against that infamous now series against Hookahs that we remember seeing in Play Week 4, the one which ended out on Breeze by a ridiculous sum of overtimes, of which I even forget at this point in time. But yeah, Lotus is where they managed to turn that one around, and you know, it's been a strong map for them on the whole, one which I think you would want to consider a banker, especially against NXT. We saw these guys used to play it loads when they were human tripwires. Back in the second split of last year, it was a mainstay for them. How much work have they done on it since then? Because it certainly feels like it's been a while since we saw it.
Yeah, it has been a while. And again, the question arises, what's Heartbeat's style going to be like? You've got to remember all the way back to last split when Heartbeat was with Metasport, Hazard, and I'm going to be honest, they were always outgunned, outmatched plenty of times. Well, there's plenty of firepower on this roster, so we'll have plenty of tools to put NXT to the sword.
Yeah, NXT composition-wise swap out the Viper for the Gecko. Again, making this one-for-one trade and feeling that more utility is beneficial to them in the current state of the game. This one kicking off on patch 8.08, and for NXT, we're looking at their chance now to top the table, a win that puts them near on or close by Apex. Pistol kicking off their attack side once more by getting the spike down on B.
Now, you'd think the spike's down, but it's actually been denied, has it? NXT actually, as if they've almost swapped positions with S&S, but it's S&S in the middle of sight that brawl their way to an advantage. Spike still denied, it's still down, and NXT need to cross no man's land to pick it up.
Straight back through the toxic screen, however. Those players towards Hobbit were concerned with the possibility of an A play. A re-clear, instead it comes towards Tempo. Instead he backs off, gives them link control as the plant should finally be coming in. It's been denied once more. And Creamy, with a double collection for himself, means that Sweet and Sour get off to a much better start this time.
Yeah, but that should have been a banker, Hazard. You were talking about it earlier, about bankers, and this certainly was one of them. Like, Spike was almost down. NXT just get distracted about the space that they're taking. They go too far forward, they leave the wingman open and ready to be picked up. And then from there on in, it's just Sweet and Sour brawling their way to a finish. Another thing to note, Sweet and Sour have always been good on their defense, this is, by the way, usually getting at least 5 rounds.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing as well, right? I think, you know, Heartbeat, of course, started his campaign against Sweet and Sour. This was the opening map that Metasport played. And something they've always been good at doing is creating chaos. And you see it in the utility combos that they have available to them here as well. Creamy, his first ever series played was 23-5 on that fade. But not in a position to stop them just yet. It's Tempo instead that will alleviate the spike from crossing. And, well, Creamy is in on the act as well. Rex gone, and it's just a clean-up mission. Should be simple enough here. Just the one casualty. Tempo, 4 kills that his ghost will find. Sweet and Sour deny any kind of cash bonus that NXT could have been looking for into the bonus of their own.
Halfway towards our, well, almost halfway towards our lockdown, apologies. And it's big for later in the half as we get to it. As for now, though, I mean, the C's, the combination utility, you can see that Sweet and Sour have everything down to a T. More towards the C side of the map for NXT, though. Chanform all out on his lonesome towards A.
I remember seeing Rex on the Gecko before, and it's a demo this time. The Dizzy can't do anything to clear that. Tempo shooting underneath the smoke. Rex is the one that goes, the duelist lost, and yeah, you don't really have too much gap close now. It's Fully's TPs, and well, they're missing as well.
I really like that reposition of the alarm bot to see how far up NXT actually go past Mound. Tap of the door, baiting out towards B, but you've already got Creamy to clear that out anyway. It's just a question mark on B main. Sweet and Sour not really wanting to re-clear anything, staying in their positions, which is pretty far forward on A.
Ticey continuing to jump spot. Chanformer's actually snuck the whole way under. He's done a 5-foot limbo. Heartbeat collecting that one, however, and the paranoia will chase the rest away. So another kill, untraded. Famzam with this turret is holding the cross. Maximin hears it. The smoke will help, but the poison orb, anything but, even more damage onto NXT, and they may even be thinking about saving some of these guns now. Bully walks it in. Very quickly shown out.
It looks simple. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this round. NXT just, I hate to say it, look a little bit lost. They're going across the map, trying to re-clear stuff, create like a kind of global presence across the map, and every time they do, they get caught off guard. Tempo gets the first, they walk through into A main, force the issue, they get caught there, and then it's just a stack of utility. The later you get in the round without burning mollies, gives them more effectiveness, right? You just see that how powerful the snake bite combo is with the poison cloud as well as the nano swarms. NXT were forced to hit that site in the end because of how late they'd left it. That's what cost them.
And again, Sweet and Sour, while they have made changes with Heartbeat coming in, Omen a role which, you know, is pretty straightforward in terms of how he'll implement into this, especially with that A control. You're already seeing one way going up. And yeah, the 6 times that they've played this, they've used the same comp every single time. So a point of consistency for them. Not with the greatest win percentage, actually, though. It's only 50%.
I was going to say, though, I think as well, a lot of the teams should know how to play this. And I think, like, for the most part, Sweet and Sour do try and keep it simple. But that's just simply a silly peek. Peeks out into Rex. Creamy at least is trying to bail them out, but again, they're still dropping. Players still brawling. Spike is down. Players still trying to keep it going. It's Heartbeat that bails out Ticey. And Rex has picked up a rifle. Has a light shield to work with. Both players on Sweet and Sour are low. And the Spike is down.
Yeah, Rex just trying to take his timing there instead of playing the objective. Both of them lower than his health pool combined. With the Phantom, you know, a real chance that this gun can take both in one spray.
30 seconds left.
Be walking onto the angle. Is not quite going to spot them as he goes waterfall. The chase continues. Rex's footsteps being heard. And in terms of plant safety, oh, there's nothing to deny it here, but that paranoia back in could be huge. Instead, they play it together, and Heartbeat will be taking that one. So 3 rounds in a row of 4 in total as Heartbeat finds 3 kills.
Yeah, we can see how good NXT are with the Sheriffs. We highlighted it last map. Comes through in towards the second. Nearly finding themselves in a winning spot. Sweet and Sour not at the best, right? Because like this is the one thing that we had to comment about Sweet and Sour all the way back when they fought against Metasport was how good they were, just playing off one another, making sure to trade every single time, being disciplined. That round was a little bit dodgy, and NXT are going to time out off the back of it. That's 4 rounds in a row now that they've lost. Sweet and Sour with momentum at the back. You do have to call a stop at some point and correct any mistakes that you've made.
Yeah. NXT again, I think just the big thing for them's always been the micro, what the trades look like from one another. A couple of messy rounds where the potential wasn't quite there. But at the same time, Chanformer's always going to try and, you know, look for those timings on the way out of A. Heartbeat's found it a little too easy to start this one off, to get comfortable, because he struggled in the last map. But beginning this one, 7-0. You look at NXT and the win conditions they're going to be thinking about here, though. It's that thrash, right? You were building up towards it in the previous. That dark cover, just splitting up the mound angles, getting some early control. They have the tools here to work with, and God forbid they don't work before Sweet and Sour find some of their own, because again, Tempo, Creamy, both closing in on some very impactful abilities.
If you want to look at the most impactful of the lot, it's Ticey Showstopper. You saw it last map, guaranteed a double kill on 3 occasions. Look at the trap play that's been set up here though, has it?
Yeah, they knew about how NXT like to try and take the orb, so Paranoia incentivizes a fight to be taken and they profit off it. Rex with a showstopper of his own, brought it online by taking the orb, but takes his own life. That's the consequence. Twice the number that Sweet and Sour have to work with from this position, and that 5th is looking all but likely.
Just they need to be careful of Transformer here. Has a nice little avenue to head forward. That's Ticey that's spamming up Chan. And you can see them slowly starting to regress their positions, go further back. Careful that there is someone and the possibility of players flanking back, because Maxime hasn't really shown himself since that smoke's gone.
It's not like you have any way to recollect the spike either. You know, Bully's gone, no from the shadows. And
30
just the
seconds
read
left.
generally from Sweet and Sour is
enemy remaining.
really good. Maxim actually goes down to the spam from Ticey. It's usually Famzam that we see on the Odin, but hey, look, 2 can play at that game.
I think as well though, like, just kind of thinking back to when Sweet and Sour played Metasport and how that map generally went, we've seen
10
that
seconds
trap
left.
play being cooked up before and Metasport actually trying to do that. But it was so much slower, it was so much more lethargic, and you can already see how quick Sweet and Sour are on the upturn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Heartbeat, I think, was fighting a losing battle, I think it's fair to say, in the Metasport team last year. They made improvements throughout the split. They started to get up to pace. It just felt like Sweet and Sour 1 step ahead, and now he can utilize those tools to his advantage. Transformer having a word, obviously seen something that he doesn't like. The timeout didn't quite work for them, but they've got guns again in the next. Another opportunity to make this one stick. But just as I was saying, Tempo's lockdown is now available, so there's more to be thinking about on the opposite side. And Ticey even collects one with a nade. He is just fronting this Odin. Will go down to Devo, and that's an important trade to make.
Yeah, Rex is taking a boatload of damage as well on the other side. Thrash still available for Devo if they want to try and clear towards A, but they're stalling out. They've been smoked off, they're cutting the noise, and they're putting a big question mark on this side of the map, Hazza. Have the players went elsewhere? Sweet and Sour aren't re-clearing, aren't using up utility.
The Thrash being used towards B as well. It's when NXT start to make their move, and a decisive call that they go for, and Sweet and Sour forced to react to this in the retake. They lacked any of the extremity control that they'd been benefiting from previous, but look how split up the rest of the players are. Rex starting to make his way back towards Hobbit. They are heavier on the A side. It's only Chan in main though, and look at the flood from Sweet and Sour.
And look at the players trying to get back in, Hazza. They're trying to work through a volley. Devil's known about, Transformer now known about, Tempo's trying to hold it down. Wait a minute! For a second you think it's doable from all the clean fights Transformer was finding. But in the end, it's 6-0 to Sweet and Sour once again. And do you know what the key thing about that one, Hazza? Was it was a swing round. The economy is now broken for NXT.
They do get a plant, and there is still an argument to be made of a light buy here. You're seeing a couple of those rifles filter through. I'd be surprised if we get more than one though. Like you say, Sweet and Sour getting such a key round, and that's from a 4v4 as well. You eliminate Transformer's kills out of main, and it finishes 4 versus 0. So, quick to flood back through and find that space for themselves. Tice just running forward with an Odin. He's going to be staring at the front door, spamming away at them here.
Yeah, they've changed things up because it's actually Tempo on the op. Usually you tend to see Ticey on that. Usually it's Spamzam, as we call him, with the Odin.
Yeah.
But I think maybe they're just taking innovation. You saw Fnatic using Derka as the one to use the Odin.
I guess it also, if you're just talking from a pure gun basis and you're like, oh, we've heard the op, we've heard the Odin, those roles have shifted. It's not the same players and the same utility that you go against the opposite way. You don't get the same kind of keys for the timing that you want to take.
Oh, they know. Bully's holding the paranoia, and they know that this is where Heartbeat likes to try and play from. The showstopper, though, after being flashed up, does not hit, and Ticey gets... That's an Odin in the hands of Sweet, or an NXT if you want to use it, but that's a big if.
Now the cue for most to leave is the one to take the fight if you're Ticey. Loses his life this time, though. Rifles seized.
30 seconds left.
Heartbeat trying to hold down Tree, but he's lost it. That's A control in the hands of NXT. They've got the numbers as well. Rifles upgraded. Devo loses his life.
Creamy's found his way in towards drop, can't get the kill quite clean, and you can see Transformer, that's why he's asking the players to retreat, because that's who they're playing for. The Seas is perfect, Farmzam's managed to hide, and Tempo's still not quite introduced. Finally it will be, but it'll be straight away towards the exit. It's up to Farmzam now, and a high-low setup will send NXT to their first round.
Massively important round for NXT to win. Stop Sweet and Sour building up any kind of second half advantage for now. But still, 3 ultimates available for the defenders' side. Heartbeat a little frustrated that the one-way wasn't more effective there.
Yeah.
And just snowballing forward the picks that they were able to get, it all comes back to Ticey losing his life in that first engagement.
Just a bit too overeager, right? Like, obviously the confidence is there. The 6 rounds up. The showstopper from the last map was hitting every chance that it could.
And I think we saw a lot of that against Apex, especially, you know, the teams that you expect to punish you, but NXT with quality of their own. The Odin, you know, fight taking place between the wall here. Ticey lower by 4 points of health. Transformer just about edging him out here.
Still has that full belt though, and that's the most important for retakes. The nade denies space, it makes it awkward, and straight away Sweet and Sour after a while, and seeing that there is like one person outside of A, have invested the pit towards C, almost corralling NXT towards B. The Spike's still on A.
They both do. Maxim only just starting to use some of that early fade utility. There are so many pieces left in NXT's pockets. Heartbeat thinking about the possibility of players walking out, and he's bang on. Creamy there with him in support, and it's good enough to net an early advantage. Man advantage for Sweet and Sour into our final 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there's still ultimates. You've still got the Viper's Pit towards C, which will soon drop. Ticey's found another through the door, and there could be even a Nightfall if it really gets to that dangerous position. I don't think it will though, because it's Maximin in the 1 versus 3. Every extremity held. Waiting for the peak, and there it is. Creamy plays off the contact, and it's beautiful stuff. Simple stuff.
Smiles back on their faces. Ticey again prominent in the comms along with the rest of his team.
Thanks.
Heartbeat looking down.
Alarm bot out.
Flipped on his side.
Placing swarm
All good.
I think it's to do with the camera being on the phone.
Yeah. He had a cam when I interviewed him. Don't know what's gone wrong, but who knows. Anyway, into this one though. I mean, NXT, the question is, what's gone wrong for them? They'll be looking to get Devo's Thrash available here again. Same Dizzy coming out, same dark cover. But cognizant of the possibility that Sweet and Sour would be trying to attack this position, and that's the reason for the mosh pit, which takes Tempo off the angle.
Oh, needs to be careful. More than one player here has a Tempo could easily get caught off guard, and that's why he's scarpering right out of sight.
Yeah,
it's going to be a clean retake for them, and remember, they do have the Nightfall.
NXT have burnt a lot of utility in the process to take the site though, and Devo still not planting, still no Thrash. Tempo takes Maxim over the top, and that's the numbers for Sweet and Sour. Only for a moment. Rex is immediately back. A 2-on-2 when the dust settles. Bully's maybe looking for an escape route, can't get it. Sweet and Sour straight on the scene and serving up what will be their 8th round.
Yeah, do you know what else is really nice about that? You caught it off camera, but we actually saw Heartbeat invest the Omen ultimate off the back of the Nightfall. You can't hear the noise that goes on, so it allows Heartbeat a perfect opportunity to flank round and get the kill. Lovely combination of utility, and Hazza, if this goes on any longer, this could be a very quick map number 2.
Chan now saying his piece. And again, look, you're going to see it on the cams from NXT every single time. Each player on this roster has their part to play and something to say between rounds. Because again, when you've been together for what is now, you know, a year, a month and a week, 404 days in total, yeah, everyone has got something to say, or at least the core of this team. Maxim, the newest inclusion. But even then, you had the whole off-season, the first split now under their belt. This should be a team which is in good standing order. And, well, Famzam spotting out 4 of those players.
I thought they were going to try and cut noise, but they're thundering footsteps, and they've just played in tempo by opening the door. Famzam is still close, the op's still ringing off, but there is a trade back. It's Creamy for Bully. No initiation for Sweet and Sour anymore, but NXT do lose out on their smokes.
They're defaulting heavily towards C-Mound. And again, Ticey cashing out kills. This showstopper has been indispensable to Sweet and Sour. And it comes at the perfect time as well. Just when they were trailing in terms of numbers, Heartbeat with his signature flank. Welcome to Sweet and Sour. Another backstab onto Chamformer. Now Maxim, there's a whole lot to unpack. He has the utility to try and work with here to make this one salvageable. Tempo's even just going to take him through the wall. I didn't think he'd fancy his chances, but I think that with every roll of the dice, Sweet and Sour have been coming up lucky.
I think as well, you've got to remember, like, people are like, what? Tempo can up? He did play the Chamber when it was way back when, even on the old Next in Line roster when he was playing in Insomnia.
Yeah, this guy wasn't even really a Sentinel player necessarily. I mean,
yeah,
we've seen him flex onto a few different roles. I guess, you know, Sage, Sentinel, that's a conversation to have another time. But his agent pool does have flexibility. It was the Deadlock, the Gecko that we saw from him in a few different bind comps which they've shown. But to not stray too much away from this matchup now, NXT making a bit of a gamble, a risk. They've bought into 3 rifles. Rex isn't really going to have money, but still the showstopper available. An investment of that here with no result means that he's short-handed in what will be the final round of the half. NXT are playing for 3, a tally which would match that of Sweet and Sour's opening half in the previous map. So they've turned this one around. And the team which we thought maybe would be in playoff form this time, 10 rounds in, are far the inferior to the one that we know can compete in the later stages of this tournament.
Yeah, it's not the same NXT we saw last map. Sweet and Sour really haven't taken their foot off the gas after that second half. Rolling with the momentum. If these next 2 rounds are Sweet and Sour's has it, I hate to see it, but I'm starting to tie the red ribbon on the box for map number 2.
Question is, Kyra, what's in the box?
NXT.
NXT in the box. The forever box, perhaps.
Yes.
Put away for good, but not out of it just yet. A round like this could make all of the difference. Already, Creamy put under pressure. The tether slingshots Rex back. Held at arm's length. Chamformer elsewhere. Playing Beyblades inside his cage, but they fly over his head and he can't win out. 4 on 4. NXT taking space towards Waterfall. It's a solo mission for Bully. Does partner up with Devo to try and fight Tempo. But no, it's just solo fights. Trade will come in.
That's it. The last 2 remaining players are trying to not move, not give much away. As you can see, Sweet and Sour are hungry. They can smell blood, Hazza, but do they know exactly where Bully is?
Ticey guarding this smoke with the shorty.
Need to get
Maximum getting a fight onto Creamy, and like you say, time is of the essence. Bully with the spam. He's making it up as he goes along, winging it. Burst coming in. Bully surely not. He may just have done enough. It cuts to the cam, but there is no time. Creamy sent packing by the youngster. And Bully, with something a little bit off the cuff, could just be enough to keep NXT in this one.
I know Lotus is paper thin, Hazza, but I didn't think it was that paper thin. I didn't realise there was a spam spot there.
Yeah.
That's some nice work. I don't know if that came from someone else or if that's like just working in the server by themselves. Unreal from Bully, and that's the real position you were playing for. That's why NXT were so withheld in their positions.
Yeah, there's another spam that you can do from upper down onto the site itself. A couple of tricky little positions, but the risk pays off. NXT get their second. A third is pending, but doesn't feel like a necessity here. If they can't lock it in, then how much more is left to be said? From the attack side, they're scraping bare minimum, and Sweet and Sour have their finger on the pulse. 4 players on the opposite side of this toxic screen, which are now starting to take that fight.
Oh, that siege was absolutely beautiful. NXT are still sticking their head and poking their head above the parapet. This wall still creating almost just a guise of hidden information. Straight away though, Bully's going to ulti over. Transformer gets the entry pick. That's the KG utility down, no more off. An advantage towards the attacking side.
Yeah, NXT have failed to convert these advantages before. Bully goes into his smoke and comes out to an ugly sight. Creamy staring him down. But back to an even footing. Ticey taking his time on the retake. So they're a little bit understaffed. There'll be a moment before he arrives, and Transformer was watching it, flicks away, now he's gone. Devo 3 kills, but missing out on the all-important third and final. Maxim here, and will stop the shorty from causing any problems. It is a third round for NXT right before the halftime whistle. You couldn't ask for too much more out of those last couple, Cairo.
Yeah, but is it enough? Is it really enough here? S&S moving on towards their attack, and we know how good they can be. I said before that Sweet and Sour have been good on their defensive sides. Their attack is even better, man. We saw it on Split. This is where Heartbeat shines, you know?
Again, it's just reacting to some of that pressure on the map as well. How we saw them immediately pivot towards C in the previous with Transformer's pick. How they'd, opened up Waterfall a couple more times where they'd struggled to before. NXT's game plan finally giving them fruits of their labor, but there's a whole lot more work left to be done here. Another 9-3 half.
Find you.
They are the ones on the receiving end. This pistol has to land. It's only Maxim here on the C site. The first to be tested, and he just has to concede this one for now.
Respecting it. I mean, realistically, NXT should be playing for the retakes. It's a double initiator combo here, Hazza, to really play in your teammates. Ticey's just playing with the devil, trying to dance with him, but the tango goes Sweet and Sour's way. It's an advantage to them. One player. This is a big pistol round which NXT need to win, and that's why they're fighting back. Sweet and Sour compose themselves. The wingman trying to get on towards the spike. Rex trying to find Creamy. It's now up to Tempo, but he's been found. And Rex, the new man on the duelist, is the one to find it.
Rex gets absolutely everybody there. Runs riot in the retake. NXT, they found liftoff in this second half, which is so important to them, because the stats, as you say, you look at the maps that have been played by Sweet and Sour here, 57% of those rounds do come from the attack side. Minimizing the deficit, getting back into it early, all very important. And like you say, well set up for that retake as well, trading off of one another. Nice little paranoia from Bully to get things started. And there is no force, just Sheriffs.
Yeah, the aim of the game here for NXT generally with the double initiator is just to be as proactive as possible, clearing out spaces. You're already seeing that in the early round with Maximum using up his Prowler to clear out D main. They know that people will see, and they need to be well aware if they see another explosive start from Sweet and Sour.
Well, it's just the one trap, but Devo quick to it, surgically removing a couple of players off the back of Chanforma's utility. Maxim will be there as well. So easy as you like for NXT in their second round. Bonus looking healthy enough. Doesn't look like an upgrade for Maxim there. So just the 2 rifles, 3 if you factor in the Outlaw. And a couple of players will be on light shields for Sweet and Sour here as well, with that gun yet to be revealed. So let's just see what they can get from it.
There's a few players on light shield as well, Famzam and Tempo being two of them. So they will be able to get picked up, and especially if they're lurking, they accidentally lurk into the Outlaw. That's an easy kill.
A couple upgrades here as well, right? We're now playing with 4 rifles even. And like you say, that proactivity comes to light. Put under the microscope by NXT. The eye comes in as well from Maxim and doesn't spot anything. It's back to B main where they take the fight. It's Tempo that they've got to beat, and they will. Devo eliminates him. It's onto Maxim's shoulders, and by getting 1 kill, that's job done. They have the numbers now for this retake and the utility to back it up.
Yeah, no sentinel, no way to plug the holes in any sort of flank. That's what you're already seeing Creamy being dragged away. Only 2 players on the site, they've both been hit by the paranoia.
Ooh. Hearthbeat trades his own utility. That will keep Rex back for just a moment. Famzam holding on with the Odin, multiple angles. First bullet onto Bully, but already taken out by the rest of NXT. It's a clean retake from them. Only 1 casualty. And with the defuse coming in, Cairo, the difference now is only 3 rounds.
Yeah, this is the thing with the 9-3 curse. It's such a false economy. You think you're so far up, you lose the pistol. If you lose a bonus, they're only 3 rounds away. Your economy's in tatters. Sweet and Sour, they could start to doubt themselves, start to sweat.
And NXT even buying a couple of extra rifles into that round to just galvanize it a little bit further. A bold call to make, but one which has paid off for them. Now the setup looks a lot better. Sure, there are still guns that Sweet and Sour have invested into this themselves. NXT just have to keep it clean. That's something they were good at doing in the previous map. Winning out those 90-10s that you're expected to take.
Rex, man. He's so good. He was good on Sova. He was always fragging out. He's been really ever present in the kill feed. Ticey's just causing issues, trying to make sure NXT stick and are planted towards the A site. The Sweet and Sour elsewhere. Look to get the spike down.
Yeah, I mean, do not adjust your screens. This isn't 2021 Rex. Rex is on the duel list again. It was the Jet back then, man. I feel as if we haven't seen her in ages. Like you say, they are offered an opportunity here to get the spike down on B, Sweet and Sour. And now up close is where these stingers can really be a problem. Ticey is lost. How much more do they want to invest here?
Last player standing. Bomb grenade out.
It's not much. It is just the standard utility. And Tempo is left to try and make it look any better. He can't. Rex with a showstopper of his own, so sure, NXT will be without that one, but they still have the Thrash. Maxim and Chanforma both 1 away from having their own, or Maxim actually 3 away.
Yeah, it's just like making sure that the rope's tied to the dock, right? You make sure that you look to keep everything safe, whether that is investing in an ultimate. At the end of the day, though, NXT and Sweet and Sour will lock heads once again with full buys, and that's where the Thrash is going to be most important for Devil. On the retake, and again, this is where NXT have been thriving, is on the retake. Sweet and Sour need to be a little bit more aggressive, take a lot more space and upset the flow and the rhythm of that retake.
In terms of like the macro read as well, a lot of the players here were always crediting Chanforma for what he brings to that. And this Cypher pick is not traditional for Lotus in its current state, and how open the C site can be, those traps pretty strong. And you even see a little bit further up, it's going to stop that Prowler from being able to actually reveal any of them, but he's gone through the smoke.
Now that's going to be a big issue. Passive information, traps which you could play off of, a camera which you can reposition. NXT are being pulled towards the C side of the map. And that's exactly what Sweet Sour want. The good thing is, though, is that proactivity, right? The double initiators have already cleared out towards Mound because of the horn. And that's why NXT are gambling towards this. Sweet Sour taking a sweet time, though, Hazza.
Yeah, taking a while. The Thrash is there to greet them right at the threshold. Maxim with it, taken out by the paint shells. Timing for Rex, 2 kills, a smash and grab operation. Only Tycee now left, and they know all about him. 20 seconds to try and digest this, but already a shot to the side of the head by Devo means that this one is a done deal. And we're within touching distance now. NXT creeping up on Sweet and Sour, who are yet to register around in this second half.
Sweet and Sour need to time out, man. They really do. They took so long moving towards A. They would have seen the haunt on the map. And the issue with that is that realistically, NXT were quicker to set up for the retake than Sweet and Sour were quicker to get the spike down. They're not even in position to upset the flow of the retake.
It comes back to what you were saying as well, just re-clearing C after losing Chanformer. Such a big piece, a component of how they were functioning. Maxim trying to break the turret early on B. Falls back deeper into the lines of defense. Another mixed investment which they have to best on their road to tying up the score.
It's just easy. Rex is just almost like taking candy from a baby, and you know exactly what S&S want to do here. They want to pivot in towards B through Hobbit Door, because now we're playing in tempo here. The rest of the players, they try to get through, it's just the Odin spam. Players getting tagged up with trap wires, and they make it look easy.
Really nice from Bully. That's the value of the Odin. You get such a nice spam angle onto the breakable door, so he has a couple of different cues to go for that one. The players on B giving him info on the audibles and the door itself breaking. Really, really well worked by NXT. And even here, this is a fight which, you know, would be ill-advised usually against Sweet and Sour that Rex takes. But they're running high on confidence now, NXT. They're happy to go for those head-on duels, which most teams in the league would be fearful to even fantasize.
Yeah, I'm wondering who's going to be the most vocal here. It seems to be Tycee. Normally, obviously, like, it used to be the leader, used to be the IGL, it is now Heartbeat, discussing what's been going wrong. Now, I wonder if they are going to discuss the possibility of being a little bit quicker, of taking those further space. And again, like, it's the only way that you're going to be able to catch NXT off guard, because so far, everything is the perfect conditions for them to do what they want.
Yeah, NXT, I mean, comeback artists. We have seen it from them before. And to win this one out 2-0 after the scoreline, which faced them in the first half, would be miraculous. Formulation nearly did it to them on Ascent the other week, but they managed to get out of that one alive here. Big gun round, early utility, straight on towards Heartbeat. Manages to make it out of the nade, but into the crosshair of Bully. And that's a very good first pick to be taking.
It is, but on top of that, you've given away a lot of information about where the players are, how many players are there, and it's the response from Sweet and Sour to hit towards the other side of the map. But Chanformer has done so well to actually capitalise off the back of a kill trip. And now, while all this is happening, NXT are hot on the heels of Sweet and Sour.
4 players flanking. Chanformer needs to drop back as far as he possibly can. They'll get caught inside the Nightfall. Decayed, vulnerable. Can't hear a thing, but Tempo is still leading them forwards blindly into the wildfire. Smoke on towards the defuse, no audio for either side. I'm not sure if Sweet and Sour know that this is happening. They have brought the wingman off, but not before it gets half. Devo goes back on it. He's the one deafened this time,
no
but the
way,
silence that leaves as the round ends is the deafening part. As Sweet and Sour will be left to talk over what should have been a round for them.
That's a disaster. Being able to fight back in 2v2. You can see the silence within the team. They know that should have been theirs. That's a Mulder. How do you reset after that? right? Like, you're 2 rounds away from NXT hitting match point. Your economy is almost laying in tatters. Heartbeat, Farmzam buying up judges. Tempo is the only one with a rifle of his own.
Well, Maxim with info. Sat in the corner. Devo plucking away. They've still not cleared him here. He's nearly killed Ticey and he's only just been spotted. But 3 kills picked up. Feels like round over. Not unless this judge and pick combo has anything to say.
This is big because you're looking at the Opera Rex right now. This is really, really tough. Not only are you going to get decayed, but you can't really move. S&S have got a winning formula here, but not before the neural theft.
And spots out the players a moment too late. Sweet and Sour take the fight themselves. Bully with a rough idea as to where both are. Rex in with a classic. Hello, it's got to be Ticey now, but he can't answer the phone. NXT, they will make it an 11th. And even when Sweet and Sour presented another opportunity, a half chance at best, unable to convert. I mean, even the previous round before should have been NXT's when you think of the opening duels that they won. But a little close for comfort. Still getting the results that they need.
It's the awareness, the willingness to go and take more fights, which Sweet and Sour do not need to do. And so far on this half, Sweet and Sour have not won a single round. This game is slowly but surely starting to leave their grasp. The rope is really, really greasy. They have plenty to buy up here. The ultimates are the only thing they can work with is a lockdown.
Yeah,
you can see it's the same trap play.
It is the same trap play. NXT take it and well, Creamy knows it too well. Ticey will guard his back and make it a sweet escape for Sweet and Sour. A safe enough one. This 5-on-2, if you lose this, then you may as well FF.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be losing this one, mate. No FFs just yet.
You'd hope not.
And Rex probably thinking about saving the op. He is 2 away from the showstopper, and I think Sweet and Sour maybe are a bit too willing to chase considering their money situation. They'll do it anyway, try and get it off the board and cost more money to NXT. How much they get away with, that's another question entirely. The good thing is though for Rex here, is he did just get the showstopper online by picking up 1 and losing his life.
Yeah, Ticey will want that operator though, and he has picked it up to try and use in the next round. NXT with so many ultimates of their own available by the same margin. Like you mentioned, one of them the showstopper, Devo's Thrash from the shadows. Tempo's Lockdown, the one that hasn't been mentioned, I think is probably the most important. But again, it doesn't feel like Sweet and Sour have really been playing through this all too often.
Oh, that's a lot of damage to destroy a Horn.
Ooh, I think Bully had just forgotten the slim angle that you get as the door closes, of course. They did change the mechanic. It's now a little slower around the mid portion of its rotation. But no damage dealt.
Obviously realising Ticey is going to have to blast pack through on towards C. Switching out and putting Creamy on the operator, who'll be a little bit further back in support. Smoke's going out. NXT, their Cypher setup gone, and they're starting to realise where the spike is going down.
Yeah, Ticey invests the nade to make growth trips. Transformer have been good at getting value from them before, and look how quickly the onslaught comes back through. Thrash is primed, but Rex has found 2 with the showstopper on his own. That's got to be the biggest point. It gives Devo half a chance, but it's still a 2 versus 1 that he has to walk away from.
Still money in the pocket to try and send it. Lockdown's bought a bit of time, and he's got utility to work with here, has it. Both players are together for Sweet and Sour.
Contact off of the turret, they know. Double stack there, Wingman available for the defuse, but he walks straight into Sweet and Sour. The double up is good. 2 rounds on the bounce. It's 11 all with everything to play for as we head to the end of regulation.
It's really been a shove start, right? All 5 players are behind the cart and they're shoving it towards the finish line. Whether they can get it over the line is another question entirely, but most importantly and most importantly here, this is an equal round for NXT. They're trying to play for what is essentially overtime.
I mean, look, when did we see this before? Apino Orchestra, one of the teams that NXT said they should have beat, did it against Apex. So how is your bottle? Do they have enough to make Sweet and Sour the ones in the hot seat? Can they turn up the heat?
I like that though. You see Maxime presses the door. Sweet and Sour, because of the condition of the early trap play, immediately dip away. And Devil's got information off the back of that Dizzy.
Oh, they bought a little bit of time, but it all comes down to Transformer here ultimately. Was looking for the Dizzy to be the catalyst to take that Sheriff fight. As I said before, one of a few players that have that pistol play in their locker.
That's the cam gun as well. Have to check it now. Face check it.
Oh, but look at this, NXT, they've taken the risk. They've gone all 5 players towards the C side of the map. It's going to be a quick rotation, actually. It's a foot race to the A side. We've seen this from them before. They've gone for the quick retakes. What does it look like? And can Sweet and Sour outlive the chaos that's about to ensue?
We've seen this so many times from Kayak Kaza, trying to play a little bit cheeky. Ticey will get out of it though, and look at this, the players are trying to chase him, and as they do, they drop into the pit of hell. Sweet and Sour finally find that map point that they were looking for, but it will not be easy as NXT have all the rifles that they need to buy up.
Feelings of frustration and also relief making their way out of Ticey there. He'll be happy for the rest of his team who really backed up that push, and it just looks so much more convincing that it wasn't just one player trying to fight Upper solo, that there was actually, you know, a view to capitalize off the back of it. So Sweet and Sour really hitting 6th gear here in the late stages where you want it. NXT, one final chance. Little to speak of ults on both sides. Tempo, it's a circus act with this operator. He wants to bring it up nice and close and just see if anyone's going to give him the time of day. It doesn't seem to be the case. And yeah, again, it's that swivel play through the door, which they opt for. Sweet and Sour making inroads towards A.
There must be information here somehow towards A. Showstopper will find Maxime. Again, the effectiveness of Ticey's Showstopper to get value. Now on towards A. They're still staying on the site though and they want to fight.
FamSam waiting for his chance to emerge from the smoke, but it's not a pretty sight. NXT in this retake looking good thus far, but the deep hold of the A play will stand the test. Transformer is gone, and Sweet and Sour march forward onto our 3rd and final map.
Yeah. Sweet and Sour has they bail themselves out of a tricky situation. That was looking like it was going to go in a 2-0 fashion, series wide. NXT had the chances, they let it slip, but do not count them out from a 9-3 half. That is an incredible play all in all.
Yeah, I mean, NXT are gonna be wishing that they had closed that one out, that they'd found the extra 10% that they needed to see it through. And I think by the same margin, Sweet and Sour should have finished that one off a long time ago. You even saw it in the rounds that they took after the timeout where they weren't converting player advantages, that they got into good positions but couldn't quite find the extra details. NXT with problems of their own, which finally resurfaced towards the end of that game. And now we have to look towards a decider of Icebox, which is really an interesting one for me because, you know, NXT, this was a map that they struggled on, one which they got better towards the latter ends of the regular season. One for Sweet and Sour, which they started out well, but then it looked to be a map which then they couldn't find consistent results towards as we headed towards playoffs. So yeah, I mean, a mixture of form for both teams. We see them both have decent performances on either of the opening maps that we get here, but we're going to a 3rd and final, not without a break and not without a breakdown. The analysts will be there for you once we have seen this one through.
tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it, yeah, yeah. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener, a good listener. You will never understand what you put me through, and you never be a good lover, a good lover. At first I believed I was a lucky one, but I was just fooling myself, fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all
We are back and heading to map 3. But first, let's take a look at Lotus because, of course, both teams had an extremely dominant defensive half, but S&S did eventually come out on top, but it was looking a little ropey for them as NXT did make a good effort at a very promising comeback. So, Marcus, I mean, how would you explain Lotus to anyone just tuning in?
I feel like if you are just tuning in, it looks like both teams had a lot to show on defense, but on attack, it looked like there wasn't too much in the bag. You know, there are a couple of great plays, especially this one from Devo. But look, at the end of this game, right? We realized that. I mean, you even said this. You were like, I wonder if NXT bring it all the way back just to lose 13-11. And
did I jinx it? Maybe.
I think you did jinx it. But look, looking at the MVPs, look at them. They were. You can tell they were there. Devo, another cracking game on Gecko. I believe that's a very similar scoreline to his previous game on Gecko when I spoke about it earlier. And then obviously Ticey again having a fantastic game, and you even saw on his player cam, right? You saw some of the stuff he was saying at the end. Obviously, I can't repeat that on the broadcast, but I'm sure if we show it later on, potentially you'll see that he was he was very ecstatic for winning.
Up.
Yeah, very.
Yeah. I do wonder if he'll get a noise complaint from his neighbours after that one. But I mean, the stats do really reflect as well. Marcus and I, we were both kind of talking throughout that game. We were like, there's nothing really standing out for us to kind of call back and replay because both teams on their defensive halves were so good across the board in the sense that it was just really good team play. And you can see that in the stats, especially on S&S, how kind of even it was across the playing field. You know, as well, Marcus, you did mention on Split that, you know, half beef. I knew I'd do it. I said this in the stop. It's because it's in my mind. I accidentally said half beef, and now I've just done it again. I'm so sorry.
What's your order at the restaurant? Half beef?
I'll have a half beef, please. But you did say, you know, that he was warming up, and I do feel like on Lotus he was feeling himself a lot more.
Yeah, and I think as an IGL as well, it's very difficult, and we always say this, and obviously as someone from Fnatic, you'll have the experience of being able to watch Boaster. When he first started out, it's very difficult to be able to put up the numbers and IGL successfully, right? And half beef, even I said it. Oh my god! Even I said it.
New nickname. But obviously, I'm so sorry.
Obviously, half beat. He can show us that he can do both. The first one was just a warm-up game, like we said. We don't know how long he's been practicing with Sweet and Sour, as he is their new player, but clearly he had the idea of how to play the defense on Lotus. And I know you mentioned that there wasn't too much to look at, right? But I do want to point out that I think the teams, when they were attacking, struggled to counter the defense. I think it was more that there wasn't too much going on the attacking half of both sides for us to be like, okay, wow, this is a good way that they have countered it, right? Yeah. But there is one round we want to look at, right? And that's round 19, and that was I believe it was a retake, right? But I think we have the whole clip, and it started with a bit of A main pressure. I believe this is where you just see all the util dumped behind rubble. Perfect. I mean, you're happy to invest all of that util, Meg, right at the start of a round just to kill the smokes player?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's so crucial to a map like Lotus with 3 maps. You just know how important the smokes are. And, you know, despite them having 2, especially with Viper now that they've been nerfed, all of that util tends to be put down and you can't move it. So although Viper was still in play, taking out Halfbeat and having them out of the game, especially when he's feeling himself, is worthy of the util.
Yeah, and Wingman here putting in his best effort getting the bomb half, which is the...
He did good.
Yeah, no, he did good, right? And I think it's important that he did get that half because obviously Bully running out just to put some pressure onto Creamy and onto Tempo, it's so important that he does run out there because you have to deal with him if he's in your face, right? And the bomb is half. You've got Rex, I believe it was Rex, sitting on the bomb. And again, that round was nice, but the main reason I wanted to showcase that one was no pun intended here. It's the tempo of the defense right there. You take a main control, you get that pick, and you're forcing your opponents to run to the other site, but you're forcing them to run into Chan Former's traps. And you can tell he wasn't even playing from site. He was playing from CT off of his traps. So they knew exactly what they were doing on that defense round. It was pressure A, push them onto C, get another kill. It's a 5v3, and it honestly, it came down to the wire, even though it was a 5 versus 3.
I do just want to, before we move on, I've been cooking up this for pretty much the whole game, and I do have something that I would like to say about Tyce's results, but Tyce really did keep calm and carry on with his results on map number 2. You know, we saw another 2k coming through, and I do want to kind of potentially put it out there that I've not seen a player be so successful with results like Tyce has in the last 2 matches. Like, I can imagine it's not an uncommon thing for him. We know he's an aggressive duelist. But yeah, I did just want to say that because I was quite proud of that one. I'm sure it's nothing special.
I feel like people need to have caught the poster behind him.
Yeah, if you don't know,
to understand that reference. Like,
I think everyone's seen it.
I'm proud of you for cooking it and saying it. Okay, even if no one else is, I'm proud.
Thank you. I think a few people have seen it. There it is. You can just see the very end of it. It's giving your mother's kitchen vibe.
Yeah.
You know, like I feel like that's one of the prints that you often see in a kitchen.
I feel like he's missing the live, laugh, love.
Oh, we love a live, laugh, love over here. We really do.
My home is your home.
But of course, it is not over. We are going to map 3. You know, we have seen such a sensational performance. Both maps have been, you know, a pretty even playing field. I feel like they've both proven themselves and really sort of brought a lot to the table. But of course, we're going into Icebox, which, as a JC did mention, S&S have not been performing on massively well. You know, they do have a 0% win rate currently, and they haven't in the past 4 games won an Icebox game. The last time they played was against Apex, again similarly to Lotus, in the grand finals. So it will be really interesting to see now that Heartbeat is in the roster. Is this going to finally bring them to an Icebox win?
Yeah, and we talk about Icebox because when we look at NXT as well, and both Sweet and Sour, they both play Harbor, right? We've kind of moved away from the Sage meta. I mean, Sage meta for that map. It's not a meta as a whole. It's just for that map individually. And I suppose with the introduction of Harbor and the introduction of Gecko as well, you can kind of use these agents as an alternative to Sage, because I just remember, I'm pretty sure it was Soulcast who is always the Sage player running onto site, walling, trying to get the bomb down and not being the one to get away from site. So I feel like if you have that Gecko or if you have that Harbor, you can more safely actually get the bomb down.
Oh, this is crazy.
They haven't gone
I was going to
Harbor.
say, no, but it's wild to me because of course we know Rex has taken that duelist role, but Rex was really successful on the Sova, but they've just sacked that off completely, and they're bringing in the Gecko now alongside KO as the initiator, because they also did run the Harbor alongside S&S as well. So I think that's going to be really interesting to see how NXT utilize this double initiator, because they didn't seem to, especially on attack side on Lotus.
I'm kind of sad. I just spilled so much stuff about Harbor and they haven't even picked Harbor, either team. And then
He's
also
out,
the
mate.
Reyna. Also the Reyna as well. Like, we've seen NXT play Reyna and Harbor twice on this. But you know what? I can't be sad because we have Geckos and we haven't seen them yet on the Icebox.
Well, you know what they say. New split, new me.
This is Icebox. Oh,
No.
wait.
Split 2, babe.
Yeah, let's
Tut, tut.
please
This is
throw it.
why I'm in charge in this relationship. This is why I wear the trousers. Speaking of trousers, I'm not really sure how that's a transition, but I'm going to hand it off to the casting duo. And I guess we could say Hazard JC wears the trousers between them.
Thanks, Meg. I mean, much like a pair of trousers, there are 2 legs, and we're in the final leg of this series. It is, of course, the deciding map of Icebox. Gyro, anything to say about what we've just heard or what you're expecting to see?
All I'm going to say is I did ask a lot to see Meg and Marcus on the desk together, but after this I'll be asking not to see them on the desk together. These two are trolling a little bit too much for my liking, Hazard.
Understandable. Well, in terms of picks, both teams opting for the same. They clearly both believe that this is the best possible comp to be running on Icebox, and it's something that a little bit different from what we saw from Sweet and Sour previously as well. You got to remember, with Affen in the lineup, they were running the Harbor, and honestly, you know, it didn't really work out too well for them, the double wall setup. They were one of those teams which made up the statistic that, you know, other than this NXT team, in fact, double walls had a 0% win rate outside of Apex.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the big thing, like, Double Walls not having the success is what you would hope, and the fact that we're not even seeing a Sage either, like, it's going to be a big talking point. KO, a lot of analysts and a lot of people within the scene have been saying that, like, it's not all lit, right? It's not the thing that you were expecting to be, like, the #1 pick, and the fact that both teams are mirroring each other, it's all about who can use the utility to the highest level, right?
And again, to just sort of like look back at this series generally as well, we got to talk about both of these teams and, you know, where they're at the moment. Because for NXT, you were saying to me before we headed into this one that, you know, what's the angle, what's the narrative, what's the story here? And your opinion was that if NXT had been in the same form that we'd seen them before against that sweet and sour team, which didn't turn up to the later stages of the regular season, this could have ultimately been the one which decided whether they made playoffs or not. And the fact of the matter is they missed out on it. They're trying to amend that this time, and already having one map under their belt and, you know, a slightly narrow failed comeback in the previous, do they still have any momentum left on this final map for us?
One thing I will say, this was a map that Metasport were unreal at, right, Hazard? This is something which Heartbeat was really good at calling on. A change of comp, a change of circumstances, a change of IGL. Is this what Sweet and Sour need to push this over the line, upset the odds, and finally win out on Icebox, Hazard? They're going to need every bit of luck that they can possibly muster to help them here.
Yeah, Heartbeat, you know, could be the perfect inclusion in this roster. If you're colourblind, it's an Irish core. He's also got a tricolour flag, of course. The only Italian that we currently have in North.
Yeah.
Poor jokes aside, it's another Irishman that actually went to Italy in his place, right? Dutchy left NXT.
Yeah. That's a throwback. I don't think I've seen Dutchy playing for a while now. I think he's no longer in the tier 2 scene from what I remember.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's playing in a Premier team. I was wondering if we were going to get our Stokesy mention. Our Stokesy mention on the stream.
Listen, you went for that.
I have. But again, someone who, you know, has former teammates in the server as well, in Bully. One of those names which, you know, again, it's weird to say because this isn't his rookie season by any means. This is now the 4th split that he's had in Polaris. And is just looking more and more confident every single time.
That's it. He's been growing in confidence. He's been growing in his stature within the scene, I guess you could say. Like, just generally, I feel as if, like, even if NXT, and God forbid, like, that this was to happen, I don't think it will, or to be relegated, I still feel as if teams would be looking at picking up Bully because of the qualities that he actually has. Yeah. He's a top player. He's got a high ceiling, and I expect him to keep growing, right? Because, like, realistically, the way he's been playing on NXT, and especially for the first 2 games here, it's been pretty unreal.
Yeah, again, just another one of those names that came up in the same crop as Anguist, for example, who now, in comparison, his accolades overshadow a little bit. I think, you know, we were speaking to your boy Lewis all that time ago, and he was saying, you know, I've not seen a talent who has been held in such high regard coming out of the 3rd tier. But, you know, it wasn't until a couple of splits on a Vamonos team, which just didn't look great, before he really had the chance to land on a roster like Ovation, then CGN, which still feels crazy to say because it's such a strange, you know, overlap, I feel like, in my eyes. And the point I'm getting to is, come home, Anguist. Come back to North. Come back to the league where I was going to say we play real Valorant, but
I mean, DAC don't really play Valorant, do they? I don't know what they play over there.
They play character customization, and Benny is the one sort of picking all of the different parts.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that's guaranteed in DAC, and that's Benny, CGN winning the finals and Mouse bottling them, so... Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, oh man, I don't know. Do we really think that they'll ever be able to do it? I don't know, man. I feel as if like there's someone who's sat at the back who's just like been cussing them. But
Mr.
anyway,
Dash, someone lurking in the was it Devizon backrooms boot camp player camp. Evil Mr. Dash. But look, a question for another time. We're into the pistol here, and it starts off with Rex going down. Maxim quick on a trade. Sweet and Sour already pushed back pretty far here. They're holding their own in the engagements for now. Hearthbeat with 2 kills to kick this one off.
Yeah, remember, like the pistol round is where Sweet and Sour got themselves going. They're still jumping about the site, and the last player remaining is the newly donned IGL for NXT, Maxime. All the way back, flanking through, and he's already been flanked himself, so the chances of this one coming off pretty slim. And there you have it.
Yeah, IGL on IGL, Hearthbeat versus Maxim. And if you look at it between them, now only 3 officials with their respective squads in the captaincy role. So yeah, very different. Hearthbeat feeling at home on this roster though, and feeling at home with the graphics as well. He's just as purple as the background. Sweet and Sour should have a sense of comfortability into this round anyway with the guns that they currently possess.
Yeah. Only one player again towards B trying to get early information, but the knife being dodged will mean that Devo is in a bit of a tough spot. He's heard, well, he's seen 2, that's the Gecko and the Jet, now a KO. That will be confirmed that this is going to be the site hit as the players make their way to that. As for NXT, they're a little bit wary of where Sweet and Sour are looking to actually position themselves. The Gecko getting a much deeper plant spot will allow Sweet and Sour to consolidate, or maybe not. The pistols are getting active, and it's a trade equal on either side.
Yeah, 2 big kills, and there are still mollies. Wingman available. If NXT can find a way back through. Mosh towards the back of yellow, forces Ticey into a peek. It's a fight which he's yet to take, because Tempo is the one instead put under the microscope. He goes down, and these classics are just continuing onwards. No upgrades available just yet, and none shall finally hit the hands of NXT. They go down, but Sweet and Sour missing out on a lot of weaponry which they would have hoped to bring into this bonus.
Yeah, it was a really expensive round. And the fact that they have lost so much, they're actually just going to force the issue, has it?
A couple extra rifles. But as I was saying, it felt like NXT calling the rotation pretty quickly. They had the numbers, they had some util to just slow it down. But again, second round, do you really want to invest too much of that? Reflected in the buy now, there's not a piece missing.
Ooh,
Setup is decent, but Rex is down first again. And this was his biggest issue gameplay-wise in the previous series that we had last week.
Thing is though, right? Proactivity from the Gecko once again. Dizzy throwing up, doesn't get much, but again, it's false information. Do NXT go any further here? Because Tempo and Ticey await.
Like I said, Rex's Jet debut was on Ascent, 27 kills. Here this time, yeah, it's the fight that you're talking about. Maxim moving up instead to fill that void which Rex had left. Devo goes in the hole with him as well, so a 5-on-2 situation. NXT could maybe be thinking about a save on a couple of these guns. They don't want to be left short-handed either though. And each with 3 ultimate points, maybe looking to build on that. But nothing given up, Towel thrown in. NXT are going to be going down 3 rounds to 0 at the start of this deciding map. Very much in the way that they did on Lotus.
Yeah, I'm having deja vu, Hazza. This is almost like Lotus in the last map. Bonus converted for Sweet and Sour, and that's where they got themselves rolling. It was only after the 4th round that and we actually saw a timeout from NXT. Just going hunting, trying to make this as expensive as possible, not allowing a rebuy in from NXT. It's just Bully, he's going to get found. That's not great at all.
Yeah, no weapons that they're able to keep here. I don't think that we've really seen teams fully optimize saving. You know, in Valorant, generally speaking, I think you still see a lot of attempts in these like 3-on-5, 2-on-5 situations, especially at this level of play. It means they're without guns here. I mean, the money will come through for everyone else in the next round, of course, but for now, Marshall Sheriff's standard state of play.
They don't have that combination, but it's just going to be the Outlaw that does the business anyway. Oh, the one in the combination that usually denies ultimate points. Elsewhere, the map as NXT look to gamble on this. Ticey's got a glimpse of Devo and knows that he wouldn't be in the prime position to fight, so dashes out. But this is something that Sweet and Sour have been really good at in this matchup so far, has it? Patience, discipline, not giving much away, letting NXT make the mistakes, because they are on the eco. Don't want to get caught off guard.
Yeah, they're going to station the remaining 3 players here as well, NXT. They've got turret for mid-cross. Nothing heard of a poison orb or anything of the sort going up, so they know that it's A, and that is confirmed to them now through lead sent into the remaining players. Ticey collecting his 3rd, and that's already the Blade Storm available. So I'm now wondering what the purchase looks like for Sweet and Sour. If he's just going to keep this Outlaw and work with the Blades. You've got money extra. You'll be moving up to 9k on, I think, 3 of these players here. Heartbeat and Tempo. Also over 7,000 credits. Money looking really, really good at the start of this one for them, Cairo. And NXT, anything but. They do bring out an op of their own, and the Thrash will be available for Maxim. But you need to start finding results now before this one gets wildly out of control.
Yeah, that's a big point. It is going to be the Blade Storm that we see, using the Outlaw to break the KJ utilities. You don't want to waste those knives. But now you create a vacuum, right? Where you're going to have NXT dedicate more utility, be more proactive in clearing stuff out. And you can see them distracted by mid. That's 3 players pinned to that side of the map.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour feel like they've got NXT exactly where they want them. And if you also want to talk Heartbeat, he captained that Metasport team, which ended up demolishing NXT. The first time they represented the org in the orange and blue on a final map of Icebox, and he'll be looking to close it out in a similar fashion here. A site has been conceded, Gecko ult still available, along with the rest of the utility, and Devo's flashes to combine.
Blades missing, the players are getting themselves into position. The Thrash was great, but it's not great for the Blades in terms of actually finishing people off. They're trying to get to him now. It's Ticey once again to blaze through NXT. Rex decides that the AWP is not on the money, and it gets the Phantom in the hands. The spike is ticking away. The 3 remaining players of Sweet and Sour are just holding back. They've got mollies to play off of. This is looking like a done deal with the Thrash heading towards the jet of Rex.
Rex has to concede his position on the site to make way for the Thrash and to make way for Sweet and Sour. Their 5th round now in a row locked in means that NXT are on the ropes early here. It's even worse than the start that we saw from them in the previous, so things not looking great. And Ticey, a flick of the wrist. They are first out the blocks here and continuing that charge onwards to claim their 2nd win in Polaris this split.
Still not had a timeout, an introduction from Raymond either, has it? Surely after this round it's got to be called quits.
Yeah. I think they still trust in the game plan that they have, but
yeah,
not yet touching baits with the coach, like you say. Rex has kept the operator. They failed to run into it last time. The knife forced him off the angle. Just trying to break it, but there wasn't a follow-up from Sweet and Sour. They're very lax in terms of taking early space. It's the committals where they've been razor sharp.
I think this has been 4 rounds in a row that they've hit A, by the way.
If they finish there. Not seen much out of them in terms of mid. It was Ticey on the top of the tube last time to break the turret. Transformer is plugging the gaps with the alarm bot there as well, like you say. He's got to take this fight himself, however.
Oh, he's got the information. I think he's already looking to dip away while there was players tagging him up. So again, it's about creating these question marks which NXT have to try and clear, worry about, and that's exactly the case. You can see 2 players already looking to go and clear this out.
Yeah. You do have Rex on a really powerful line outside of B, however, though, and that's some information at the very least. The mid-clear only comes through Transformer in the end, but there are still 3 players here for NXT. Bodies on the line which they can dispense to try and stop the A play from coming in. Rex is late on the rotation, the wall is down, and there's not much stopping them now. Tempo in through middle. The boilerplate explodes, the wingman is down. Bully there as well, he can hold on for a little longer, and Maxim has
10
to.
seconds left.
He's the only one left on the A site. The thrash for the wraparound, but caught just in time. Creamy held to right, and NXT picking up their first.
Yeah, a lot of chip damage being done early doors, which allows the players to get picked up early. But again, this mid issue is continuing to be put forward to NXT. As soon as that KG utility is gone, they're struggling, Hazza. They're not finding a way to keep a hold of it. I think maybe just be a little bit more proactive instead of leaving the KG utility to hold it down. But they're getting punished, and it's become a real vulnerability.
I mean, no spike plant, no operator. From rags to riches and back to rags again if you're Ticey. Only 500 credits left in the pocket. He is the first out the gate though here. Operation break the turret, and he'll smash the skull of Devo along the way as well. So a nice opening pick to take as they now try and make their way past Bully's pit.
I think they're fire. I think Bully's going to have to try and dip out. He knows he needs to protect the site, and Tempo's unreal once again. There's a reason why this player has been highlighted as one of the best up-and-coming talents, and I think honestly, Hazza, NXT are letting this one go.
Yeah, you have to. Again, just minimizing the damage and keeping some of these weapons is the only real route that they can take. Rex buying into an op of his own, of course, in the previous, and yeah, he'll carry it through into round number 8. The 7th is settled, and it's through Tempo that it happens. I would like to have seen Bully really just try and hold on to that space a little bit more. It doesn't matter if players make it through into the site. You con that to the rest of your team. They lose brackets. There's not really much that can be done from that position. Ticey's found a little gap here for himself as well, and yeah, Maxim none the wiser. Rex under a whole lot of pressure now to try and keep this weapon out into the next, and I don't think he can. NXT, again, failure to save. And Sweet and Sour do get their 6th.
This is getting worse and worse, has it? This is starting to really get dangerous, and I know we said the same for Lotus, and look what happened there on the flip of the sides. Obviously, Icebox has had the attacker bias and whatnot. I'm just putting the asterisks out there, but as for Lotus, there was signs of life from NXT sometimes, little pulses. As for here, they're getting completely outclassed, out-IGL'd. They don't seem to have an idea of what they want to do.
A lot of it is just coming down to the jewels at the same time, though. Rex is 1 away from getting the Blade Storm, but no other investments made to his utility belt or armor. 4 players on the B site. Wingman's already caught a bit of damage heading through the first nano. They're just going to let him plant, though. It's the fights that they're focused on. Maxim's won a couple for himself. Rex has the blades, but they're quickly lost. The lockdown going in, and actually the spike plant wasn't completed, so it is a 2 versus 2. With a lot left to be played for here if you're NXT.
Probably collecting a spike and going to the default plan is exactly the case. The last 2 make their way in. And again, they still haven't found any of the upgrades. In terms of what they've got to work with in Sweet and Sour, you've already seen that the alarm bot's been put down, no mollies on the spike, so it's just an initiation to swing out and try and out-duel your opponents.
Yeah, all of the guns are towards the back wall for Sweet and Sour, so there's not much to be said of here. Utility broken by Bully, and ooh, bit of damage towards Tempo! Transformer! 2 kills out through the side of the box, and that may just be exactly what NXT needed.
Yes, the thrifty rounds are always great because it gets your economy up a little bit more, means you don't need to buy up. I mean, that's an op, that's a massive bonus, something that Rex was trying to go for. I think actually it's just been... Oh no, it's Transformer that had it, sorry. It was a switch of POV. I thought they'd switched it out to a rifle and they weren't going to go for the op anymore, but no, it's back in. And a timeout now. That must have already been called before that round was over.
Yeah, I think so. And honestly, it's as good a time as any to be using it here anyway, regardless, because you're still down 6 rounds to 2, the gap of 4, and one which can be reclaimed with a couple of tweaks to how this defense is working. The biggest thing for me is, again, just those opening duels. NXT have been struggling a little bit, whether it is Rex not having the best of times, or actually even, you know, like a Devo or a Maxim, for example, in through middle or somewhere else. Like to see, you know, a couple more double ups perhaps. They have, of course, got the operator, so finding a way to string that in with everything else and make it look cohesive when it comes down to these retakes. Because a lot of the time, NXT are in a situation where they don't get to choose how the round pans out, that they can't just have fights taken into the operator, and that they have to set up for those kinds of situations. But usually, they've lost more players than you can really afford to by that time.
But I think we need to give compliments to Sweet and Sour and how they're manipulating the map again. Like the way that they were using mid, the conditioning that they're setting about moving up, destroying the turret. Like, it's distracting NXT. And not every round you see a flank come through from there. It's just creating issues that they need to worry about, distracting their focus, dividing that. And they're reacting from realistically what NXT want to do already. They're up early doors and they would have heard all that jumping, or at least Tempo would have. They react towards B, where the KG setup is.
In terms of those protocols being tested, it's a late rotation, late response that we see. Transformer still with utility to dissuade this, but Ticey is hunting. He's thirsty for an opening pick. One which is denied, but the space given over for the Viper's Pit to come through.
Yeah, this is really nice. This makes it so much better in tempo. Played in, Rex was watching, but they still have to deal with this Viper's Pit, having to force their way through mid and out of kitchen, and there's still plenty of Sweet and Sour players to deal with this.
Yeah, Kyra, they've completely ignored it though. It doesn't matter now because it holds towards the side of the site, which makes little difference. If Rex can isolate Ticey, there would have been a chance. However, Heartbeat finds his relevancy and makes his return known. NXT losing out as it comes down to the final player.
I don't know if Heartbeat's in a rave or something. His cameras went all wonky there, but yeah, again, it just comes down to just playing off one another. The way that they played in, like played off, trading out, nice ideas from Sweet and Sour, and you can see that they've fully developed themselves from the old Icebox that they used to play. Remember like, how much of a disaster that was. 4 times they lost it, one of which was 2 cars.
Yeah. And that was the series where they could have ended up losing against what ended up being a winless Danish squad. For a second place team, they were the ones which were closest. Again though, Rex on an aggressive angle, had Maxim support him to get this far. Goes for the orb instead, moving a little closer to the Blade Storm, but Heartbeat's hearing all of this, happy to just hold on to that space, and being outbelt shouldn't be expected, but Rex adjusts accordingly.
Big pick as well, that goes the solo controller Viper. And it makes this Viper wall that we've got here so much more effective. The only thing is though that I will say, even though Rex gets that second, is you've got to look at tempo on the map.
Yeah, tempo is already so far up and has found the one path that gifts you control of kitchen. I think he's just about outside the range of the... Well, turret's on the other side of the wall here anyway, actually. So yeah, that is in fact the case. And tempo looking the opposite way. Just not expecting players to be rotating in through spawn. Spike does go down, but Ticey's so far away from it. He's never going to win that one. Devo finding the kill. NXT getting their third.
After the timeout, collected themselves, getting themselves a few rounds on the board. One more and you're laughing here, considering how the early start of this half went. 6-1 at one point, right?
I mean, who knows? Still a world where we find 3 9-3 halves in as many maps.
Yeah, that's mental.
It's yeah, it's been pretty one-sided at times this series. You know, teams are finding their rounds in streaks. NXT, you know, with an adaptation here, a little tweak there, getting what they wanted. Rex's op is finding more value. Sweet and Sour are ultimately playing into their hands. He does now have the blades available and is just looking to make a quick charge towards A this time. It's Ticey actually which draws first to break that mid turret.
Yeah, it's Rex. He's heard the turret. He knows the KG is close by. He's not wanting to gamble anymore. That's fair enough, right? You've got the information that the KG could be lurking outside there. And as for the Viper, we're getting a thrash off the back of that.
Well, Heartbeat takes the peak first, so the thrash wasn't any value added to the defense of the mid space there. Rex on this A site has been invaluable though. He will go down eventually. A thrash of their own coming back, but cancelled by the Nanos. Nothing from it, and so much damage dealt as the lockdown comes in. In fact, Creamy is gone. NXT with the advantage here.
Yeah, it's falling apart. They need to get themselves up to belt so they can deny anybody on the spike, but they're going to be a little bit late here. In fact, actually, they've gone to jail.
Oh, the wall was up for just a moment. They've managed to get the spike half. The thrash again fails to connect. There's no utility left in the pockets from Sweet and Sour though. They'll need to face sooner rather than later. Finally they will. Famzam coming out. He plucks another away. Bully blinded by his own wall. Half a chance that he can still make this happen with both players. Every man low. But left to survival instinct, Sweet and Sour will outlast one more.
I love how Creamy's camera is so zoomed in, man. But yeah, that's a big round to win out. Sweet and Sour at least guaranteed 8, which would be good for them. See, this is what I was talking about earlier,
I know, man. Yeah, I mentioned it at the start as well. Heartbeat obviously a fan of the rebrand, and he's got some highlighter pen-coloured cam of his own.
Maybe he's teleported, you know.
Maybe.
But the point I was making is an 8-4.5 would be good for either team here. I think it's respectable. A 9-3 though might be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Certainly could be. Devo already lost. This one is looking rough, and the null command coming in as well means that all of that utility is trying to get one final usage for itself. Actually, the Nano's already coming out and Transformer elsewhere, so the wall stays up, or Bully I should say. He's on spot now, taking those fights, just about keeping themselves in it with that one from Maxim. Bully in a clutch, he's got to face the music and gets drowned out eventually. So Sweet and Sour, a quick one to close. 9-3 will be the score for the third occasion in the 3 maps that we've seen.
Yeah, it's the second time for Sweet and Sour. They're really starting to, you know, flex their muscles. They've got themselves really warmed up into this one. But let's hope, if you're a Sweet and Sour fan, that we do not have another one of the halves that we just had on Lotus. The only thing that I'll say about that though is NXT are actually on their attacking side, so this is going to be a lot more easier for them. Double initiator again, attack more powerful.
Yeah, saying that, the last time they played, it was also a 9-3 half. If you're speaking Heartbeat against NXT, his Metasport side found 9 rounds on their defenders side. So if that's a sign of what's to come, we will just have to see.
Different comps, so that was when they played with the Sage, right? So the that Metasport comp was like really good, and they certainly had the protocols were unreal.
4 of those rounds were retakes, in fact, so about half of them. NXT already under pressure here though. It's Ticey around the back lines, and where can Bully go? Absolutely nowhere. He's screwed. It's a 5-on-3. Spike will go down, but if Sweet and Sour take 1 kill here, like Ticey there, oh, it's done in my eyes. How much more can one man possibly do? Maxim with his work cut out, and Rex gone as well. So double-digit Sweet and Sour with the pistol under their belt. It's a much better change from what we saw at the start of the second half of Lotus.
Yeah, much better. And not only that, though, has such a convincing round, and NXT just don't think that Sweet and Sour won't disrespect them. I mean, this is the most disrespectful team in the league, Hazza. You've watched their interviews, you've watched how they play, and it's the fact that they know and believe in themselves. They're so confident. You can see here, Bully's distracted by the flank, and then you just get tempo played in. Like, it's simple stuff, right? But this is what Sweet and Sour are good at, the fundamentals.
And again, you know, Hearthbeat showing up, like Megan Marcus was saying. Last time he played NXT, he finished 20-6. Will struggle to emulate those kinds of numbers here because they only need 3 more rounds. And this one, while it's not certain against Stingers, there's a high possibility. And with Rex down to 2 HP, the tip of your spear's already been blunted.
Has Mosh put out to try and stop anybody else getting in, and Rex has been lost, disconnected. The whole site, that's it. It seems as if the Wi-Fi is going out, the life is going out, the beeps are getting slower and the lifeline has gone. It's up to 2 players against 4 and the spike is absolutely nowhere to be seen. Maybe the pulse gets quicker, maybe the beats get faster. It's up to Bully, but it's not going to have a chance. That's a 4th lost out. They've tried it, they've gambled it, they've pushed all the chips to the middle and going all in. But Hazard, they're going to be leaving with empty pockets.
Such a tough one to take, a tough pill to swallow if you're NXT. They just wanted to force this one forwards, and again, something I will mention about this round is Creamy's utility usage. That 0-point knife which came in suppressed 3 players as they were trying to initiate on the site after Rex went down, so no supportive utility available. And the decay from Hearthbeat's wall as well, just so many factors where if you gamble a fast push like that, you just have to deal with it, you know, the utility that's going to be available. And straight on to the next, no moment of respite. Ticey trying to take the head over the top of the box, and with the supportive smoke of his teammate, he can afford to hang around here a little bit longer.
If Hamzam's taking contact on A with Transformer, and it's just dropped all the way out of A, allowing that to his opponents, but they're trying to send it, and I don't know if that was a flash from Creamy, I think it was. He's just going to get his opposite number nonetheless.
Yeah, Devo going down again. Creamy's utility so useful, and Hearthbeat continuing to cycle this poison cloud. Sweet and Sour reading off the same hymn sheet. The Dizzy will catch Hearthbeat, but his Ghost finds one, and that's good enough, with it being the only pistol in this pack of rifles. Looking to tear NXT limb from limb. Transformer getting one with a Sheriff of his own, but the spike plant here is everything. Bully's not going to get a chance. Creamy is quick onto the scene, and Rex left to pick up the pieces.
14 seconds as well, has it. You've got less than 6 to get the spike down, and there we have it. We are going to reach map point. We are going to get there fairly quickly, and it's 9 chances to win this one out. At least NXT can start with a rifle to challenge it, but if they lose this, it's all over.
It's been feeling like a done deal for a while now. It could be back-to-back 13 threes for Hearthbeat's side against NXT. This time in the yellow of Sweet and Sour. Well, it's certainly been a sweet start. The honeymoon period. Ticey getting revealed, suppressed. So is FamZam, but they will continue their fight, and they will win those fights. Devo and Rex gone. The 2 players who you've seen pop up in the kill feed most at the start of these rounds, but for all the wrong reasons, Cairo.
Yeah. I would love to see the first death percentage after this one. I'd love to see how many kills Ticey's going to finish up on, actually. He could end up with a 90 bomb over 3 maps.
It's really, really rough. NXT just looking for rounds now here more than anything else, and even here, the odds against them. Bully takes 1 through mid, and now it's all on the A play. 2 players left and 4 that they face.
Oh, look, there's some Marcus tech for you. Using the thrash and moving it forward so that the sound is made and the players don't want to move any further forward. FamZam just waiting for it to regen before the retake can begin. Maxim's even being caught by a fragment grenade. This is just so good, man. Everything about it, everything about this map, everything about what Sweet and Sour were able to do was just perfect. They fought their way back in the series, Hazza, and they are the real deal.
Yeah, the celebration's already beginning. Another home intruder, but Sweet and Sour defend this house. There'll be no upsets this time. And as life begins without Affen, Hearthbeat makes sure that they win out in his opening fixture. If you can't beat them, join them. And it has been a spell for success so far.
Yeah, I mean, Hazza, this is the thing. Sweet and Sour will always be asked questions, right? They're the first time in this league. It's the first time they've been up towards the upper echelons. People are expecting them, wanting them to fall away from the main pack, right? And they're just not. They just find ways to win out. They had everything going against them with Hearthbeat joining the roster this week. It was a pretty last minute, sudden change, which is unfortunate, but they have succeeded where others would fail. In fact, where others have failed, right? Requiem failed. I mean, fair enough, it was against Apex, but still you get the idea. They're finding ways to win, and that's all it matters. Points mean prizes.
They do, and Sweet and Sour are starting off the same way that they did last time. This match up between the two teams came in the exact same game week. Game week number 2, NXT versus Sweet and Sour. However, last time out they lost. They didn't take a single map in that exchange. Here, they were on series point. They had a chance to close out the whole damn thing and walk away with it. Instead, Sweet and Sour have managed to turn that on them. Into the third and final map, they just look leagues above, and they can start to really build that gap between themselves and the chasing pack. Of course, where comes Cairo and Hazza comes the analyst desk, the chasing pack behind us as well. And we have Megan Marcus for you with all of the breakdown on the analyst desk after this one.
A ropey start, a rocky middle, but a dominant end for S&S, who do come away with the series win. Of course, there are a few highlights from the series overall, but let's talk a little bit quickly about the Icebox game we just saw before we head to Creamy for an interview. So Marcus, talk to us a bit about Icebox.
I mean, it was very dominant, right? There isn't too much we can say about NXT. There were definitely some highlight rounds, one of them being, I think it was round 6 or 7. We had a really nice retake with Mosh behind yellow. It's the same round where Rex popped the knives, but unfortunately got killed while he was pulling them out. And apart from that, honestly, apart from the individual potential shots coming out from NXT, it was just super dominant from Sweet and Sour, and you have to give credit where credit is due to Ticey. This series, honestly, has been so good for him. Like,
he's been so consistent.
It's crazy, right? How you can have someone that's this consistent across a whole best of 3. Because, I mean, sometimes you struggle even trying to get, you know, good stats in one game, but to be that consistent, to be that aggressive, to have that many first kills and opening up space for the team every single game is wild.
Yeah, I mean, props to Ticey, because even on Split, where, you know, S&S didn't come away with the map win, Ticey still did absolutely dominate. So, you know, props to him for really keeping the team up there and doing what duelists should do and really proving himself in that aggressive duelist category. I do also want to mention that Hearthbeat, you know, really did prove what we already knew, but found his feet, you know, sort of from Lotus and into Icebox with S&S quite quickly. So, you know, that's also another player to mention, because coming into this as an IGL on that controller role in a new team is very scary. But talking about another member of S&S, we do have Creamy on the line. Creamy, are you there? Hello, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, and we're obsessed with the face cam, the very close up and personal face cam.
Yeah, I tried to change it so you can see the monkey in the background.
Oh,
if you guys catch that, I don't know if you catched it.
We didn't. All we saw was the majority
you can see it
of your
over there.
face.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, hello. No, literally, to be fair, most of it was just your face, but everybody was loving it. And I mean, a solid performance today, a beautiful reverse sweep, despite Lotus looking a little bit ropey. So I do just want to ask you a little bit about Lotus and the team comms, because when NXT started to come back, how did you and the team keep your mental from breaking?
Not gonna lie, our mental was kind of down after some of the rounds we lost. Felt like we lost in unfortunate ways, but we came back, and when we won the rounds, we realized that obviously we can come back at any time here. So we just kept going after the rounds we won. So we just kept going on that momentum that we got from those 2 rounds, I think it was.
Yeah, I do think all you needed was kind of that one round to get back into it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then you did obviously come away with the win. But I know Marcus has a couple of questions for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, good resilience, obviously, in that game, because I think I personally would have got tilted, so that's why you're playing, and I'm sitting here. But no, I want to just talk to you about obviously the change in the roster. Not ideal to begin with, obviously, because especially Athan's departure game, he dropped a very good game. But I just want to kind of ask you how difficult it is to adapt to a new IGL, especially, you know, in the time you were given.
Yeah, it's difficult for sure, because he wants his own playstyle. Obviously, he is an IGL, and we have our own playstyle with Afun that worked pretty well for us the last split. So yeah, it was hard, and we haven't practiced much. I can't say we're very comfortable yet. We practiced for like 2 days only as the 5. So yeah, it is very hard, yes, but I think it will work. We are starting to mesh our own thoughts together, our own ideas, and it's working good.
I mean, the first game obviously was, let's just say, a warm-up game, especially if you've only got two days of practice. But look, I feel like picking up Hearthbeat is obviously different playstyles, you said, but he's a really, really good player. And the last time that I mean, at least the standout game when I remember him playing was the Sunset game against NXT when he was on Metasport. And just a little bit more about Heartbeat. Like, how was the process trying to find a new IGL? Was it really rushed, or how did it kind of go?
We knew from 1-2 weeks before we got Heartbeat that might have to get a new IGL, and we started looking. And yeah, Heartbeat, we kind of liked him instantly, not gonna lie, as the 4 players, and we got him pretty fast because we realized that we have a game in a couple of days, so we have to start this kind of fast so we can actually prove ourselves.
Well, I mean, from our end, it definitely looked like, especially after Split, that he found his feet a bit more and you guys were gelling and it was working. And of course, you did win the series, so it definitely worked somehow. But I did just want to ask you, coming into Icebox, S&S's win rate wasn't great. It wasn't the best. Was there anything other than your team comp and obviously Heartbeat coming into it that you did kind of really focus and work on to get today's Icebox win?
Yes, the mood from the first map Split and for the last map was completely different. We had 2 different moves. We were so ready. We were like normal selves on the Icebox game, and we were actually like coming up, screaming after we win. Everyone is hyping each other up. Everyone is with every mood up. So when it's like that and we're hitting shots, it's kind of we're like unstoppable, and we have already worked on our Icebox as well a little bit.
Definitely. Coming back off the back of Lotus, like the vibes, even with the player cams, we could see you were all absolutely vibing. I mean,
yeah.
Ticey was going crazy. We were worried he'd get like a noise complaint from his neighbors. But yeah, I mean, congratulations, Creamy. Go enjoy your evening, enjoy the win, and thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, let's do a little bit more of a rundown about Creamy. What a lovely, wonderful guy. Talk to us a little bit about Creamy's stats, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, as the role he plays, I suppose the initiator role, partly flashes, partly on the fades. Like, his damage per round is fantastic, right? And his first death percentage was 0. I just want to point that one out there, okay? Which means that when it comes down to actually gathering information, he's always going to be there to be able to do that because he's not dead. And I think that's important as an initiator, as a sentinel as well, and also as a controller. I mean, I could name every single role, right? But there are some roles where first deaths, you kind of go. They happen. They happen. But he was fantastic.
On an agent like KO as well, I feel like staying alive for as long as possible is so important, especially with his regenerative knife. The amount of information and the amount of sort of map control that you can gain from a piece of utility like that, I think is so important. And clearly it played a massive part for S&S sort of being so dominant on Icebox. I do want to talk about something Cairo mentioned as well when he was casting about S&S's fundamentals are really kind of where they shine, and I think that we started to see that on Icebox, those kind of set plays, setting each other up with utility. Was there any kind of standout from you in terms of like a setup or a gameplay or a moment?
I think it's very similar to when we were talking about how Rex and Devo kind of played together, and I think it works perfectly when Creamy and Ticey played together, because it's you can be an aggressive duelist like Ticey is. You can get those. He had 14 first bloods, right? And it was only 7 first deaths. And it's all good and well being an aggressive duelist. You can dash into your smoke. You can create that space, right? But it's the second part of the execution or the space taking that's super important. You have to have that dash into the smoke, and then it's where the next part happens. You have Creamy with the flash in, maybe a dog follows you, and with the jet smokes now only being very short, once you've dashed in, the spacing has to be very, very good. So I think when we talk about fundamentals, it's just like the spacing. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make, is the spacing between them is fantastic, and it really helps Ticey thrive.
Yeah, I do really want to talk about kind of, as Creamy mentioned, off the back of Lotus, they went into Icebox feeling very confident and they absolutely dominated. And I think, as well, I want to mention how the KJ for NXT, I think they really struggled to keep any form of map control, because it just felt like S&S almost it was like the Killjoy wasn't there. You know, I don't remember seeing any sort of plays where the Killjoy really stopped those site pushes or kind of maintained that map control enough for S&S to not then take the majority and kind of just head into site without any kind of pressure. But yeah, props to NXT as well, because they really did sort of put a great matchup.
Yep.
And I think it's a very telling as to what we're going to see from NXT for upcoming games and how the changes are working for them. And I can imagine we're going to see NXT do very, very well in upcoming series too. We're going to throw to a break now whilst we get ready for the next matchup, which is Formulation Gaming versus OnlyFins. We'll see you very shortly.
Spike planted. Got one. Grounded. I doubled. One enemy. 30 seconds left. Last player standing. That's done. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around,
never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one.
Welcome back to Polaris. We have a very exciting matchup ahead of us. OnlyFins versus Formulation Gaming. And I know that we have so much to talk about with this one, Marcus, because especially when it comes to a team like OnlyFins, you know, I know you're a little bit of a fan. I know that there's a player or two that you love and that you enjoy gaming with yourself. So of course we'll get into OnlyFins very, very shortly, but it is going to be another hopefully 3-mapper because we've had some good games on the card already. And actually, do you know what? I'm not going to keep you from talking about OnlyFins any longer, Marcus. Take it away.
Yeah, I kind of I'll just say it like straight. I'm a Nixon fanboy. It's not gonna make me biased.
Yeah, no bias.
No bias
here
on this desk whatsoever,
promise.
because we are here to talk about and watch some good Valorant. But when we talk about OnlyFins, right? Starting in Split 1, they got off to a difficult start because obviously they did lose Polvi. They had a couple of roster changes, obviously, due to different teams wanting different players, and that's okay, but a good team also knows how to adapt, right? And it's the exact same here. We've come into the start of Split 2, and there has been another roster change. We have Ale instead of Limpe. Now, Ale performed in week 1, so last week, incredibly well. Absolutely incredibly well. And we know that he has what it takes to be, you know, one of the best duelists, at least in tier 2, because he's had that experience from, as you saw on his jersey, XL, right? And I think with the combination of good IGLing from Nixon, hashtag no biasy, and obviously with some fantastic lurks and some actually creating some space on Feekan, I feel like this team, they can really go to work. And I know that they wanted to be a bit higher up in the league than they were in Split 1. So I think Split 2 is where they're now really going to try and shine.
Yeah, and I also feel like finishing in a position like 3rd, it gives you a hunger. It gives you a want for more. And I feel like you definitely have already seen that from OnlyFins. And I hope that we see that today, that they come into this and they kind of, you know, show us actually that they deserve better than 3rd. So we'll see if they kind of bring a different play style or something different to the table today to get them to a higher place than they finished last Split. Let's talk a little bit about Formulation Gaming, because as you said, no bias. No bias here. Also an amazing team that we saw a lot for in Split 1. So take us through that, Marcus.
Because we love Jaff. I'm just going to say it. Everyone in chat, we love Jaff, right? Like, Jaff is one of those players that everyone just likes. I mean, we've also look at that player cam reaction. Now that right there is Jaff. That right there is Jaff. And it's the passion about the game that I love about Jaff, right? He's so dedicated to the craft. He's been in Polaris. I actually think maybe, don't quote me here, I do think he's been in Polaris the longest from anybody. I feel like he's dropped down to relegation like 2 or 3 times and then instantly come back up. It's like, look, the man himself, it's like, wow, he's focused. Well, he's hella focused. But it's like...
He's tapping heads right now.
Yeah, you can tell he's trying to get 30 on the hard bots. But you can just tell from Jaff that from his experience in Polaris and from how long he's been in it, he knows how to lead a team, right? And I think when you have people alongside you like Riyadh, like Puggy, I think some of those names really just resonate to me, that they have what it takes to be one of the best teams in Polaris. But it gives me the same vibes as Hookahs, right? And Hookahs, who were here last Split and they unfortunately got relegated. It's difficult because, and I'm gonna say this because I say this every single time I'm on the desk, right? Hookahs had what it takes, like had what it had what it took.
Yeah.
Past tense. They had what it took, right? They had all the pieces. The glue just didn't put them together. And I feel like this is the exact same with Formulation Gaming, where there are so many pieces of this team that they can put together. Sometimes it just crumbles, right? And
before,
no,
sorry.
go.
Terrible.
No.
I was cutting in there, but before we kind of look at the head-to-head, I did just really quickly want to talk about their last matchup, which was in week 6 of Split 1. FMG actually won their first map pick, and then they were reverse swept by OnlyFins as well. So I think, you know, talking really quickly about the matchup today, I think FMG as well, something that they've kind of got under their belt is that want for revenge, to come back in and find a vengeance and kind of prove that they are good enough to take on OnlyFins as well. So yeah, let's talk about Ale and Demiurge as well, Marcus.
Yeah, so I have a head-to-head for these guys because they are the two most dominant players, I would say, from either team. And it's super nice to kind of look at Ale and look at his ACS, because he's nearly at 300. Right, this guy's nearly at 300 ACS, and yes, I do want to make this clear. This is all from last week, right? This is only from 1 week's worth of gameplay. This is one game, one series, should I say? Both played Raze 2 times, so it's a nice comparison, and it's very similar. It looks like Ale does just take the edge on First Bloods, and Demiurge does fall a bit more often than Ale. But all in all, these two I think are going to be the two people that you really want to keep your eye on throughout this series, because they're probably going to be setting the pace of the game.
And these stats are just from last week as well, and I think Ale is definitely up there because, you know, he did drop 70 kills in last week's matchup. So, you know, he's feeling it, but, you know, it doesn't mean that Demiurge's stats aren't as good. It's just this is literally last week's performance, so it'll be very interesting to see their kind of matchup again today. Anything else that you would like to say about these guys before we kind of start to look at the map vetoes?
I want to look at the map vetoes instantly right now, okay? And I just want to say that FMG, apart from the final week that we just saw, they were actually 5-0 on Ascent. They, like, before they lost Ascent, which was their map pick, they were actually 5-0. So right. I think we are going to be seeing an Ascent. I also think we're going to be seeing an Icebox as well. I also have a really weird for something in my mind. Does Demi? I'm just. No, you know what? I'm gonna cover that later on. Don't worry. The map veto's here. The map veto's here. Let's see what we're gonna get here, Meg. Right? What are you expecting personally?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been sort of keeping up with these two teams as much as maybe the last matchup. So I think it's just gonna be very interesting to see where this goes. Sorry, as you can tell, me and Marcus, I think we're in need of a coffee because our mouths and our brains aren't working as much as they previously were. But of course, we do see FMG picking that Ascent, which, like we said, apart from the last matchup that they had on Ascent, they've been very dominant on. I think they've got something like an 85% win rate on there, and OnlyFins aren't as strong on Ascent, so it will be very interesting to see how that is played. On Sunset as well, we have OnlyFins selecting that, so FMG will start on defense, and then in true Polaris fashion, we're finishing off with Icebox if we make it that far.
If it comes down to Icebox, all I'm going to say is that I do think OnlyFins are going to have the edge on this one. I feel like going into this split with a 4-1 win-loss ratio on Icebox, I don't know. I think it's kind of their playground, right? But when you look at Sunset as well, they are currently 2-5. So I think there are definitely some pros and some cons for this veto for either team.
Well, as I said, Marcus and I need to grab a coffee. You should grab some snacks and some caffeine too, and get ready for the next matchup. We're going to take a break before we come back to get things rolling. We are very shortly going to be heading into today's second series between OnlyFins and Formulation Gaming for their first map of the day. Marcus definitely quickly wants to mention why me and him may have seemed a bit frazzled literally just before the break. So Marcus, take it away.
Guys, I was, you know, going down the wormhole of VLR, and I was just having a look at the players on Formulation Gaming, and it blew my mind that I didn't see Demiurge in 2 of the games that I looked at on VLR. And then in my head, I was like, oh boy, does Demiurge even play for them anymore? But look.
So he panicked,
he
then
does.
I panicked.
He's there, look, he's right there.
There he is. What do you think about the compositions coming into Ascent? Is there any kind of like things you weren't expecting, or is this very much what you were expecting coming into this matchup?
Meg. It's Ascent. What else is there to even say? It's the most boring map on Valorant, right? And this is, and I promise you, I'm not saying this because I don't want to say anything else. It is so boring, right? It is the exact same team comps you see every single time, apart from potentially someone going, ooh, I want to go Killjoy. Or I want to go Cypher. But look, when you look at the difference between Killjoy versus Cypher, I actually do think that a Killjoy is better than a Cypher.
I mean, I do like Killjoy on Ascent, but you know, those Cypher buffs definitely have bumped him up to potentially a better Sentinel on Ascent. But what's not to love about a map made of paper, Sova with an Odin, wall banging B main? Like, we love to see it, and it will, as always. Do you know what? I'm actually not gonna lie. Despite all of the above, I do actually enjoy watching pro games on Ascent. And somebody who is terrible on Ascent but knows a lot about it and has a lot to say about it is Cairo. So I'm gonna hand over to those guys over there to talk more about Ascent and take you through it.
Mate, I'll leave that to you. I'll leave that to you.
I've been left on a podium here as if I know a lot, mate. I just shout. That's it. Like, what more can we say?
Oh, quite clearly nothing. We found Demiurge, that's most important. So he's in the server, he is in fact playing for Formulation, and we can head into Ascent. Little else to be said of that one, other than the fact that these two played it the last time they faced against each other. It was the opening map, and Formulation starting off a win streak there with a 13-9 result. They did lose the following 2, however, so OnlyFins do have the stock in this one.
Yeah, they do, Hazza, and I think this could be the same story, but more so the fact that it's OnlyFins continuing the little bit of rivalry that they have, right? Because they played in the Nordic Clash, both matches in there went the way of Formulation Gaming. OnlyFins, though, since then, since the off-season, have been on some run.
Yeah, these two teams could very easily have found themselves in different positions last split. However, it's Formulation that went into relegation, OnlyFins to playoffs. Can they get off on the right foot this time? It's Formulation which will be starting on the attack to recover a map which they lost last week for the first time in 13 outings.
It's a difficult map. Your fundamentals, your macro gameplay, everything that is basic in this game is put under a microscope. And any mistakes come to light very quickly.
Demiurge down short. This was a notorious position for him on the defender's side on Metasport, a key component of how they played. And shoulder to shoulder with Formulation's best, Semburn. That's going to be the captain, Nixun gone. Snowy trying to fight back in, and they defend this ground well. Wow. 2 kills for him swiftly. Jaff is, well, not really offering too much. A couple of kills, sure, but how much more can you possibly ask of one man? OnlyFins taking the pistol.
Yeah, a nice fight back in, even after Formulation get the entry pick there, has it? And on top of that, I mean, thinking back historically to this map, something that Jaff has always been good at is Ascent. Remember thinking like ever so wavy gang and how they were able to beat Le Petit Bouffons twice. Just a little bit of statistics for you. Yeah. That's historical evidence of, I guess, Formulation players being able to thrive on Ascent.
Speaking of Le Petit Bouffon, of course, everyone here at North wishing Link all the best in his retirement. Yes. Now made streamer. And it's interesting, we can tie up a couple loose ends as well. Le Petit Bouffon was the first team, which the old NXT team, which we've just seen, the core of them, the 4 players, with Rex, that was their first official that they played over a year ago now. So, what a while it has been. What a while it has been. But these rounds are always the same. 5 classics for Formulation this time.
Yeah, they're just trying to poke and prod, find ways. Those shocks are going to heart because there's no armour. It's whether the trigger's pulled or the ball let go.
Yeah, it was off the back of the turret that the shocks would come in from Yesmu, so both Riyadh, Semburn, Demiurge, safe for now, I say that, Semburn is gone. Jaff's already managed to cross with the smoke towards site, but again, Yesmu is going to be waiting here, and if not for Ale, would maybe be in with a chance of a kill. It's cleanup duty for OnlyFins, and Puggy actually getting the spike down elsewhere. So this one, a little bit convoluted. Surprised to see the IGL of Formulation managed to lock that one in, but money all the same.
Yeah, and it's all about getting those monies in, I guess, oh my lord. But,
it is a word, you're all good.
Yes, it is one of the words that you can use. But I think as well, though, something that I want to say about OnlyFins, because obviously I was analyst desking it up last week, was that the Fins looked a lot more, I guess, secure, you know what I mean? A lot more refined. They looked as if they were a lot better generally in terms of how they wanted to play. Their ideas a lot clearer. And I'm not saying that's necessarily because of the addition of Ali and like the let go of Limpy, but it certainly seems to be that coincidence. Obviously there's been a break, so OnlyFins could work on their stuff, but they look better than what they did in Split 1.
Yeah. The man topping the sheets right now is the one that took the post-match interview for that game. You spoke to him, and Snowy said, yeah, with Ale, we feel that we are stronger structurally. And here he is to kick things off. Riyadh is gone in the gun round. With that, mid is left a gap, which Ale fills with lead. Demiurge the next to be seen out of this one.
And it's only one Phantom as well that is on the side of OnlyFins that's got that kill. Now, Formulation need to try and scrape something back. They've dedicated one player to each lane. The only issue with that is Hazard. That's going to be 3 1v1s to be taken.
Yeah, Puggy should be looking to use this utility here. A view in on the drone, perhaps waiting for the recon to come back up, and now it's available with Semburn at his side. They'll group up towards A. Jaff has been revealed in the process. They know about at least the main player, and there is an alarm bot there if Ale does decide to rotate over. And he will, alongside Yesmu. They can start to call these ones in, and Nixon, first line of defense, actually goes down.
Yeah, here comes a spam again from Ali. Well, it might not connect. Snowy certainly was. He saw a shoulder peek out of the smoke. The spike will be able to go down as OnlyFins wait to collect themselves. Jaff looking out from main. They're being tagged up and they're being put under. Jaff's been incredible so far. And this round, it's up to Yesmu. Only got a Spectre to get himself out. Jaff's peeking off the contact of Semburn. We'll leave it a 1v1 for the time being, but he's not checked under hell, and it is a demon that will haunt him. Semburn gets Formulation's first round, but I mean, most of the work was done by Jaff.
Yeah, and while Jaff won't get the ace, he'll get everybody else pounding his chest. A player who fell flat a little bit in the series against his long-time opponent and former teammate Bully. And Ascent is a map which, you know, they trailed in for the majority of. They were down 10-2 on the half. They narrowly lost out 14-12. Here comes the operator. Ali looking to be the point man of his defense here. Has the turret from which to work as well. Spike sat outside in tiles.
He's really pushing this issue. Drone will find the operator line and wait, but the players are trying to get through mid, where an Odin lies to go and wait. Faken's missed out. At least Yesmu's there to get the trade. That's a disaster. The site's open, under siege. Ali's still standing there with the op, but he's all alone and has to find a way to escape. He has done so, but all the players know exactly where he is. There's flashes flying in, utility to support, but Ali's blinded up by his team. He's updraft and he's dashing away, but he can't get away that far. back to 3v3. There is the ultimate of the null command available, Hazza, and there's also a paranoia from Nixon.
Yeah, I mean, more than just the paranoia. OnlyFins have all of the utility available to them. They started to use a little bit of it there. Dark cover coming down towards backside as well, but Jaff has removed Snowy and the possibility of a knife with it. Recon there, but not getting the pulse off to reveal anybody, so OnlyFins may be looking at a cause to recycle these weapons into the next, but they're still fancying their chances. Paranoia in, the players flood out, but Semburn has them held. Jack with another multi-kill to confirm Formulation's second round and equalize the score.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning how close the series was last time between the two, and I think it was a real decider in terms of what the trajectory was for these two. Like, got to remember last split, like OnlyFins were kind of here nor there in terms of the kind of playoff hopes and how their run was going to end up. But it ended up being something like 2 rounds between 3 of the maps, Hazza. It was incredible how close it was.
Yeah, actually coming down to a decider of Sunset, which is up next, 17-15 in favor of OnlyFins. We'll get onto that one in a bit. Alec, the choice, weaponry, the pick of the bunch on this round is going to be the Blades. It was the op on the previous, the Phantom before. A jack of all trades. But nothing picked up just yet, and I think he's down to his last blade. In fact, there is not much left. It's only 2 that he has from which to work.
I would not count out Ali though. He's one of those guys that somehow still finds a blade and ahead. Kind of like Lear back in the day. I know we're kind of throwing back the old Polaris history books, but still, you get the idea.
It's still a relevant comment to make because it was part of the HS Deer team, the former Cobra Core that Ale was in. Highest performance, highest height that he's hit so far. Could be on course for something more though. With OnlyFins, another team that has taken a top 3. And it's on rounds like this when they haven't got the guns, but still they're finding punishment. Semburn's got to make something happen with the Odin and he can't. And look, while we may not have given it the credit, they'll take it in a thrifty fashion.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And it's came through like players trying to run through smokes with a bucky, somehow getting 2 out the other end.
And OnlyFins gambling on that rotation as well and just putting 4 players there that you're walking into.
Yeah, and not to be like too harsh and negative here, but Formulation, like, how have they not managed to clear out that, like, how have they allowed someone to walk through the smoke like that, you know, and it not be cleared? It's a bit of a heartbreaker.
Yeah. Definitely something that can be said of them right now. Struggling to put the pressure on. And even Fagan here, able to walk away with 2 kills. You take that trade every day of the week, even if it is your Sentinel player.
Yeah, and there's Yesmu as well, who's just chimed in off the back of the Odin. Formulation again, it's another round with the left scratching their heads and what to do.
Formulation now in the 2 versus 4, like you put it. It's a chance that they would have had to fight Snowy, but the knife has stopped them dead in their tracks. Both players suppress. All the information for OnlyFins, and look at how they're starting to work these extremities in tandem. You've got Ale up one side and Nixon the other.
I like this so much. It's just simple protocols, right? You know that your one of your lanes is under siege, so you take control of the other. They're now starting to push Snowy, put pressure towards Heaven. He is supported by Nixon. Or Jesmu, sorry.
Yeah. Jack was just calling for the flash there to TP up, but the recon back through is great. It has revealed their positions, and Yesmu is taking it all in this round with the Odin. 3 kills from him. OnlyFins off to a flyer of a start, 4 rounds to 2.
I guess the only caveat to that, Hazza, would be that OnlyFins are on the defence. Historically, Ascent can be really difficult to attack into if you don't get things going your way, and if you're making mistakes like this that Faken has shown.
Yeah. So, you know, the defender side of Formulation is their mainstay.
Yeah.
We'll have to see whose is more airtight than the other. Ale against the Blades this time. It's Demiurge which will challenge him, but the Hunter's Fury's pushing them back as the players move forward in main. Snowy goes down solo.
Yeah, but there's a couple of tags off the back, well, one on towards Demiurge. So you know there's at least two here because the Info Dart also got a ping. That was onto the Omen of Jaff.
OnlyFins are restless though. They want to take a fight here.
And I like this. Proactive, looking to put your opponents on the back foot. They know that they need to try and find something back. The only issue is what's the counter punch from Formulation?
But again, it feels like OnlyFins just have such a good read. There are already 2 players towards A, and a third one is swiftly arriving. Ale, up the catwalk, has to jump down away from the drone, but it's been brought offline by Puggy. Didn't want to take that risk. Nixun getting out of dodge. Site conceded. Formulation, nice use of the Hunter's Fury of their own to clear out some of that space. Spike should be going down, but not without Yesmu finding the kill that puts this in a 4v4.
30 seconds left.
Spec, Fagan still holding on to any cross, and Demiurge looking to find some more. That one-way will not actually help him. Somewhat, you can see it helps OnlyFins. The players of Formulation are still trying to take fights, and they're getting punished for it. They're gifting fights to OnlyFins here, Hazza.
Yeah, again, they're constricted in the site. Demiurge not allowed to spread his wings, and with only 1 blade left, he'll take it to the grave. Yesmu adds another on the Odin, and this 4 versus 2 is looking even more damp than the last. Both players wide side, spray coming through. Ale and Fagan adding to their tally as OnlyFins do get a 5th now on the board.
You don't deserve my inventions.
Continuing on, I mean, what more can be said? It was a thrifty round, and fair enough they got the entry pick, but apart from that, that's all you can really compliment from Formulation. Their post-plant was pretty poor, and considering Hazza, when we go all the way back to B, their post-plant was excellent. So there's a real contrast in what they want to do on either sites and what actually is working for them.
Yeah, it's a 4-on-4 again, you have to remember, and even to that extent, Nixun was still running the Outlaw. There are gaps there. And Ultimate's now available. Lockdown coming in. No commands both sides. And this exchange, to me, is incredibly important, especially if you're Formulation right now. You want to be on the right side of history. Senburn's HP is exactly that. History, it's gone. He's down to 45 inside the first 20 seconds.
Taking their way through market. It's just simple pathing as well. The only thing is those Fagan's trying to hide in logs, and well, a quick blow from the big bad wolf and it could all come tumbling down.
Ale huffing and puffing. Senburn actually, even on his last legs, has managed to find a kill onto Fagan. So the Sentinel gone on the B side. Spam from Ale shatters the mirror pick. In finding his opposite number, he's kept OnlyFins in this because it's a 3-on-4. They only trail by a man, and the rotation is coming in as the drone's taking its time to clear short.
Yeah, I really like this from OnlyFins though, Hazza. They immediately lose that player from mid, and you see that Snowy wants to back off. He doesn't want to keep fighting, and the spam through the smoke is brilliant. That's the spike, and that's the player's gone. Doors being closed. This is not looking good at all, and Ali's going huge. I can't believe this. Formulations are the makers of their own demise.
Ale with a huge quad kill, flashback through from Snowy, the spam layered on top, and all of that just stemming back to the first kill that the Swede was able to find. A talking point that I wanted to make of the newest inclusion to the OnlyFins roster, the one which breaks the national balance, is that this is now his 5th split in Polaris. And he missed out on the first one this year as Bratan Mix couldn't qualify from the Open. But again, it's just the experience that he brings. He's going to be feeling comfortable and, more importantly, confident. Look at this in main already.
I think it's just the support that he knows he's going to be able to get. The sofa's close by. Fagan's holding on towards market, and this is exactly where Formulation are going up.
They do take the room towards market. But like you say, Ali's well supported. And to just reel it back for a second, I think, you know, where Limper had the support before, his rifle work was decent. It was his op which really shone. Ale seems to be an upgrade in that department, and well, already the rest of OnlyFins are holding up their end of the bargain. Ali's still hanging about in main. It's a 1v1 which he wins. This round is done.
Yeah, as Spike was lost after those first 2 fights, and it's trying to get that back. And that's a few times now that we're seeing from Formulation. And again, the question has to be put forward is when do you time out here? Formulation do have the coach. OnlyFins do not. They got rid of theirs. Well, they didn't get rid of them, but they moved on.
Yeah, they moved on. I think that's the best way to say it, right? OnlyFins, in every sense of the word, is a project, and players do come in and out. I mean, Marcus was talking about it on the desk, you know, not just coaching staff. Polvi was here. He moved on, of course, to franchising. Vubit to the bench of Ascend. And, you know, with Limper coming in, I think there would be a view to sort of find someone else. If there was a coach, they'd be saying get the fluids on board for Formulation, because they're certainly taking a chance to have a sip here.
It is warm out there, mate. You know, we're starting to come into summer, thank the Lord. The nights are getting longer.
I'm looking to the sky and I couldn't tell whether it was morning or evening. It's as grey as anything.
I was going to say, Formulation might be hoping for night to come quicker than not, considering how this is going.
Yeah. You can see quiet on the face of the players. I don't know if there is anyone in coach slot. Yeah, it is just going to be Puggy pulling the strings here, as you can see. He is involved. And something interesting to mention about Puggy as well is that he actually has a higher assists per round than both Snowy and Yesmu on the OnlyFins side. Both very supportive players, which we have credited time after time for their utility usage. I think it's just about finding that impact, honestly, if you're Formulation.
Well, listen, if they find the next 3 rounds, this will not be a terrible half. In fact, it will be the standard on which to go by.
Yeah.
But that's an if.
No, Formulation do in fact have a coach. It was OnlyFins that don't.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
what
point we were saying. Yeah, it's Smit actually that's got himself a promotion.
Yeah.
Former assistant coach or analyst. As of course Saber left, and you know, people were saying, oh well, the improvements that Formulation made under Saber, surely they're in for striking gold, and I just never quite saw it happen, and he departed the project.
This is a big duel here. One shot.
Demiurge losing out. Yesmu getting one, and Snowy yet to be cleared in the corner. They're not going to either, and to be honest, with that paranoia just about making it out the end of the wall, they know that this position is supported.
Yeah, and there's the spike gone as well. Nixon's here to support. They were getting a flat smoke coming in as well. It might be a little bit chaotic, but they've still got sight of that spike. A paranoia to support the players in, but Puggy still hasn't got it. This is crazy from Nixon. This is no way that he's going to do it off the top rope and now waiting to see where Puggy is. But in fact, it's Ali that's chimed in. It's up to Jaff now, sorry. And the spike has been collected. 20 seconds left. You'll easily get that spike down, and the players remaining on OnlyFins will have an idea of what to do. The only thing is, though, is where does Jaff position himself?
Yeah, against NXT, Jaff had a couple of clutches that he was able to win. In terms of this one, has the ultimate available in range of the lockdown. There's a view to maybe using it. He's going to reposition towards short and fully stick it. The door is still up. He's got to break back through. There's a dark cover on the spike. Everything's working against him here. Nixon's already got it halved, and I think he's just going to fully diffuse it. So, yeah, Jaff not playing that one as perfectly as possible. OnlyFins with an 8th.
Silly. Like, I understand what Jaff is
laughing
trying to
at
do.
him.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough.
That's a guy who knows how to win a clutch. Top 3 percentage-wise in Split 1, and yeah,
if you cancel,
schoolboy error.
I was gonna say, if you cancel the ultimate, do you you don't get detained? So like that's another option that Jaff could have went for.
Yeah, you have to play deeper in the site if you do that. So it gets to the point where Jack already moving wine. If he does cancel, honestly, maybe even works out better for him, because OnlyFins then start to think, okay, is he, you know, is he under? Could he be in any other one of these angles? Just playing the mental game, but of course we know now it didn't work out. 8-2, another gun round. Formulation back up short. OnlyFins so good at just filling in the gaps when a player drops between Snowy and Nixon this time.
It's not only
Nixon's gone down first.
Yeah, they're so good at fighting back, finding ways to claw it back, not just filling the gaps, has her. This is an awful off angle. You get caught off guard, you'd be raging.
Well, the last smoke left in Nixon's will has now expired, so Snowy's left to his own devices. Ale, big fight to win on Jaff. Main control lost, and as Demi gets one on the fadeaway, they're going to be heading towards B. They lost all of the control that they would have hoped for. The majority of the OnlyFins players are here, though.
Oh, nice from Fagan, it's just connecting. There's only one player out on main, it's Puggy, and Yesbu's just dropped away, knowing that he has support in Snowy,
left.
and actually Riyadh can't
Enemy
see him.
remaining.
It's just simple stuff. Holding across, playing off one another, and formulation can't even break a sight of two.
Yeah, Ale, you've seen him in a lot of these rounds go ahead and play solo, right? Just look for a pick, especially on the op. That's how your gameplay will be tailored a lot of the time. It does make me wonder a little bit, is the rest of the team maybe still coming in finish? I would be surprised if they were, because, you know, in these environments, it's usually best to make sure that you're not, you know, doubling up on any calls that are being made.
Yeah.
And yeah, if your duelist is estranged from the rest, like, yeah, you know.
Yeah. I think that the conversation last week was that they had went back to English, and obviously Nixon has commed in English before, like playing in
a Northesis Famagusta in East.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's maybe a question for the analyst desk to pose in the interview, just to clarify things up.
Yeah, but I think again though, the assumption is that they will be. Ale is just so integrated, and that's what Snowy was saying. He's a guy who, you know, your duelist needs to be demanding of the utility they can get from you, and here he'd probably hope for a way out, but actually hasn't been found by the Hunter's Fury, and had a rough idea as to where Riyadh is towards the Radianite boxes. He peeks out, finds the kill. Still has the dash available. No, burnt through it.
Jav's on the other side of this judge. That would be a tilter. Snowy's allowed to get through it. The only thing is, though, is there's now two players here, not just one.
Yeah. Oh, still, Alice fighting demons in middle. Lasting a little longer than you'd expect. Snowy using the dark cover to slice up the fight. It's Jaff that goes down. 3-on-3, pinned to the corner. Demiurge has him gone, and the flash out from Nixon wide of the mark for Demi. Even brings the blades into play, perhaps surplus to requirements here.
Spike planted.
He is low. So is Puggy. Sember nowhere to be seen.
Yesbu needs to find them though. He does have the recon and the drone, so I mean it would be perfect to clear under, but not even thinking about it. So with that, Puggy taking him down, and it's our fourth 9-3 half of the afternoon, Cairo. OnlyFins the ones on top this time.
Are we cussed for split 2? Is that what it is, mate? Listen, I'm not complaining. At the end of the day, makes for good entertainment, right? Are you not entertained? I'd imagine formulation isn't at the moment. No chuckles on their faces at all.
Yeah.
Long way to go before they come back, but at the same time, though, you start on the Ascent defensive side.
It was certainly a thumb up rather than a thumb down from our only Roman representative in the league. Hearthbeat. It's a nice place, honestly. It is a nice place. Yeah, it's good. Not much of it left. Requires a bit of imagination. Formulation, well, what can they have possibly thought up to turn this one around? Riyadh suppressed, but overlooked. Snowy gets his 1-for-1. And Demiurge starts to re-clear mid. They are crunching on the market players, but ultimately losing out.
They've left Fagan to sit here. They can't support because of the nano swarm. The last two players are swinging to try and find it. This is a brawl. This is a fight. Nixon's low and Demiurge isn't. He'll lower his opposite number, or his opposite opposition. And that is going to be a big round to get things started on their comeback.
Yeah. What is it that they say? Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. If it's your opposite opposition, does it make you a teammate?
Thanks very much, mate.
Who knows? Who knows? All fun and games. No smile on the face of Demi just yet, though. And I have to say, I'm starting to feel like between him and Jaff, there's a little bit of camaraderie now brewing. That, you know, you're seeing them crop up on the same side of the map more often than not. There's his paranoia through short that we saw there to really close in on them. OnlyFins on pistols here. but less of a chance than it would to be reversing the result that we saw on their bonus last time.
I think as well, to speak about this compositionally as well, Hazza, the one thing that I'll say between the Cypher and the KJ is that the Sova is a real counter to Cypher, and if you've only got one trap on site, which we're seeing formulation set up right now, like one trap is holding mid, is that you're not going to have much stopping power here.
I mean, look, we failed to mention it, but Fagan was a Cypher player before.
Yeah.
This is the first time that OnlyFins have played with the Killjoy on this map. It is the Cypher and Sova combination that can show everything and take it all down. On the site though, no reveal from the trap just yet. It's a spray from the Ares which doesn't quite land. Semburn just sitting inside the fragment, loses almost all of his health. But 44 points seems to be enough with the rest of the team involved. Nixon goes down and Semburn makes it a hat-trick as Formulation move into the third round of their own.
I wonder how OnlyFins are going to start to default, because they really were trying to test and see across the map. You saw that there was one player out towards the A main, B main, obviously that's where the majority of the players were, but he didn't really get that far up mid, right? And that's going to be a key point. You destroy that one trap. It's not as if it's like KJ where you can have the alarm bot come back online or the turret either.
Interesting to mention too, because if you look at the series they played last time, it was decided by the Sentinels, both Fagan and Semburn at the top, but Ale making a case for himself on this occasion. And up against Demiurge, he's had the better of those situations and will do here. As I said before, short with the place that the Swede was enjoying life, but it's the one who was absent from the first split this time that gets the better of it and will again before going down.
Still fighting, still looking to take Jules. Puggy's somehow got one back, but Fagan with a trade. They know that Riyadh's here, and he is low. A simple peek should get things done, and that is the case. Semburn low himself, but what a shot.
It does feel like Formulation have been playing a lot of those standard positions. We keep seeing Riyadh in towards Pizza. You know, taking the same kind of peaks. Semburn hears both players cross the cage. The jump peak isn't good. Nixon is down. He's in with a shot, and it's the Sheriff that could do it. One bullet left in the chamber. Spectre comes out, and Fagan with a takedown stops that one getting any more dangerous than it already looked. OnlyFins will keep a single rifle surviving the bonus round of Formulation.
They win, but at what cost, Hazza? At what cost do they actually win? That's a lot of rifles off the board, right? The buyback in is not going to look good. This is almost going to be like a hero rifle eco.
Yeah, I mean, you do have that one Vandal, Stinger, a couple Sheriffs. Like you say, it's pretty much vicariously playing through Ale. This is where you expect a pace change. Paranoia coming in, already blinded off the angle. Demi is gone again. Puggy's spam has stopped OnlyFins from snowballing this any further, though.
Taking their foot off the gas. This is the good thing about pace changes, right, Hazza? You're making your opponents guess what you want to do. They've burned through a lot of utility, like what, that's 2 shots, and the owl drone coming through from Puggy. Sorry, it's just 1 shock.
The amount of chip that Puggy is getting from this Odin, though, could be what decides the round. He farms up assists for a reason, and maybe it's because he can't finish his dinner. He's got some shocks to try and do that now, though.
Yeah. They switched up the rifle. It's Nixon, actually, that's running in with it because Ali's solo. They want to get the maximum value out of it, but instead they're going to send it towards CT, and Riyadh is just collecting up. Nixon gets it back in their favour somewhat, but it's just Jaff on A.
They're waiting for him to peak. Nixon was maybe making the decision, can we pivot back towards A, but the opportunity will not arise, and it's this deep sight hold now which has just proved impossible to break for OnlyFins. Fagan may just get out with the rifle.
10 seconds left.
Probably will be looking to remove one from the hands of Formulation because any repurchase could prove costly. Instead, he'll take the safe route back through main. With the support of the turret, it is a save. OnlyFins can't move any further than double digits just for now.
Yeah. I think that's big round here. It's obviously been bought off the kind of work that was done on the bonus round, right?
Yeah.
Now the ultimate cycle begins though, Hazza, and this is the key point. That is, what, 4 players, 1 orb off an ultimate, and this is where things get dicey. You don't have a lockdown on formulation gaming, that's one thing to note. So that Hunter's Fury can rifle off and hit players all they like.
Yeah, Chaff, so aggressive at the start of this one. He's even going to force the paranoia out from Nixon. Something missing. Ale against Demiurge. He'll be looking to make it 3 for 3, the OnlyFins player, and he has done. Again, Demi goes down.
Puggy's trying to spam out. He's seen the contact through the jump, the common jump spot. The players
And
are
again,
getting tagged up.
It's just not working out for them in the early round. That safety net that Ale was enjoying doesn't seem to be there for formulation, and while Puggy does get the trade-off, like you say, Riyadh is fighting fire with fire, and he transfers it over onto the second player as well, and even a third off camera. Nixon is away, and it is only Ale now to be the Swedish saviour of the OnlyFins side.
Yeah, this is another one where we're getting into timeout territory, to be honest, Hazza, because you're looking at this round and it's just tough. Like, OnlyFins are almost being manipulated around the map by formulation gaming, and it's coming through solo fights, right? Riyadh just swinging out a shot, trying to find a, like, I don't know, man, like, OnlyFins should have ideas and realise what's happening. This is just crazy. Should never have got the kills that he got, but fair enough to him.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Ale, not fooled by Demiurge's motives whatsoever. That has to be the one point of consistency that it should have worked for them, because it's the last couple of rounds where he has been able to get that opening pick. Of course, our week 1 MVP. More accolades to be won than just the league title, of course, which to many is already a settled fate. Apex the only team to start off 2-0 at the moment. This is a 1-0 team against an 0-1 team, and right now, on the defenders' side, I think Formulation have been pretty good at reacting to what OnlyFins are doing in the mid-round, like you say, through middle. But even then, it was literally just Riyadh peeking solo, and he was revealed, for goodness sake. It's not like he had much support.
It could be one of those ones as well where OnlyFins are just not finding that, like, the next step to what they want to do, or on top of that, just calming themselves down after that last round. Again, not letting formulation dictate the pace. Another slow round from OnlyFins as he looked to default through Ascent.
Saying that, it is all 5 players through B main, and with Ale's blades straight over the top, the sight revealed by the knife, it can only be one spot that Semburn lies, and he's gone. So, slicing things open for them. Can the post plant be any better?
Well, the Odin is trying its best, but you've also got to be looking at Fagan out on main. Has got a Guardian, doesn't need to be supported, and Snowy with a rifle of their own. There's still a lot of stall here available for OnlyFins.
Also has the alarm bot and 2 nanos, so can't really get any value from it, and actually, with the null command invested, there's no utility available for OnlyFins. They've got to try and fight out of this one, and they're low on numbers in the site.
They have to play through the Guardian of Fagan, the rifle of Snowy, and that's exactly the case. Brought to a 2 versus 1, but Fagan has to fight his way back. One of those rifles will come offline for Formulation Gaming, and there is actually a nano denied by Jaff. Has to get one player off the spike, it's just one, but it's still diffused for Formulation Gaming. Puggy just holds 4 and wins the round.
I mean, you make it sound simpler than it is, but yeah, there was a lot invested by Formulation there. I mean, null command, all the rest of the utility. It wasn't even a full investment from OnlyFins. Ale's blades were what really got things going, and here I think Fagan just a little bit slow off it, and Jaff, I don't think he even realised if they'd won the round or not there at the end. But yeah, you can't be throwing out a second nano when the first misses like that. even then, those finer details out of the equation, it was Formulation's round to lose. They lock it in. OnlyFins a whole lot quicker, but on a different side of the map this time.
Yeah, and Semble's been able to support himself. This Cypher's been switching up sights left, right and centre. And it's Ali who manages to get one back. Not before being traded. This will buy them a little bit of time here, has it?
It will. And again, Semburn doing a good job at shutting down the push. He's 11-1, opening Jules last series. Looks to have carried on here as well. Space taken, meanwhile, from Nixun. 3 players in heaven, and they are none the wiser. The sight hold needs to last so that Nixun can be played in, and he will. Brilliant transfer onto the Phantom. Now all on the shoulders of Demiurge. And I don't think he's going to be up to scratch here. Puggy through main will try and cause a problem, but there was only really one way that was going to end. Demiurge 2 from his operator. The dash online means that he can escape, but it's a shake of the head and another round lost for Formulation.
The only thing is, though, for OnlyFins is they've lost all the rifles off the back of that. It's going to be tough, because next round, this round, they're going to have a lot to go after it if they lose. It's a big one, big swing round. Formulation win this, they're at 9. OnlyFins are on equal, that's 10. The gap closes very, very quickly.
One enemy remaining.
Demiurge is up. That was always his strong suit, I think.
Yeah.
And, you know, you saw it on Metasport as well, and it was one of the reasons why they were statistically so good on Icebox as well. Because, you know, he had different points of elevation, ways that he could take fights, and felt like he'd finally hit his groove for a player which finished 3rd for ACS in the league, beaten out only by Soulcast and Kayak. I mean, for a debut season in Challengers, you really can't ask of anything more, and that's why I was so excited to see him join up with Formulation, because I think that could really be what they need. Someone with the work ethic as well. The team environment wasn't exactly where they wanted it when NK came out, and sure, Farden had his head screwed on, but just wasn't the guy that they needed in the server, I think. Joins up with the rest of the coaching staff instead.
I still think, though, out of the 2 teams, Ali's just such a better pickup, and no offence to Demiurge, just the experience which Ali provides, right? To what is already a fairly experienced roster with like Nixun and co. Like, I think Demiurge is great, a young talent, one for the future. That's the thing, though, like, you look towards it, this is going to be a tough split for Formulation Gaming, you can already see it. Metasport, they look good. What's that matchup going to be like? Requiem as well, they're starting to gain strength from strength, because realistically, you're going to be looking at Formulation being at the bottom half of the table, just purely on the fact of what's happened last split and what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, a loss against NXT as well, of course, isn't going to help you. Every head-to-head matters. We had 5 teams that were on a sort of like 3-3 record into the last couple of days, right? Or you know, sorry, that's incorrect. We had 4 teams that finished 4-3, I believe. I'm just waffling at this point. I have to go back and actually.
Basically, we had 5 teams who were potentially in the playoffs, right?
Yes, we did. We had 5 teams, like you said, who were settled by a difference of 1 game. There we go, finally. 3 which finished 4-3, 3 which finished 3-4. I love 7 teams in the league. There's 8. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, and
What's in the next?
Riyadh trying to stop OnlyFins. You can see that Jaff's wanting to prioritise getting in towards main, and with the judge, Nixun, if he walks in here, it's not going to be the best of fights, and well, there you have it. A quick upgrade and the site being taken. OnlyFins need to find a way to relieve some of this pressure. It will be through short, and they're opening that up. Fagan to be played in late. Has an Odin to spam through onto the spike plan.
Yeah, Fagan needs to get a move on here. Join up with his teammate, Short Ale, who is effectively holding the cross, and with Snowy, actually, they go one step further towards Tree. It's a lot of time which Formulation take to re-clear back through, but once they do, the fights come to them. They need not move any further to win those engagements, and Jaff even off the back of the cam reveal from Semben, able to get the last, and the swing round goes their way.
Yeah, it does. Fagan's the only one that can maybe buy up, maybe even get two, like a bulldog and a rifle. It just depends how the money lies moving in towards this half, but it isn't looking great. It's really not. And now you're starting to see that reality come to light, right? Formulation, if they win, like as they should, win this round, it goes to 10. Then you're on a rifle round, it's 11, perhaps back to an equal at 12, 11. You're starting to sweat, and that's not the summer that's doing that.
No, it's not. Remember, most of these guys live in Finland, and even when the sun does shine, no sweat off the back. Demiurge already spotting Ale and managing to take him down. So this one a little bit different. Dash across, not enough to dissuade, and players looking to move up behind it. OnlyFins are splitting the B site. Demiurge is doing his best to stop them from getting any further, at least on the market side. That's 3 out of 3 for him. Yesmu, the one left with a rifle. Just going to be walking straight into trouble.
I'm wondering if it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, this is looking like last season's OnlyFins, right? They look a bit shaky. Sometimes it doesn't take much to knock them off the peg. 9-3 up on the first half. Like, first half, that's the new OnlyFins. This half, that's the old OnlyFins, right? And they just can't seem to settle themselves and get a consistent performance out.
Yeah. I mean, like, not necessarily from series to series, but map to map. And, like, yeah, I agree with you. I wanted to bring the narrative into this one that they'd been a more consistent team, but it was only towards the end of the split where you really saw them make that late charge towards playoffs where they only just got in mathematically. Most people were thinking, you know, maybe it should have been a Pina, maybe it should have been one of the other hoster names that we had.
I'm sure the teams will feel that way as well.
Exactly. That's just how competitive it is. 7 games to decide it. It's ruthless. And so is Jaff on short. 2 kills for him. Yesmu back in the conversation. Riyadh trying to bring this one to a close. Oh, he's just run out of bullets. Too much spam on short. 3 on 2. Only Demi here.
I think Fagan's just seen the op. Nixon's looking to be played in. That's why the Nano Swarm's going down to try and stop him. Holding this angle, he misses the shot, and Nixon hasn't. Puggy's trying to spam away. Be careful of the flank. That turret will do the job though. And that's why Semben's just holding behind it. If they retreat any further, it should be an easy couple of kills.
And that was the key timing, that Fagan takes a step further, makes it out of main onto site, and now Turret has the flank because it wouldn't have any moment sooner. This also means that Puggy will know that they're playing from further back because main has already been cleared. Nixon is low, he's got a TP, there's an alarm bot available, but they're spammed out and he's gone. It's all on Fagan now.
Needs to be big. Needs to be tall. Needs to stand strong. A tap of the spike. Fagan knows that he needs to come out and knows there's a player above him, but he cannot win that duel. It is going to be 11-11, and look at the money in the pockets of OnlyFins. 500 credits amongst 4 of those players. It's not looking great for a buy-in to the next to win out this map and put themselves in a position to win.
Another 9-3 half. We've seen 3 of them already today, but as the stat line goes, every single one has been converted so far, and OnlyFins not making the most of this advantage, which most would expect to see come through, could be incredibly worrying for them.
Could be a long night in the Polaris office for us. Hazza, if it does go, can easily see this being a 3-mapper.
And again, 13 wins from 14 plays for Formulation here in recent history. It looked like they had them red, but you don't want to have to wait until Sunset to lock in your first. And well, maybe that's the case because Demi and Puggy are already delivering big blows to kick off this round. Both Yesmu and Fagan gone. Alex still alive.
This cam's giving all the information away. They know exactly what's going on. We can ping out, and they're already gambling the rotate. They've seen 3.
It's only once Senburn came out of it with the audio cue that they had any idea. Snowy chunked down to half. Demi's still here with the op. Ale wanting to bite back up close, but through the smoke, there's nothing he can do.
This is turning into a real role on the defensive side. We said it's a possibility to come back in for Formulation Gaming. It's been the exact case and point. 12-11. Perhaps we could see it go and push further. Take out the map. It won't be without a brawl, without a fight. 3 ultimates, 5 rifles, but 3 light shields. That's going to be the issue for OnlyFins. They've not got everything that they would want, and there's an Odin spamming away.
Yeah, you already know what the play is here. Quick A pop, all of the util you could possibly ask for. Riyad's going to try and stop that to start. He has suppressed Ale, but not before he's jumped the hurdle and found Jaff on the other side.
Quick couple kills. Here we go. OnlyFins, they've put players out towards main, playing a more extensive retake. Demi's just sent it too early. It looks like it is going to be overtime.
Yeah.
You would fancy the odds to be the case, Hazard.
Cannot use that.
And again, it's that combination of aggressive Jet player with sober support that has kicked this round off in exactly the way that OnlyFins would have liked. Formulation did it to them on the previous. They'll do it here. 12-12. We're going to overtime.
Hazard, 24 rounds is not enough to separate these two on Ascent. All the way. And now it's about last man standing. 2 rounds needs to separate these two before we can stop and head to map 2. This is only map 1, remember? And that's going to be bringing questions about mentality, about your endurance, about how you can last in this matchup, depending how long this goes. And it's Ascent. We know how long this can go. Just don't give us any KG turret bugs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just have to see. I mean, OnlyFins, they were in 3 overtimes in the first split. The only one that they won was the final exchange between these two in the deciding map of Sunset. And again, a win for them, which really kicked on that season that they had. Every game so important, every map with how competitive it is in the midfield. OnlyFins trying to break away and establish themselves as a playoff outfit.
That's something we've not seen much of from OnlyFins, was poking and prodding towards mid through shock darts. Now OnlyFins need to be careful of mid, but not only that, Ali needs to be careful of his position.
Yeah, it's Formulation that go knocking this time. Like you say, alarm bot's gone. It's forced Fagan onto a more exposed angle towards stairs. Ale was trying to have a look towards short. Nixon needed to use the paranoia to get him out of trouble. Trouble which continues to brew, and there's a paranoia the opposite way to get it started.
Nixon doesn't know. There's a player walked right by, and it's Demi, who's got 2 massive kills. Nixon's scratching his head. Where did he go? Well, he's behind you, mate. It's a pantomime villain, but elsewhere on the map is where Formulation head towards B, and it's the 2 players who combined before to go huge. Fagan still not cleared. The drone sent through, a peek through the cage, and it's going to be a brawl. A 1 versus 3 to finish off this first round of overtime, and Nixon will somehow find Demi.
Spike planted.
Oh yeah, he's closing the gap with the TP as well. Still 1 left in a smoke if he needs it. Again, the most clutch player that we've seen in the region. What can he do in the 1 versus 2? Certainly leaving nobody guessing as to what his position may be. It's a smoke to break up the backside cross, but Riyad holds it down solo. Formulation, they take map point for the 2nd time.
Yeah, but back on to the attack for OnlyFins, where they were the weakest. You fancy your chances if you're Formulation Gaming. No walk to be bought up by Demi, sticking with the rifles and 1 Odin. But somehow, OnlyFins did find a winning solution. Fair enough, there was a couple of ultimate shoes there, Hazard. Where did they send it? I mean, I think it's going to be towards B, looking at the positions on the map.
Yeah, and something else as well. OnlyFins are just happy to work with what they've got. They're not calling any kind of timeout. It's not something we've come to expect from them. Again, working without a coach, but still believing in this game plan. Senburn will catch such an early sight of any player walking into B main here. And with Puggy's Odin prepared, there's always a chance. And yeah, drone cancelled even by one of those shocks.
Trying to play him in, and it's Puggy's Odin.
Yeah,
That does the damage.
so good. They flashed the recon, so no one was ready to break it. It's just a quick exchange which removes Ale, and OnlyFins without him have looked a little bit toothless. So the remaining 4 players have got to find a solution. Nixon's already headed elsewhere to try and look for the answer.
The only thing is though, Shaft's up on heaven. Demi on shot. The timing might not work out in his favour.
Nixon nearly made it out past that smoke. Jaf's actually jump spotted it and collected the information back. So Formulation have 3 players here to deal with the 4 of OnlyFins.
The numbers, you would actually not really bother if it's your Formulation game, and it's Riyadh who looks to send Formulation to their win. Demi chimes in, 1 player left, it's Fagan with 15 seconds, chiming away to find a way to get the second round of overtime. You can't help but feel it's going to be Formulations, and somehow they limp across the finish line.
The finish line indeed. OnlyFins done in that one when they were up 9 rounds to 3. Even the advantages that they got early on in the second half, Ale will finish it out with 5 first bloods. Demi in the duelist department bests him by 2, 7 for him. But again, 44 kills between the 2 of them at the top of the scorecard. And it's a missed opportunity for OnlyFins. There's no other way to really flip it right now. And you can see that reflected on Nixon's face. The guy that was all sunshines and rainbows at the start of this one, just thinking, hey, this game's been too easy. It was too easy, in fact. It was too good to be true.
Yeah, I think as soon as you switch sides in a sense, you always need to be wary if you're going on to the attack. And again, I don't want to be too harsh, but OnlyFins, they looked a little bit directionless on the attack. Toothless, as you were calling them, without Ali. And Ali was letting a lot of those first bloods go towards Formulation Gaming. They were letting themselves open for single swings from short, from Riyadh, for instance. There is a lot of weaknesses in the attack, and as we move on to the next maps, Hazza, they're going to have to show that up.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think, you know, it was 2 completely different halves that we saw from OnlyFins. The first was efficient, the second, anything but. Formulation winning another map 1. Can they carry this form onwards? We'll have to find out after the break.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. I like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shot your fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Nah, just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beach. Just go and fess it up. Now it's time to marinate. Right after we're done. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
two strong defensive halves from both teams, but FMG come out on top as the champs of Ascent. A really interesting game, in my opinion, because OnlyFins looked so dominant on that first half, but they looked so lost on the second half. And I think that comes down to FMG being able to bounce back from that half and come into it with confidence and absolutely take it in their storm and their stride. So Marcus, let's talk a little bit about Ascent and how it all went down.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a couple of rounds where you're like, oh boy, OnlyFins really should have won that, or okay, FMG have played that really, really well. I think it definitely resonates with me that this is FMG's map pick because they're resilient. They know exactly how to handle some situations. And it's surprising, actually, because the defense side was so strong on both teams. Usually on Ascent, when we look at like Tier 2, Tier 1 Valorant, it's usually the other way around. But look, Ale had some absolute highlight rounds towards the start, but I feel like he kind of not slowed down in a sense where he wasn't getting the kills, but I don't think he was really getting the openings in the second half that he kind of needed, right? But both Jets are MVPs at top of the scoreboard for both of them. I want to say that Demiurge kind of not carried, but he was a pain with that operator. I felt like him moving around, finding picks, then relocating. A lot of the time, I think OnlyFins was struggling to flash him off the angle or smoke him off the angle. You know, I feel like he was just too much of a nuisance for OnlyFins to really do anything.
100%. And I think it did end up being sort of a battle of the Odins, kind of the in-between sort of parts of the game. And it reminds me why I literally hate getting matched up against a Sova in any game. And I do think FMG as well, their ability to hold B main, and I do think I saw slightly a little bit more of success with their kind of Sova on that B main, finding a few picks, a couple on Ale as well. And I do think Snowy got very, very unlucky a couple of rounds on the attacking half, kind of being picked off, whether that was by the Sova. There was some judges and smokes. It was all just, it became very ratty as Ascent tends to do. And I think FMG definitely showed why they take Ascent in their stride and they do particularly well on it. I know that there's a specific round, Marcus, that you wanted to mention that stood out for you.
Yeah, so there's a couple. The first one is round 8, and this is when OnlyFins were kind of dominant, right? And this round, look, it was towards the end of the round. This is so unfortunate right there for Puggy for being picked off. And then for Ale to go through, find the kill, but at the exact same time, the door was shut by Riyadh, right? So the only option from FMG was to break it and to then retrieve the bomb. But by that point, it was a bloodbath. And Ale just went to show that his aim is incredible, and in situations like that, this is when you really want to see your duelist pop off, and Ale showed us all that he did pop off. But then on the other hand, you mentioned about the B main control, right? And this is exactly a really good point to lead me into the next round, which is the final round. And this is a positive point from the side of FMG. Hasn't mentioned it on the broadcast, but it's the exact thing we want to see. It's the recon and the flash at the exact same time, so no one can shoot it. Look at it, it's beautiful. The smoke goes down on the floor so Ale doesn't get hit by it, but if he chucks it at the roof, right, to block the recon, it wouldn't have spotted anyone. But being recon then allowed the Odin, the ratty Odin, to get that kill, and honestly, the round then spiraled out of control. You lose a player, you lose a second player, you then go to a 5 versus 3, and that is your reaction right there. Puggy literally said it perfectly. You scream at the monitor and you say, what a game, boys. Let's go on to the next one. And I think winning that has definitely given them a lot of confidence going into Sunset, where you mentioned to me earlier on, they are statistically better.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting because I think, you know, we speak a lot about Ale joining the OnlyFins roster and the changes that has created for the team. And I think, you know, they relied a lot on Ale and his aggression and his insane aim. And I think when FMG kind of countered that and stopped Ale on that attack side, I think it'll be really interesting to see if the same is done on Sunset. This is OnlyFins map pick, but as you've already mentioned, Marcus, statistically FMG are better, but they have both won their last matches that they played on Sunset, and the comps are totally different that they play on this map, so I think it's going to be a really interesting game.
I must say, PaperX have kind of been a team that has, I think it's, PaperX have made other teams think about how they play Sunset, because obviously PaperX, they run the Sage and the Gecko, and Apex took that from PaperX and have been seeing a lot of success in that comp on this map. But when you look at the teams like obviously OnlyFins and FMG, like you say, two very different comps. Now, every time we always talk about like the agents coming into this, I feel like we talk about it and it never actually happens, right? But one thing that OnlyFans, I've done it. I've done it. I did.
It's because you try so hard not to do it.
I'm not even trying hard not to do it. I just say it, and I have no idea why. It just comes out. But look, the one thing that OnlyFins do enjoy doing is the breach combination with the Sova and potentially the Gecko as well. Obviously, they don't use all three. I think sometimes have they ever used a triple duelist? I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure they go double duelist, and it'll be interesting to see the not double duelist, double initiator. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see how the Gecko is played. Obviously, because I'm a big Gecko enjoyer.
Well, their last game, they did run the Breach and Gecko, and I think it's really important as well to point out Demiurge usually kind of plays that Neon, and we did see them last time run Sova as an initiator, I'm guessing to try and break those Cypher trips and get Demiurge onto site. But, you know, here, again, we see FMG kind of bringing out that Gecko 2 on the rare, well, not really rare occasion if they played him 3 times, but I think it's going to be really interesting coming into Sunset to see which initiators both teams do favor, because I do think that completely changes the way that Sunset is played.
Yeah, and talking about how Sunset is played, I think it's important to note that having an agent that can break Cypher's utility is so important, because you see no end of times, yes, it's in ranked games, but obviously there is some correlation. Nothing is able to break the trips, right? If you don't have a Raze, you don't have a Sova. I mean, Breach, you kind of have to rely on the Aftershock to break the trap, but if you do that unbreakable trap, it's very difficult, and it does make teams think, okay, we're going to have to split B, because we have to make sure that we can control market before our team can walk out from main. So there's always these different ways you can play it. Me personally, I do love to send Thrash through mid and into market. But look, let's just have a look at the comps. Oh, we have a Neon. Love to see a Neon.
I tell you what, I am so excited to see Riyadh back on this KO role after they did pop off on Ascent on that KO role. So they're going to be coming into this feeling super comfortable, kind of warmed up on KO, their flashes, their knives. And again, that knife to shut down Cypher could be a very important piece of utility.
Yeah, and I do wonder if FMG, obviously a little bit of bias here, I do wonder if Demiurge has kind of looked at maybe a Na'Vi VOD and seen how Zipan plays on this map. I'm not saying that we have 100% success rate with the Neon, right? Because yes, we've fallen to, well, heretics. I don't want to really talk about it anymore. It makes me sad. But there are definitely a couple of things that maybe they've taken from that, because it's not often, right, that you see a Neon on this map. Hang on. What?
Oh. What's going on?
Bro, someone just delivered boba, but it's not for me. Oh, it's for you?
Oh,
look. It's for him, and it even has the
you
tag
could have
on.
at least taken the tag off,
No,
bro.
You need to go, buddy. You need to go. They need you.
Okay, it's done. The bit is... Gecko killed Eminem. No, Wingman! He's a murderer! Anyway, moving on. I do just want to quickly mention that these are the exact same comps that they played previously when they both won Sunset. And I won't keep you any longer from seeing Cairo and Hazard JC's beautiful faces. Let's go to them.
Look what you've done. It's all your fault. I can't believe it. I don't even know what I've just seen anyway, Cairo, to be honest. But we're here, right? We're all back on Sunset, the same place that this series ended last time. Could very well be doing the same, but in favour of formulation this time around. They bring out the same composition with Demi on the Neon that they used in Eclipse. And speaking of compositional differences, they've played this map 5 times in Polaris with 4 different comps. So this is now their 5th different variation that we've seen. For OnlyFins, well, they're changing things up from what we know used to work.
Yeah, I just can't believe we've seen Eminem die live on broadcast, man. Like, can't believe we get taken out. But like, point being, Hazza, the Heretics comp up against what OnlyFins are running. A little bit of a variation with the Gecko and Breach and Raze, right? A lot more initiation to be had in terms of the flash department, and a lot more aggressiveness with the blast packs. I mean, Demiurge we've already seen the success that he can have, and they're positioned in mid. A paranoia from Jaff to T, Demiurge up.
Demiurge may not even need it. It's a relay bolt which he sends out first, already towards tiles, but down to 24 points of health. Snowy taking him down. Things all of a sudden go quiet with OnlyFins, one player the superior in this situation.
Only thing that I would say about that is the amount of utility used to actually get Demiurge out of that position. That was a stun, that was a gecko molly as well.
Oh, I tell you what, Formulation have moved so far up inside B main while this is happening. Riyadh, one bullet on the fadeaway, and that's your equalising kill.
It's a big one as well. That's Yezmu off the board and Fagan. Flank is open, no more initiation, no more wingman to get the spike down. We'll have to get up close and personal.
Snowy starting to build towards that ult early doors. But to talk of the initiation, you know, that's the main big change that we've seen. From the time that these guys played each other last, from the comp that OnlyFins were using, the same one which pushed a 14-12 result against them versus Apex,
30 seconds left.
is now Yezmu off the Sova on the Gecko.
Yeah. OnlyFins, remember they had those real issues in terms of the roles. They seem to have fixed that up, or they say they have, moving in towards this split.
No Sova, no problem. Puggy is gone and they can get the spike down.
They can. They're leaving. Snowy just tucked under that plat position, decides against it. Can play through the walls, obviously has the stun up and available. This is something OnlyFins were really good at last week, was playing off the breach, playing together, and setting Ali up for success.
That's how they started the last map. But now down to the final two players. Jaff with a couple of smokes, but one of Nixun's own is placed in front. They can underhand the flash out. It blinds a couple, but not Nixun. Kept in the corner. He can claw this one back. So OnlyFins getting the pistol on the board yet again. A good start, but how much better can it get?
Yeah, and I think they managed to maneuver what was some difficult things thrown their way. The Riyadh double, the Demiurge send it down mid. And it's a send it down mid that you actually see quite often from Heretics actually, Hazza.
Yeah, I mean, it's Miniboo traditionally on the Neon. Currently taking a break, won't be there at Shanghai, of course. And as our first series started today, I never saw who won between Heretics and G2.
Neither.
I guess we'll never know. Yeah, I know that G2 was certainly winning out on Split. And, well, they may have been rounds to the good. OnlyFins were on the first map, a 9-3 half, which they failed to convert, puts them in this position. Already a bit of authority about this ground where they have the better guns, though. And Flash from Snowy is capitalised off the back of, spike down, only Sunburn left.
You'd expect that to be the case. I think today the word I would use is eagerness. A lot of players wanting to swing but not checking close corners. Oh, we just missed out on Semper. Nixon won.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, G2 did win. They won the last map. So, sad day for EMEA fans, but...
I thought you were joking.
No?
I thought because G2 absolutely rinsed Heretics in the last map.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, look, they had a strong start. I didn't see the end of it. But again, look, strong starts don't seem to mean anything today. If we get a fifth 9-3, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, honestly, man. I don't know.
Probably count it up on your fingers.
Yeah, probably, and probably mention it on the broadcast as well. But good to know you're keeping me in check. Starting this round off, yeah, that's exactly what Formulation will do to OnlyFins. Set of util to start things off and establish themselves in A main.
Paranoia used up really early. A big piece of retake util, which could be harsh.
I feel like it's always the easiest one to criticize, right? Because
100%.
You don't get it back. There are still other pieces left here, but what, one flash on Riyadh? That's all you've really got?
Yeah, no smokes on Jaff either. Only one's come back online, but you're another 40 seconds away from the next.
Not going to be of too much use here. It's the B play which comes in. Still, Semburn is alive and the traps are up, but the pit takes him down. couldn't handle the party, and it's a 4-on-3 now, but backside control available, standard post plant, a deep one from OnlyFins.
Yeah, and it's stuck on the horrible plant spot, which no one can seem to escape from. Not only that, though, they've got plenty of breach util to play off the back of as well.
There's an Odin here too. Snowy has brought this one in early doors and is making damn certain that this defuse isn't coming in. Jesmu will make it his personal mission to check. It's one which he dies in the line of duty. And Nixun's going to be going as well, actually, trying to fend for an upgrade. So it is actually only the Odin which will survive this one. And as far as formulation are concerned, not too terrible, despite the fact they lose the gun round.
I guess they have something to work with in the next, but it's pretty terrible if they lose this one coming up as well, has it? Another swing round, but it can only really swing in OnlyFins' favour, you would say.
Yeah.
Apart from, obviously, their own result. I'm just talking economy-wise.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's plenty for OnlyFins to work with here for 1 or 2 rounds. The thrash up and available, close to the Rolling Thunder. This is going to be a fast-paced effort, and while we would want the paranoia here, it's nowhere close. Although, that initiation from Tiles could be huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Jaff's already preparing the backstab. This is one of the rifles. The other on Demi is watching the opposite side of A. For all intents and purposes, OnlyFins are locked in here. Formulation, putting bodies on the line. One of them is Demio, who goes down. Fagan finding value from the thrash as well. He is revealed and spamming away onto Jaff, who just can't seem to get it done. And with it, the round should fall out of balance. Formulation, no real chance to recover this one now.
Yeah, you see that. There's somewhat of a chance if Puggy was able to get one of these kills cleanly, but it's not going to be the case. It's just spammed up, no chance in hell. Yeah. He's just trying to deny the fights or at least get out with one. Nope, that's not going to be the case. And there you have it.
Nixun smiles back on the face, but again, short-lived for OnlyFins. They know that even if they win this map, we would be heading onto a decider.
Yeah.
That one, Icebox.
And I think it's fair to say, I don't have the statistics to back it up, but OnlyFins are probably one of the teams to fight the most back into matches, or at least have tough and close matches out of all the teams, right?
Yeah.
From last split anyway.
I mean, four out of their 7 regular season meetings were decided over 3 maps.
That's a nice fight back in. The paranoia this time is in position for Jaff, and that's a nice flash shot. Jesmu though will at least make sure to get rid of Jaff, and that's Omen for Omen. The flashes keep coming. Demi's the one to take the advantage. Ali low and Spike nowhere near them. They'll finally get it back, but it's all about resetting, finding a way back in. OnlyFins were good at it on Ascent, but they're knowing where they are.
Well, they do know. Just trying to weigh up the options here, OnlyFins. Seems as if they're going to be moving towards B. That's where the setup is. Semburn still behind it, and off of that contact, Puggy has a recon available as well. So it's a double-layered defense, and one which is going to struggle to get broken here.
30 seconds left.
Puggy's still hanging on to that arrow after the first trap goes down. Finally, he sends it out.
Yeah, and it's cost him the life, well, cost Semburn his life anyway, and Puggy's getting tagged up, having to dance between staying in the corner or getting out. Finally, the players send it forward, but it's Snowy that gets caught out by Demi, and it's down to a 2v2. Where the hell is he going? Straight up from heaven, straight up from wherever he was. Riyadh against 2 low players. One spray would be it all, but he jumps out and offers himself on a platter.
It's all you can eat for Ale. 3 kills as he eats off of the Riyadh platter. But yeah, I see what you mean there. Like, jumping out wide, I kind of get it that you want to surprise them since both players were low, but at the same time, you get yourself in a good position. 1 bullet through both, and it's a kebab skewer on the Riyadh platter. And you know, it's better on the optics that time instead. But no, 5 in a row for OnlyFins.
And the thing is, though, this gets worse and worse, right, for Formulation Gaming. Fair enough, they've got the Neon Ultimate to somewhat help the firepower heading in towards this, but the ultimates from OnlyFins are actually doing the business and getting the round over the line. That's just unreal from Ali. Point that I'm making is the defensive economy is just going to be continuously in this cycle. You lose this round, you get a rifle. You lose that, back to an eco. You don't have anything to really substitute that and add to it, like a spike plan.
Yeah, Ale will go down. That's the only kill that Formulation have so far. Jack trying a TP play into the corner, Jesmu aware of it. More utility now to fall back on. His mosh pit stays online to stop any kind of defuse coming in. Formulation held at an arm's length as OnlyFins extend forward and carry on, building up that gap between the two. Semburn, it was a nice flick onto his first and only kill. That's all that's going to be taken away from this one. Up to a 6th without sweat off the brow.
I guess at the same time, you win this one if you're Formulation Gaming. You start to add to your tally of rounds. You can already see that they're forcing OnlyFins to waste these rifles, waste these bodies to get things over the line. They're keeping it somewhat competitive, although the result is more of the same.
First time out that we see from Formulation in this second map. Smith has to be saying something about just getting a drink on board, right? Relaxing, calming yourself down a little bit.
Yeah.
First rule of Smith Club, take a sip.
Right.
We like to drink with FMG because
please stop, man. But like the point that I was gonna make is we're seeing like Formulation having the right ideas and doing the right things in terms of the sending the Neon forward, right? But I think generally OnlyFins have an idea of what Formulation are going to want to do with this composition. They've watched EMEA, they've watched Heretics, and they've watched probably the Eclipse VODs when Formulation played it last. Like, for instance, that last round, Demiel just sent it through A main and flanked all the way back in towards Market, pathing that way through tiles. Yeah. And by the time he gets there, OnlyFins have already hit B.
And I think the issue is as well, even if he wanted to use that cut down on rotation times from Demi to try and, you know, have faster retakes, flood in, OnlyFins have so much utility to rely upon, and every time that the wingman goes out and secures the plant, it's just the safety net of how B main is set up. It's too easy on the angles for them to win. You've got to do something a little bit more, and Riyadh's null command here will definitely be an asset in stopping them from having such a stronghold.
I mean, the fact that like there's going to be nothing in response, the wingman sent back into the back side. Here we go, the ultimate's out. We've still not got Riyadh's ultimate to get back in. They're maybe waiting for more numbers to help them out.
Yeah, Ale inside the cage could just pop out backside at the drop of a hat, and well, he will. It's the head of Riyadh taken off. FMG with a few more kills back in the conversation. They continue to trail, and the Thrash brought back online means that backside can be cleared again, and Jack barely any headroom, any notice in advance of that detainment, and with Fagan finding the kill on Demi, it's a 1 versus 3, which is set up for success.
No way you get out of this smoke. Maybe a fake TP could bait someone out. Well, there's a first.
Oh.
Fagan's slow.
Yeah, Yesmu's made that look a little too easy. Jaff does have a smoke and a TP left, but it's this crossfire, or even double up perhaps, which could be most worrying. He's going to use both bits of utility. Fagan wiser to it, so OnlyFins extend their advantage. 7 rounds unbeaten now on Sunset.
That's it. Got to keep the ball rolling, but we've been here before. I'm just waiting to see when Formulation waking up. Usually it was at last time, Hazza. It was after the timeout that they started to get their rounds back on side. Fair enough, it was only 3.
I mean, the problem is you're back onto another low buy here as well. You don't even have Demi's ult to try and cause a problem. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that chance that you'd get through the ultimate, gone. The tone of this is different because it's not like Formulation are struggling as much as they were at the beginning of Ascent. They have a decent idea. They're just not winning any of the fights.
That's it. Or if they are winning fights, stuff like that's happening.
Yeah.
Nixon just takes the heads clean off. And again, with this being an equal round, Formulation are probably just looking towards the next.
I know
And those
exactly
chances to
where
win out are going
found my wire.
slimmer and slimmer. They know exactly where the rest of the players are. Formulation have broke the trip as well. And now they're just going to be able to overwhelm Puggy, who's only on a Marshall as well.
Yeah, Puggy needs to stay alive. The flank's not even going to come in. They reroute through mid because, like you say, that queue of the broken trap was more than enough to just redirect the rest of OnlyFins. The cleanup crew does what they do best. The broom is out and Formulation swept under the rug yet again.
This is probably going to be one of the quickest maps that we've ever had in Polaris if it continues this way.
That's the jinx that we were waiting for. That's the $1 million statement. It only counts if it's said by Bodork, though, I feel like.
Oh, Bodork, don't tweet, man. Please, for the love of God. Well,
Someone-
we actually... This man jinxed the Apina result, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, public enemy #1.
I'll never forgive him.
So true.
So true. kid.
Honestly, if anyone is able to take a map off Apex, just know that Bo had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Ale is everything in this round, though. The stun comes in just as Demi detracts from the smoke. It's a utility back in mid, which Formulation are trying to entertain this fight, but it's not really going in favor of either, and they're just burning through the utility instead. Big kill.
Yeah. That's Snowy off the board, and the stuns and whatnot that have been so abrasive moving players. Here we go, Hunter's Fury. Got a couple tags. It's Demiurge just played off the back of it and found Ali in the top mid. And OnlyFins have somehow got themselves into a position where they just want to keep taking ones.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you win all your fights and you're up 8-0 like this, there's always going to be a round where they go against you. And it is the contrary instead. Wingman's actually going to be able to get across
30
and
seconds left.
find a free plant here for Yesmu. So a 4-on-2 where he is healthy is still a chance for them to take a round. Up against 2 players down the alleyway, though, this is where your chances do slim out.
If OnlyFins win this, I will eat my hat. I know I'm not wearing one, but I can go and find it. Fagan on 19 points of HP.
It's okay. We don't have to feed you the fedora.
I don't have a fedora.
Well, if you go and buy a hat, then maybe you could. Yours for the low, low price of $10.99. If anyone, you know, if any hat sponsors wanna,
What would be, what is it, Fruit and Loom? Or Loom and the Fruit?
Fruit of the Loom, yeah, the ones that just make those t-shirts that you can print anything on.
Yeah.
I might actually have to make use of that. If they gave us a discount, I would be too powerful. Every other week, I'd pop up with, you know...
Do you know what I would put on my
What would you
t-shirt?
put on a t-shirt? What is your Split 2 statement?
Okay, mine would be Hazza.
I'm not falling for it.
Smells.
I'm not falling for it. You're terrible. Next round, please. Jaff, operator. B main. Push is A. So that one may not have any value at all. Everybody's blind. And if you're Formulation, everybody's dead.
They are. Again, they're just left, like, having to find a way back in. And this is the thing about Formulation, though, Hazza. The way that they try and find their way back in is through solo fights like this, and it's just a quick trade. You're hemorrhaging players once again. Jaff's going to try and take a higher up peak.
Riyadh needed that
so
information.
easy.
He ends up dying. And like you say, Jaff taking a chance of his own in this retake with the AWP. Everything going wrong. OnlyFins. 4 players live to tell the tale. And it is a triumphant one. 9 rounds now from the 10 played. And minus that little blip that we saw in the previous, it was a much more cohesive performance there.
Yeah, like, this is the thing though, right? There's a right way and a wrong way to go and fight your way back into a round, right? Fair enough, you lose 2, is that the plays don't work out, but walking into elbow where the players are essentially going to be sending it up, like that's one of the pathways, you're 50-50 in it. The majority of the time, OnlyFins are the ones who send it up. It's just like, use your utility, man, or at least like try and go somewhere else. OnlyFins, for the most part, have been firing their way through elbow every single time because they can set the gecko plant spot with the wingman, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, there you go.
Look at the ults that they have now as well. I mean, Demi's got to be careful here. Look how low he will get. 1 point of health and he fights back through. Jaff is there as well. And this A-hold is delivering the goods again. With Jaff gone, they can't get overzealous.
Yeah, if Demi-Urge finds himself with a cold, he'll probably be taken out this round. That's how low he is.
Sneeze himself to death.
Yeah.
Well, you know, back in the day, the case of the common cold was enough to
I don't know
take a man down.
I don't know if Semburn's actually been found out by this cam here. I don't think OnlyFins have an idea, and you've got an effective crossfire here.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet time to clear him. Semburn only gets 1. You would have wanted more, but it's only the Sheriff. Now it's just Fegan left.
Oh, it's going to be a ring around the rosy.
He'll still play back in towards B though. 15 seconds, there's nowhere else to go. 23 points of health as the fragment caught him once. He's suddenly got more than Demi by 22 points of HP. They're both incredibly low, and the spike is the lowest. It's on the ground now, but not until Demi has cleaned things up for them. So Formulation do get the second round, and Demi on 1 point of health has found 2 kills to take them there.
Yeah, fair enough to him, mate. Fair enough. Just commits to the spike plant. Not aware that Demi could be close to him. I mean, the fact that he even sees him in mid, doesn't anticipate it. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh, but that's what it is. Yes?
You know what I'm going to say?
Go on.
The scoreline. 1 more round.
Yeah.
Is this really happening?
Do you know what else? The ultimates are in Formulation's favour.
They are.
Fair enough. They're not as good as a Rolling Thunder, but 3 is better than 1.
It could quickly become 2. Jesmu is only 1 away from this thrash. The Rolling Thunder comes out instantly, not even looking to try and build through this. It's into Demi's laser pointer, and the overdrive is doing exactly that. It's working overtime. Formulation poised for a 3rd. And where have we seen this one before?
This is something that was like really bad with OnlyFins last week on Lotus, was that Ali would find himself in a much more forward position than the rest of the team, and he would just get found. You know what I mean? Like it was almost, it was almost like watching my ranked teammates, and you've watched them. You know what they're like.
Well, if we're talking about a Raze player, that's usually me. And
yeah, exactly.
To just bring this one back for a second, I think Alice Raze is better than his Jet, statistically, it would say as well. You look at...
Oh, it was Neon he was playing last week.
Last few months, yeah, he's played Raze twice, Jet once, and Neon once.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Raze I think his average 319 combat score in comparison to 255 on the other 2 agents.
I was just waiting. We do have 5th 9-3 of today. How are you feeling about that, Hazza?
Honestly, I'm glad that you get to look at the players here and not me, because I don't know. Disappointed but not surprised, maybe? It's just very dominant halves that we're seeing from all of these teams. And I think, look, when they go back into the workshop between, you know, games up until next weekend, when they have to hop back into the server for officials, it's just going to be whichever the weaker half of the 2 is, what can we do to improve it? And I mean, if you look at the track record, I don't know if we've seen more defender-sided halves than attack-sided. I think it's about even, to be honest. But OnlyFins on their defense now, certainly going to be fancying their chances to carry this one home, especially with a pistol round win.
The OnlyFins defense was so much better last week as well.
Yeah. Like, that's the big thing about them as well. I feel they're just very well equipped for those retakes with this Gecko as well. You know, even back when they had the Sova, that's how they like to play it. And it's where Formulation struggled. I don't think we really saw any team efforts in the retakes because they just didn't have the numbers. They were fighting early and they were losing out.
I think as well, like, with this composition that they have, they should be able to just hit the switch and go. Or hit the button and go. Push the button and let me know.
Whatever you want to call it. Alice let them know. So 1 for 1. Demi trades it out. Still 50 seconds left. Jaff lingering towards mid for a late play. B is where they'll set their sights. Yeah, it's only Nixon here.
Okay. The fact that it's 3 into Nixon though, I think Nixon's going to have the idea that he wants to just drop out. That's exactly the case.
30 seconds left.
It's about the luck though, that's the most important thing for me. Jaff, how does he play in? The paranoia still sitting there, which is going to be massive in denying any sort of retake from OnlyFins.
And again, just this quick dark cover that comes in onto the plant as well, making sure that OnlyFins keep backside control. They have market as well. Jaff will be flanking, but the retake is in motion.
Yeah, it is. You're going to have to wait for the paranoia to come in to swing out on top of it. But OnlyFins already on top of the spike. The paranoia's come in, but they've not got the value off the back of it. That's the issue now for Formulation Gaming. They've allowed OnlyFins onto it, but Formulation Gaming have denied the spike. Back on it. Players getting low, health getting low, and it's all up to Snowy, who's low himself. He has to stick this, he has to commit, and that's why Demiurge will peek out, collect the kill, and it's Formulation to bounce back once again on the second half.
Is this really going to happen? Is it another comeback? You know, do we have false prophets here in the server? Or
do you know
will Formulation make this anything more? That's what I want to know.
I'm gonna talk about trends here, right? Trends, and you're thinking, kind of likes to talk about trends. This is gonna be interesting. This is Meg's first time on the desk, right? This is Meg's first time on the desk, and she is giving us 5-9-3 halves. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to know if she believes in the curse or not. That's all I need to know. Right. Typical Fnatic.
Yeah.
Org member, by the way. They're usually good at completing comebacks. Can another Scandinavian org do the same? Let's see.
Right there.
As for now, not a lot going on. Obviously, Formulation wary that there's a Cypher set up in towards B. There's only a cam actually.
Yeah. And to just look at the last round as well, obviously we have an idea of how OnlyFins are going to play this. They just need to be a little bit aware of the flank. And they managed to find Jaff on the previous too. It was, you know, a bit of a non-starter.
Yeah. I think
the late
it was just
play that they had.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit too late in the end once they'd figured everything out and seen where things were. This looks easy enough for Formulation Gaming to get the spike up. Post plant on the other hand, how do they look to set it up? I mean, it's like a little bit of a horizontal one. Most players are still in market.
That's the thing. If you're a team in this position, you know that you've got the round, but you're still feeling a little bit stressed because you haven't seen any of the other players. And that will be on the minds of Formulation here. The good thing about the angle that Semburn has is that he has a heads up on the player. He can disengage from this long-range angle as well. Nixon taken out. OnlyFins will just be looking to die to the spike and make sure that no extra ults can get built in towards Snowy. Already over halfway towards his. It's Puggy that we've got to be keeping a close eye on with that Hunter's Fury, to which you'll have to wait until the next to get any more towards.
Yeah, and I think this is something that I would like to see more from other teams. Is like if you do gamble it, you don't give away any ultimate orbs. Fair enough. Like your chances on the round are already slim, right? But on top of that, like letting the opposition get closer to their ultis is going to be so much more tougher to deal with later in the half. just because that's what pushes the things over the edge and makes you win out like these eco duels, these swing rounds, the most important ones of the whole half.
Yeah. All right, into the gun round, the big one here. The one that can make the difference, like you said. Ults are off the board, that's out of the question. It comes down to the guns. That's where OnlyFins have their advantage for now. Ready formulation, very pacey here, and oh, that relay bolt has stunned up a couple of players. One of them, Nixon, the TP, which Demi is aware of. Oh, he's getting everything done, in fact. 2 for Demi. Riyadh wants in, he'll get it. Spike going down, and maybe even a call for a save.
Yeah, no wonder. Again, it's that eagerness to win, that eagerness to take fights. Just TP's in and offers himself up. It's that platter once again.
The Riyadh platter.
Yeah. Can we get like a Polaris platter maybe sponsored, like a Polaris platter plate?
Well, you know, when, if you get like a thin piece of meat between like 2 little tiny little buns, they call it a slider. Would that maybe be like a cider slider then? A callback to the old Twitch command for those who remember that era of Polaris. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say.
I love that era of Polaris has it.
Yeah, no, that was fun. That was fun.
Shout out my man Rich.
Shout out Rich Brown.
Yeah.
No longer with us. In the admin team, of course. He's still kicking.
My heart.
I know.
I love that guy so much. What a hero.
Honestly, yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Yeah. Gets a bad rap, but it wasn't his fault.
Hashtag good guy Rich. Get it trending in the chat, guys. Hashtag good guy Rich. On to the next. 9-6. Formulation are really bringing this one back. They've converted the bonus round. They've actually upgraded some of the guns as well. The Outlaw's gone. I'm seeing, you know, Vandals all across the board, sparing for Semburn. And for OnlyFins, yeah, Bulldog, Vandal, it's Fagan and Snowy at the top who will be keeping those for themselves. Risky maneuver from Ale, but I think these are the chances that you've got to take on a round such as this.
100%. Still so slow. It's almost like when 2 boxers in the ring and they're just dancing around each other, you know?
Yeah.
Waiting for the other person to make the mistake.
Sizing up their opponent. Formulation. Not knowing the extent of what OnlyFins have got into this round, if maybe they'd forced into the weapons that they still had.
That's nice from Semburn. Denies the information. Now you have to check it. Dry. And you can see that Semburn's been dragged towards A.
Yeah, look, they're just going to be setting up for this B play. The trap's not really in a decent position for Fagan to find too much. He's going to tuck in the corner towards Boba and hope that somebody goes wide towards Market so he has a better chance at finding this. I think Riyadh has already detailed it though, and in his effort to preserve backside, as has been so important to OnlyFins retake efforts, he'll lose his life. That's where the numbers come through for Formulation in post.
Just walks out easily enough, and that's what's happening here. The utility, everything is just disconnected for OnlyFins. Starting to lose their way now on this defensive side. They're not thinking about where players could be, they're just sending it. What more can you say here? It's of poor quality. That's the thing that I would say. You expect more from OnlyFins, especially since they've changed up the roster, especially since the new players that have been new player that has been introduced. They looked great.
Look, it's not always going to be plug and play, putting a new duelist into the role, as people want to say, oh, you know, they're an individual at the end of the day. They're the ones that should just be fragging out off the support network. And look, it felt like Ale was well integrated in map number 1, but not to say that that's the issue here. Just doesn't feel as if they're playing as a unit. And for Formulation, something you can say is the added benefit of Eclipse, despite the fact that it was a rough time. They came out second when really, you know, they should have been making themselves favourites. Is the fact that they've had more time to bed in Demi. And right now, this Neon pick is looking to have reaped the benefits of that.
Yeah, 100%. I agree, 100. And Demi is like someone who I felt was really hard done by the changes that not formulation, that Metasport were going to do, because you could see that he was growing in confidence, that he was growing in consistency and quality, finding ways to add value to the roster. And I think that's obviously what just being around more experienced players.
Fitting that mold, right? I mean, Metasport placed a high bar. Different project this time, same Demiurge. And a formulation jersey seems to be the perfect fit for him. Nixun gone from the A play. And again, everything opening up for the Norwegian boys here. They've got the numbers, they've got a Hunter's Fury in post. OnlyFins with plenty of utility of their own. Do they still stand a chance? Retakes are their calling card. Can they collect one of them here?
That's the questions. Hunter's Fury in, it's more delayed, but OnlyFins are starting to find the kills, and they're doing it in style. Back to a 2v2. Wingman can get on the spike and really deny, add to the guns, keep Yesmu available. Puggies get full points of HP. The spray isn't good, but the tap is. Finally, OnlyFins will find their first round of this tap and put a stop to what was a formulation overflood.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are a few different parts to unpack there. Semburn actually walked the entirety of the length of the B site in through spawn to take his timing. Ended up getting taken out. Hunter's Fury, of course, catching tags a little bit more stall. That is really an authority-making play from Yesmu, and Jaff balling up his fist in anger, because just when it looked like FMG have the jump on them, OnlyFins showing that there is still something left in the tank. Early util combo to deny the A space, and back behind the one-way formulation go.
I think people they're getting irritated by stuff is that there is side biases sometimes, and you can get caught off guard by what's being done on the other side, and a lot of the time formulation has a really suffocating OnlyFins in terms of the information that they have to act upon. Like, where is the sound? The utility isn't being sent out. They're just contacting a lot of the time and waiting for OnlyFins to make the mistakes, which, to be fair, there has been a fair few of.
Yeah, right. There has been ways in for formulation to spread out their game plan. Only Nixun towards A. These are the kind of setups that we saw OnlyFins do a lot of before, just letting him play through the one-way, have your initiators on close proximity of B on hand to help out Fagan if required, and they will be on this occasion.
Oh, they're rolling thunder to get back in. The players are sending it. You can hear Ali's blast packs. It's actually through mid that he found it. Snowy helping himself out with the aftershock. There's some pings on the site, and that's why the thrash is being sent in, but the spike is no longer there. Puggy's left his teammate to die, and now it's up to him to try and get the spike down, but not before Riyadh chimes in. 2v2 has it, and there is a null command if they want to try and buy some more time.
It's got to come in soon, because Nixun is already here. His flash missed. Paranoia wide of the mark. And Riyadh serving up yet again. An 8th round for him. And for formulation. Quad kill to take them there.
This Polaris platter plate is actually getting good usage. Nixon's so unlucky. The paranoia doesn't hit. He's caught off guard, and then it's nice shots from Riyadh in the end. OnlyFins are timing out from the first time, I think, in this series, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, it was needed. It was needed. And again, that shuffle in coaching staff with Gobs leaving, Phobia moving on to Rad and Mena. They haven't really had anyone else to call upon other than Nixun. And I think the big thing here, other than just talking about the fact that oh, well, they'll have someone to help them work on their strats and stuff like that. It's just a neutral party that isn't in the server that can just take a more objective view of what's going on. They don't have that added benefit right now. And to actually speak specifics, they made a post looking for a coach on the 16th of April. That was mid-playoffs of Split 1.
Yeah.
Still looking for someone with Challengers experience to come in and give them a helping hand.
I think as well, like, you don't know who's applied there. You don't know, like, if it meshes with the style of Nixon as an IGL. You can understand, like, you look towards the other successes of rosters within the league. Like, I know we always bring it up, but Sweet and Sour still don't have a coach. They're very happy to go it alone.
Yeah. At the same time, like, look at how Sweet and Sour was struggling to close out on the previous OnlyFins, on Ascent as well. And, you know, even here, with the advantages that they have.
True.
Like, that's where the coach can do a lot for you. Just to be a bit more pragmatic, hard-headed, and say, okay, boys, we need a break. This isn't working, whether the game plan's good enough or not. Only so much someone outside of the server can do, though. It's these 5 which will do the talking. And on the pistols, it's more of a whisper.
That's another stack that was seen from OnlyFins. Same round as the anti-eco. And B site has been taken quite easily.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's going to be the same case in terms of actually going to save all the ultimate orbs from going to your opponents.
Planted.
But if that is the case, we are looking at 9.
A tough one to take for the mostly Finns. It's the Swedes which have come to play here, and Demiurge more specifically with a double kill, which makes this one irretrievable. The follow-up from Semburn confirms it. 4 on 2. Market control for OnlyFins, but everything else lost in the process. Yes, maybe unlucky not to just find a stray bullet through the newsstand here. Sitting on 10 points of health, but again, just not willing to give away any extra ult points because they know that that's what makes the difference here. They'll have a few more buy rounds, but what they might not have is going to be ultimates if they're, you know, not picking up kills, not picking up orbs, and not having the success that they previously relied upon. We're within 1 now, Cairo.
We are. The gap is well and truly closed. We've been keeping tabs on it. OnlyFins only able to win 1. In terms of ultimates, though, it's not looking great. No Thrash, no Rolling Thunder.
There.
Fair enough you have the Showstopper, but what, that's really only going to be good for 1. You're not Ticey, bro. No Commando on Ryad's side will be able to like deny this if they do go for a straight hit. And again, Formulation have got the reach. They're going towards the A side of the map, and OnlyFins are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and on the gun round, no less. The placement of the cam tells you everything you need to know about OnlyFins' view to this round. They were expecting a much fast-paced play out of Formulation because they've conditioned it, and it's led them to have a much weaker A side. The cam's now gone. Your tools in the retake are missing other than just the utility that you've got. And Puggy is hanging right back in mid as well. Semburn goes, so that's a good start, but still Puggy's here. Oh, he's gone now. 5 on 3, OnlyFins may just have set up for success.
Spike drop.
Could be the case. Spike switched over, and they're looking to actually take more space towards CT. That's a big ultimate. The neural theft will give everything away. The jig is up. OnlyFins can set up this retake perfectly in the way that they want to.
Ale catching Demiurge, double dink through the corner of the wall. The rest can make their part work. So 3 kills for Ale in the end. And look, he may not be Ticey, but many people would have said before last split that he was better than him. I mean, surely not the case anymore, right? But twice as many splits in Polaris. He knows his way around Northern Europe.
He certainly does. He knows his way around a Vandal. Especially when he gets going, man. That is a man you do not want on hot form. Another man you don't want on hot form, who is Demiurge. 21 and 15 so far. Been pretty good in the first kills department as well. Has a Neon ultimate, and with a Bucky in hand, you can only hope that that is going to be what he opts for, since he has so many credits in the pocket.
Yeah, you can only see this one going one way. It will be the pace change that OnlyFins expected, but it comes around later. Recon, late catch onto Nixon. That means Demi goes down so far ahead of the rest, doing the 100-meter dash that they can't find him. Nixon shoved to the corner. Jack takes him. 4 on 4. Jaff doing even more. Ale, the last one left. They're second guessing his involvement in this round. The journeyman Fragger as well travelled as he is, may need to find a few more here on the way out.
You can see the players in CT want to play off Ali. He will get taken out in the end, and it leaves Snowy low on health, low on teammates, and low on time. They're still between one, not much separates the two.
Oh. But OnlyFins are now onto an eco, Cairo. So it will go 11-11 for a gun round, more likely than not.
Nah, they've got one more buy. It's if they lose this next round, then it's an eco.
Fair enough. Money hadn't come in.
Yeah, unlucky, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't until the round's finished.
Yeah,
Jump the gun on that one. But
yeah,
the point is here, if they lose this, it'll go 11-11, and then they're screwed.
Yeah, then they are. That's the big point. I guess the saving grace is if they win this, they're guaranteed a rifle round all the way to the end. Yeah. The end being that they win.
The 24th. Again, I guarantee a formulation can pick this one up. Now within striking distance.
There.
Going at great lengths to move forward. And you can see Demi involved again in the setup of this round, asking for the utility that he's going to want to try and crack open this case. Doing detective work of his own towards mid, the one that goes knocking on the market door as it fades away.
I like that Ali's positioned himself in front of the smoke. He can now call to the team, look guys, there's no one in A main, I can't hear anything. Let's start to gamble and have most of our players towards B. Snowy's not looking the right way, and neither is Demi. Big from Snowy, Neural Theft invested, and now they know exactly where everybody is. They're all towards B. Do they head towards A? They should do.
I don't know, do they stick or twist?
30
It looks like
left.
Puggy will be ferrying that precious cargo elsewhere. Semben has made a further advancement. I think the trap was actually taken down by the KO utility there. So this is a brilliant window of opportunity for him in mid. It's going to come down to the late stages of the round. Semben was set up for a lurk on A. This time it's going to be
there's a ping.
The post plant. And he hears the steps and he's ready to go.
Semben's just been pinged out though. OnlyFins know that that's a possibility.
He'll continue to wait for his chance, and not a single head has flicked back in Semben's direction. He's lining them up and Nixon's the first to go. The rest walk into the guillotine, and before you even know it, Puggy is shouting in your face and the round is done. 11-all.
It is 11-all, Hazard, and there's just enough in the tank to buy up one Bulldog. That's it. It's not a full eco, but it's not a saving grace either. OnlyFins are in a really bad spot. They need life support here. They need something to bring themselves back online. And can I tell you what? Hazard, they don't even have the ultimates to do it. Fair enough, they're close to Rolling Thunder, one off, but the rest of the support and cast of the ultimate game is not there.
I mean, OnlyFins have been taking big risks in terms of macro, and this round as well, they tried to force the fight early and lost out. It's a 5-on-2. One of those rifles is still in play. They made chance at the retake, but look at Fagan's money, 800 credits. You've reached the heights of the loss bonus now, but I don't think even that can save you from conceding a 12th here.
I think the players are really taking their time here. Don't know if they're starting to think towards the next round already. Maybe that's why they take a pause.
I mean, you have to be, but the big thing for me is what? Snowy's on a Bulldog, Fagan's on a Stinger. Save these two guns.
There they are.
You'd have crap weapons for the next round anyway, so...
But it's not as if they're going to have much of a buy next either.
It's true. I think you've just got to walk these into the spike detonation, and yeah, they're going to. The loss bonus, as I said, will be as good as it gets, so let's just see what the money looks like when the dust settles. It's enough for rifles all across the board. 3 players on light armor. Missing utility. Allen, no boombot. Fagan without one of his trap wires. Or in fact, no, he does have both. One of them's been placed already towards mid. And yeah, I think just the fact that Formulation have a few different variations of the game plan, whether that is Semburn late lurking through middle, or just these executions which OnlyFins don't seem to be able to handle.
It's the fact that Snowy doesn't even want to go and get the ultimate orb from B main right now. They don't want to risk it.
With him being one away, how many times have we seen both him and Fagan, the two highest scoring players on the OnlyFins side, not have their chance in a retake, be forced to save or go down with a spike like we saw in the previous? They're going to be here this time. It's a 5 versus 5 and an absolute brawl waiting to happen on spot.
Yeah, powder keg of the round, and well, you look at what's available for both teams in terms of utility, there's plenty of it. Shocks, Owl Drone, well maybe that won't be there any longer. Demiurge certainly will be in Soul Formulation. It's a 2 versus 3, and the last 2 remaining Finns are in towards CT. It's up to Nixon, the captain, the leader, the man that took them from Beacon, and the man that will take them to a loss here. Formulation find their first win after the re-promotion back to Polaris.
They come back from the death. Formulation have arrived in the second split. A nice early win under their belts against playoff pursuants OnlyFins, who after 2 9-3 halves in their favour have ended up losing 2 maps back to back. We spoke of their statistics in the decider. They'd won 3 out of 4 of them last time out, but they can't manage to force their way onto an Icebox this time. It's Formulation who take all the points. And like you said before, points mean prizes. They are already heading their way up the table after being in the relegation spots last time out.
Yeah, this is going to be a really big win for Formulation later on down the line, and at this moment in time you can only help but feel that they are going to be one of the candidates to be towards the bottom of the table, Hazza. But at the same time, towards the bottom of the table isn't exactly the worst place to be. We have to keep obviously reiterating that there is the play-ins into the playoffs for Ascension for Polaris. This is going to be big for them if they can get in towards at least 6th place, and these 3 points are going to be everything that they need.
It's absolutely huge, this win for Formulation. I don't think it can be stated enough. And for OnlyFins as well, having, you know, gone to a decider against a newly promoted Metasport team, if you want to call it that, you know, in the opening week, to now losing out against, you know, another one of the teams in relegation, Formulation, in even more of a convincing fashion. I'm starting to get a little bit worried. We'll have to see what developments they can make, but for Formulation, Demiurge in the squad, they've had the time to put everything together now, and it's starting to look a whole lot better for them. That's all from me and Cairo. We're going to give it back to the real power couple, Meg and Marcus, on the desk to break this one down after a short break.
FMG proving why they deserve their spot in Polaris. 2 9-3 comebacks. They put in the work and a tough fight to come out on top. With such a strong starting half, 2 maps in a row, where did it all go wrong for OnlyFins, Marcus?
I think it's when they have the upper hand, right? And I think this is a common thing for quite a few teams. And again, a very big correlation to when you play the game just casually as well. I feel like when you have that lead, I feel like maybe concentration can lack, right? You feel like potentially that you're not pressured. And look, Nixon again, he's a fantastic IGL, right? But I feel like the next step here is to kind of work on keeping that momentum. I don't know why I said momentum. Yeah, just keeping that momentum, honestly, and just trying to get the team to all be solid, right? All go as one. It feels like a little bit disjointed, right? But look, Demiurge having another fantastic game, Meg.
I know. I did make a note actually how Demiurge really kept FMG in whilst it was sort of tougher for them to kind of muster up the rounds. But Duelist is nothing without their support, and they really set Demiurge up to take that space. I think you definitely saw it on the second half. I mean, to play a Neon and dash in and run in is fairly simple, right? But to do that and then effectively kind of isolate those fights and get those kills, you definitely have to have that initiation coming through. So again, props to them. And do you know what? Don't know how Puggy does it playing Sova and IGLing, because I find Sova quite stressful at the best of times, but also coming back on your second map from another 3-9 half and you're down, to then do that alongside playing an initiator like Sova, I think, must have been quite intense.
Yeah, and I feel like his team though are probably one of the better teams in Polaris to actually support Puggy, even like, let's say he's having a slow game, right? Because I feel like he has people behind him and next to him to actually, push him on. So I think that's kind of the answer to your question, especially Jaff. He's probably a great second person to have next to you.
Well, speaking of the devil, we actually have him waiting for an interview. Puggy, how did you find those 2 3-9 comebacks? Because it was very intense watching it, but I can imagine IGLing it must have been even more intense for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have started very slow, but we always kept like the head up and like confidence up. So I don't really felt like we were losing 9-3, even though we were. And then on the opposite side, I feel like we just came into like a flow state at that point and just won like everything. Like every call was good, every duel was good. We just did everything as good as we could.
Yeah, you were definitely feeling it, and you could tell that you kind of really got into the swing of it as you kind of picked up those rounds. But as an IGL, how do you kind of stop your team? Because I can imagine, even though, if you are feeling it and it's feeling quite natural, there's still times where somebody might tilt or really find the effects of coming back from a scoreline like that. How do you keep the comm strong and keep people from tilting?
For today especially, I feel like I just try to hold the guys like energy up. Like I was screaming at them like, let's go, let's fucking go. Sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know, like I tried to keep the energy really high, and they just followed for the second half.
Yeah,
definitely.
I love that. And I think kind of just from watching the game like happen and it goes on, when you get to that 9-3 point, would you say you guys work a lot better under pressure? Is that like kind of one of your benefits, do you think? Because I know you said it didn't feel like you were down 9-3, but it is 9-3 at the end of the day, so there is that little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with us 4 being together for a long time, especially except Demiurge helps a lot with those kind of situations where you have the synergy, you have the mentality on everyone, kind of know what everyone is doing. So I think that helps a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And just a couple more questions for you, Puggy. I want to talk to you about relegation, because when you drop down to relegation, I feel like when you have Jeff on the team, he's kind of used to the whole going down, going up, going down, going up from this league. But do you think it's a benefit that you had to play through relegation? Was it good to kind of get everyone to gel together a bit more? Are there pros and cons to relegation?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. I think us removing Fardon and actually getting a set duelist helped a lot.
Yeah.
And then playing relegation with that, like we get a lot of reps, we get to know each other better, and yeah, I think it helps.
Yeah.
You could see that kind of resilience and the mentality of that come into both of today's games. But listen, Puggy, we won't keep you any longer. We'll let you go and enjoy your evening and revel in your amazing win. Yeah, see you later. Thank you so much.
See ya. Thank you.
Well, I mean, there's still more tea to spill, I guess, on those two games, because I want to talk a little bit about Jaff and Semba and kind of switching up those lurks, which I think was a real pain for OnlyFins, because they could have been anywhere constantly, and I think sometimes that stopped OnlyFins from maybe rotating as soon as they should to support kind of information that there is a site push coming in or a plant, because they were always hyper aware that Jaff or Semba could literally be anywhere.
Yeah, and I think it is down to these lurks that actually make some of the rounds they are, right? And Semba lurking on one of those final rounds was so important because 3 people literally passed CT, or maybe it was 2, and OnlyFins had someone super late, and there was a third person that actually had to cross middle to then go to CT. Semba I didn't even think he heard the third person. I think they were shift walking, and it's crazy to me that you can get that timing to a T, and that's just from experience, right? And that was just Semba, and we know Jaff can lurk. We saw it on Ascent, and even on that we saw some of the lurks come out from Jaff, and like you mentioned, both of them switching it up, kind of a little bit of a different lurk, and most of the times it was successful. Most of the times it was the wrap through middle for Jaff, the one top mid for Semba and onto the A site. I think these lurks are a big reason why some of these rounds are definitely ending up as a win.
Yeah, my heart really goes out to OnlyFins, because to lose 2 games like that is so difficult. And I do want to sort of shout out how that literally could have gone either way. You know, this is the thing about Valorant sometimes, it is those small plays that make all the difference. You know, and I want to talk about a moment with me and Marcus when Nixon kept playing main on A in that elbow corner, because boy did we have anxiety a few times watching that play out, especially after the first couple of times it didn't work and he kept going back.
Look, I'm gonna coming in this week, me and Nixon, we're gonna get together and we're gonna play some ranked games, and I'm gonna talk to him, right? And if we ever get a Sunset game, I'm gonna be like, go, leave. This is not your corner anymore. And I think the more I do that and the more I help him, you know, get out of that corner, I feel like maybe, just maybe, he will stop playing there. But I can't think who it is, but there is a player in the VCT who does that all the time. There is someone that sits in that corner and will TP out. I believe it could be from Team Heretics. I think. They love to jiggle it, and the second they see someone, it's TP to site, and then even if they need the second TP as well to go to CT to fully get away, that's what they can do. So, you know, Nixon, maybe stop watching Team Heretics.
Or we could just start to call it Nixon's corner, and then maybe he won't play it anymore. Kind of like Sub-Rosa.
Yeah, I feel like Nixon's a go. He deserves a spot on the map. I must like calling him Nixon.
Let's kind of wrap up on the games from FMG and OnlyFins, because, you know, I guess now I kind of want to talk about OnlyFins going into their next matchup and how maybe this might affect their mental quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, so we have week 3, right? And we have OnlyFins up against Requiem. And I think that'll be an interesting game, but I think with OnlyFins, we know they can play really well. We've seen the 9-3s today. The question is, are they going to be able to work on getting to 9-3 and then actually being able to evolve that into a map win, right? And Requiem, they've only just moved up. I need to make that clear. They have only just moved up. I believe Requiem are Yari Esports. I believe that's them. No, it's not them. Never mind. But they are a team that have...
Say less, King.
Say less. But they are a team that moved up. It's the other one that was Yari. My brain's frazzled, guys. I've sat here for too long.
Again, say less. Don't worry about it. It happens. We've been here for a very long time. And as Cairo mentioned, trying to pin this on me, okay? Because today we've had 5 9-3 halves. And, you know, he mentioned something along the lines about it being my fault because I'm part of Fnatic. I would just like to say, okay, 9-3 is rookie behavior. That's rookie numbers. Fnatic, we're known for the 3-11 comebacks. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm with
sir.
Pyro, to be honest.
But yeah, it has been an insane matchup today between the 4 teams that have played. Of course, we started with S&S and NXT, which we saw all 3 maps, and then 2 very long maps from the last 2 teams. But this has been the week as a whole. You know, it's actually wild to think that the only 3 maps that we saw came from NXT and S&S. Other than that, it's been pretty dominant by the winning teams.
We were so close to seeing it from Apex and Apina, though. That's not a... yes, it was the first game this week, but it's not a game we're going to forget for a minute, because Apex, they were so close to losing that first map on Lotus, right? But then they managed to get it back, and then the second map was 13-2 on Sunset. So very, very different days, I think, across Polaris this week, Meg. And I think we most certainly got the longest one.
I do think it's wild to think as well that this is only week 2 and so much has happened already. But of course, next week we do have even more games to show you, and I am very, very excited for them. Talk us through next week's matchups, Marcus.
So we have OnlyFins versus Requiem on Thursday, which is the one I was talking about. OnlyFins going to try and get their revenge for the split so far, for the game, this one we just watched. Then we have FMG versus Sweet and Sour. Should be a good game as well. We're seeing both teams play today. Metisport versus Apina. That will be on Saturday alongside our second Saturday game, which is NXT versus Apex.
Guys, I think this is a good time to shout out, of course, our socials. Make sure you follow those, because I feel like that's the best way to keep up to date and, of course, see all of the highlights from today's games. If you can't sit and watch all of the games, you will get constant updates there. So make sure that you do go and check all of those out. But I do want to say a big thank you, because today was actually my Polaris debut. Would you believe it? And I was very nervous at the start, but I feel, you know, thank you to the amazing production and Marcus and Hazza and Cairo for really showing me the true. Although he did bring great comedy, and he was a kind of a punching bag at points. So thank you to him for putting up with me, and also just, you know, taking it like a champ. So yeah, thank you very much. Any final thoughts that you want to share, Marcus, before we do head off?
No, you've got to obviously say thank you for our celebrities joining us today, because I feel like they play a big part in the broadcast. So if you could thank them, please. Despite Eminem was taken to the ground by Wingman, so it's not my. He did apologise, by the way. He's down here. He did say, "I'm sorry." I don't really. He goes. So yeah, that was. The way your mic didn't even pick that up. Did you hear that from up downstairs? I heard that. If you don't know, me and Marcus are literally in the same house, and sometimes our mics won't pick stuff up, and I'll just hear him from a distance go. Yeah, so, you're gonna have to wrap this one up, I think. It's been a long day. I'm gonna wrap it up. Guys, have a lovely evening, and we will see you next week for more games. Bye bye for now.
wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for